France, according to the ballyhoo in her bourgeois newspapers, is a country whose wounds are healing. It is undeniable that in certain fields France has achieved some successes during the post-war period. But to exaggerate them is to commit a very great blunder. It is very difficult to adduce statistics relating to French economy because much more is kept hidden there than in other countries. This is done both by the French bourgeoisie and by the French government. It must be said that more lying is done by the French capitalist press than by any other, and this probably includes the field of economic statistics. I shall now cite some figures which the French bourgeois economists are boastfully using in an attempt to prove that capitalist economy has been restored. Let us take the sphere of agriculture. Before the war, France used to produce annually 86 million quintals of wheat. A quintal is 100 kilograms, a little over 220 pounds. Oats, 52 million. Potatoes, 132 million. In 1919 her wheat crop was 50 million, and the last crop, 1920, 63 million. In 1919, potatoes, 77 million, and the last year, Elves 03 million. Now let us take cattle raising. In 1913 there were approximately 15 million head of horned cattle, but today, L 2.8. Horses in 1913 numbered 7 million, today, 4.6. Sheep in 1913 numbered 16 million, today, 9. Pigs were 7 million, today, 4. A sharp decrease. Let us take coal, a very important product and a key factor in industry. In 1913 France mined 41 million tons of coal, in 1919, 22 million, in 1920, 25. And if we include Alsace-Lorraine and the Saar Basin, then the 1919 output will come to 35.6 million tons of coal. We have here an increase. But this increase still leaves coal production far below its pre-war level. But how have these rather modest successes been achieved? In agriculture they have been achieved primarily through the stubborn and diligent labor of the French peasant. But in the purely capitalist sphere these successes were achieved primarily by looting Germany, by taking away her cows, seed, machinery, locomotives, gold and especially coal. From the general economic standpoint there is nothing positive here, for instead of creating new values there was primarily a transposition of old values. Moreover, it ought to be added that Germany's losses were 1.5 to 2 times as great as France's gains. We thus discovered that having stripped Germany of her key metallurgical and coal areas, France has nevertheless far from reached her pre-war levels. Let us now take France's foreign trade. A capitalist country considers itself to be in a good position if one exports more than it imports. The difference is paid off in gold. Such a balance is called favorable. When a country is compelled to import more than it exports, the balance is unfavorable, and such a country must add a part of its gold reserve to its exports. The gold reserve begins melting away and the ground is gradually cut under the country's monetary and credit system. If we take France during the last 2 years, 1909 and 1920, that is, during the French bourgeoisie's 2 years' work of reconstruction, we shall find that in 1919 the trade balance was unfavorable to the tune of 24 billion francs, while in 1920 the deficit amounted to 13 billion. Before the war, the French bourgeois never saw such figures, not even in his wildest dreams. In 2 years the trade deficit totals 27 billions. True enough, for the first quarter of the current year France managed to keep her trade balance without a deficit, that is, her exports equaled her imports. Certain bourgeois economists started beating the drums in this connection. France was, mind you, restoring her trade balance. But the leading organ of the French bourgeoisie, Le Temps, had the following to say on this score on May 18. You are mistaken, we didn't have to pay out gold during these 3 months only because we imported very little raw material. But that simply means that in the latter part of the year we shall export few products which we manufacture from foreign raw materials in general, and American raw materials in particular. Consequently, while we have managed to keep a favorable trade balance during these 3 months, in the next period the trade deficit will inescapably begin to grow. And so the trade balance has not been improved through either the revival of economy or an increase in exports, but through a decrease in raw material imports, i.e., at the cost of lowering tomorrow's productivity. Before the war, the amount of paper currency in circulation was less than 6 billion francs. Today, more than 38 billion. As touches the purchasing power of the franc, it is pointed out by the same newspaper that toward the end of March, when the crisis was already raging throughout the world, American prices were 23% above pre-war, i.e., less than 1/4 higher, whereas French prices had gone up 260%, that is, more than 3.5 times the pre-war levels. This means that the purchasing power of the franc has depreciated several times over. Now let us take up the French budget. It falls into two sections: normal expenditures and emergency funds. The normal budget comes to 23 billion francs, a sum unknown in pre-war times. How are these huge sums allocated? 15 billion are to cover interest on the debt, 5 billion to maintain the army. A total of 20 billion. That's all the French government proposed to wring from the taxpayers. In reality, they succeeded in wringing out some 17.5 billion. The normal government income is, therefore, hardly sufficient to cover even the interest on the debt and the upkeep of the army. But in addition, there are emergency expenses to be met, more than 5 billion for the army of occupation, and 23 billion for all sorts of war compensation and work of restoration. These expenses are debited to Germany. But it is quite self-evident that as time goes on, Germany is less and less able to pay them. Meanwhile, however, the French government subsists either by floating new loans or by issuing additional paper currency. A prominent French financial journalist, Léon Chavanon, the director of L'Information, the foremost economic periodical in France, is in favor of continuing the issuance of paper money. He declares, "Apart from this, the only other way out is through open bankruptcy. This means that the only alternative is either a massed bankruptcy through further emissions of paper money, or an open declaration of bankruptcy. That is how matters stand with France, a victor country which occupies a favorable position in ruined Europe in the sense that she could and can restore her equilibrium at Germany's expense. The situation in Italy and Belgium is at all events not superior to that of France. Let us pass now to Great Britain, the richest and most powerful country in Europe. During the war, we grew accustomed to saying that England was getting rich from the war, that the British bourgeoisie had plunged Europe into war and was feathering its nest. This was true, but only within certain limits. England made profits in the initial period of the war but began to suffer losses in the second period. The impoverishment of Europe, especially of Central Europe, acted to disrupt trade relations between England and the rest of the continent. In the last analysis, this had to hurt, and did hurt, England's industry and finances. Moreover, England herself was compelled to shoulder enormous war expenditures. Today, England is in a state of decline, and this decline is becoming more and more precipitous. This fact may be illustrated by industrial and commercial indices which I shall presently cite, but the fact itself is incontestable and is corroborated by a whole series of public and wholly official declarations by the most eminent English bankers and industrialists. During the months of March, April, and May, the respective English publications carried the annual reports of corporations, banks, and so on. These authoritative gatherings, where the leaders of the various enterprises make their reports, assessing the general state of affairs in the country or in their own particular branch of industry, provide exceptionally instructive material. I have gathered a whole file of such reports. All of them bear out one and the same thing: England's national income, i.e., the aggregate income of all her citizens and the state, has dropped considerably below the pre-war total. England is poorer. The productivity of labor has fallen. Her world trade for 1920 has, in comparison to the last pre-war year, declined by at least 1/3, and in some of the most important branches, even more. Especially sudden is the change undergone by the coal industry, which used to be the main branch of English economy, or more precisely, the root and trunk on which England's entire world economic system rested. For the coal monopoly was the root of the power, vigor, and prosperity of all other branches of English industry. Not a trace of this monopoly remains today. Here are the basic factual data on the state of English economy. In 1913, England's coal industry supplied 287 million tons of coal. In 1920, 233 million tons, i.e., 20% less. In 1913, the production of iron amounted to 10.4 million tons. In 1920, a little more than 8 million tons, i.e., again 20% less. The export of coal in 1913 amounted to 73 million tons. In 1920, all told only 25 million tons, i.e., one-third of the pre-war total. But during the current year, 1921, the slump in the coal industry and coal exports took on absolutely abnormal proportions. In January, the coal output was 19 million tons, i.e., below the 1920 monthly average. In February, L7, in March, 16. And then the general strike erupted, and the coal output verged on zero. For the first 5 months of 1921, the exports are 6 times below what they were for the same period in 1913. Expressed in prices, England's entire export for May of this year is 3 times below that of May of last year. As of August 1, 1914, England's national debt was £700 million. On June 4 of this year, £7,709 million, i.e., an 11-fold increase. The budget has swelled 3-fold. If you thumb through the reports of the directories of banks and industrial enterprises for March and April, you will find that England's national income has declined 1/3 or 1/4 as against the pre-war period. That is how matters stand in England, the richest country in Europe, a country which suffered the least from military operations and gained the most from the war in its initial period. The most graphic proof of the decline of English economic life lies in the fact that the English pound sterling is no longer a pound sterling, that is, it is no longer equivalent to the set of figures which once exercised their sway everywhere, and which are still imprinted on it. Today it is only 76% of what it pretends to be. As against the incumbent sovereign of the money market, the US dollar, the pound has lost 24% of its nominal magnitude. What could better characterize the instability of our epoch than the fact that the most stable, absolute, and incontestable thing in the whole world, the English sovereign, in English this word signifies both pound sterling and ruler, has lost its former position and has become transfigured into a relative magnitude. Considering that nowadays in Germany the sphere of philosophy has become activated over relativity, and I refer here to Einstein's philosophy, one ought perhaps to interpret German philosophy as an act of revenge against English economics, inasmuch as the English pound sterling has after all become relative. Incidentally, it has ever been the custom in Germany to reply to economic poverty by exacting revenge in the field of philosophy. The data we have cited adequately characterizes the situation throughout Europe. Among the belligerent countries we find Austria at one pole, as the country that has suffered the most, if we leave out Russia, and at the other pole, England. Between them are located Germany, Italy, Belgium, France. The Balkan countries are completely ruined and have been thrown back into the economic and cultural conditions of barbarism. So far as the neutral countries are concerned, in the first period they undoubtedly profited by the war. However, since they cannot play an independent economic role but must live in the interstices among the big countries and are economically dependent upon the latter, it follows that the decline of the major European countries has produced the greatest economic difficulties among the neutral countries, who have likewise sunk today far below the levels attained in the first period of the war. Thus Europe's income as a whole, that is, the quantity of material values produced by all the European populations, has fallen at least by 1/3 as compared to pre-war times. But far more decisive, as I have stated before, is the slump in the basic apparatus of economy. The peasant was unable to obtain synthetic fertilizers, agricultural implements, and machines. The mine owner, spurred on by high coal pricks, did not bother to renovate the equipment in the mines. The stock of locomotives became worn out. the railways remain by and large in a state of disrepair, and so forth and so on. All this has acted upon the main fabric of economy to render it weaker, frailer, less reliable. How to measure and compute all this? Capitalist statistics fall far short of this. Such an inventory, that is, an inventory in terms of values of the productive condition not of an isolated enterprise but of entire countries and the whole of Europe, would undoubtedly show that the war and post-war regimes alike survived and continue to survive at the expense of Europe's basic productive capital. This means, for example, that Germany, instead of allotting 50,000 workers to recondition the pits, consigns 50,000 workers more to mine the coal which must go to France. France, on the other hand, in an attempt to reduce her trade deficit, seeks to export the greatest possible volume of goods abroad and does not recondition her equipment to the necessary extent, either. And this applies to all European countries, for Europe as a whole shows a deficit, i.e., an unfavorable trade balance. The debilitation of Europe's economic foundations will manifest itself on the morrow even more acutely than it has yesterday, or today. History's great mole is burrowing its tunnels ever deeper beneath the very foundations of Europe's economy. America's economic flowering. We get an entirely different picture when we step into the Western Hemisphere. America has passed through a development of a diametrically opposite character. She has meanwhile enriched herself at a dizzy pace. In the war she participated chiefly as a quartermaster. True, she had to bear expenses herself consequent to the conduct of the war, but these expenditures were insignificant as against not merely her war profits, but also all the advantages opened up by the war for America's economic development. The United States not only obtained in the person of warring Europe a virtually unlimited buyer who bought anything and everything, and at higher prices besides, but for a number of years was relieved of her chief competitors in the world market, Germany and England, whose main occupation was the war. Till the very eve of the war, the bulk of American exports, that is, 2/3, consisted of agricultural products and raw materials. During the war, U.S. exports grew uninterruptedly and even feverishly. Suffice it to point out that American exports climbed to a total 2.5 times greater than the highest pre-war one, and that in 6 years, from the beginning of 1915 to the end of 1920, exports exceeded imports by $18 billion. Furthermore, the exports have altered drastically in their nature. Today, the United States exports 60% manufactured goods and only 40% agricultural produce, meat products, raw materials, cotton, etc. To sketch the main outlines of the present role of the United States in world economy, I shall cite the following key figures. Within the boundaries of the United States lives 6% of the world's population. 7% of the Earth's surface falls to the share of the United States. Of the world's annual gold production, the United States supplies 20%. The United States' share of the world's shipping tonnage is 30%, whereas before the war it had not more than 5%. Of the world's iron and coal, the United States produces 40%, tin, 40%, silver, 40%, zinc, so%, coal, 45%, aluminum, 60%, the same proportion of copper and cotton, oil from 66 to 70%, corn, 75%, automobiles, 85%. Throughout the whole world there are today a little less than 10 million automobiles. Of these, America's share is 8,500,000, while the rest of the world has 1,400,000. There is one automobile to every 12 Americans. Today, the center of gravity of world economy is no longer to be found in Europe, but in the United States. Europe has slumped and continues to drop lower and lower. The United States has all the while experienced an unprecedented growth, whose key data are as follows. The number of horses has increased from 20 to 22 million. Cattle, from 62 to 68 million. This doesn't, of course, amount to a great deal. But if we take the coal output, we find that in 1913 it amounted to 517 million tons, in 1920, 580 million, i.e., a rather appreciable increase. Oil production rose from 248 million barrels in 1913 to 442 million in 1920. Here we already have a large increase. Cotton and iron have remained virtually at pre-war levels, but in seagoing ships, we find a huge increase. In 1913, the ships built for the merchant marine had a freight carrying capacity of 276,000 tons, while in 1919, 4,075,000 tons, and in 1920, 2,746,000 tons. This stepped-up shipbuilding has enabled the United States to catch up with the leading great power in this sphere, England. While before the war Great Britain possessed more than half of the world tonnage, and the United States only 5%, today the interrelationship has sharply altered. England now has not more than 35%, while the United States possesses 30% of the world tonnage. Thus the United States is challenging England's domination of the seven seas. The United States has completely taken over the domination of the coal market, which England once had. No less important is America's crushing superiority in the sphere of oil, whose role in industrial and military affairs grows apace. But the same change has occurred not only in the sphere of industry and world trade but also in the money market. England was the pre-war world's chief usurer, next came France. The whole world was in debt to them, including America. Today, however, the only country that owes no one but to whom everybody else is in debt is the United States. Europe, i.e., European governments, cities, and enterprises, owe the United States 18 billion gold dollars. But this is only the beginning. Each passing day sees this debt increased by $10 million, because of failure to pay the accruing interest and through the extension of new American credits. In tune with this, as I have already remarked, the dollar has become the sovereign of the world financial market. Hitherto, in presenting its references, the dollar would say, "My name is the dollar, and I represent approximately 1/5 of a pound sterling." So far as the latter was concerned, it needed no references. It came and went as the pound sterling, and that's all there was to it. Things have now changed drastically. Nowadays the pound sterling travels with a passport, like all of the other monetary units, and this passport states that the pound sterling is actually not a pound sterling at all but just so many dollars, nearly 1/4 below the figure given in old pre-war financial handbooks. Almost 1/2 of the world's gold reserve, on which the entire monetary system rests, is now concentrated in the United States. Almost 1/2 of the world reserve. Such is the post-war position of the United States. How was it brought into being? It grew out of Europe's war market, which was unlimited and which bought at any price. In the English colonies, in Asia, in Africa, and in South America, too, there were no competitors to be met. They had almost completely disappeared, and the United States had free play for its fullest development. We thus had, in the space of 7 years, a complete reversal in the sphere of world division of labor. For 4 odd years Europe became converted into a sheet of fire fed not only by Europe's income but also by her basic capital, while the American bourgeoisie warmed its hands at the flames. America's productive capacity has grown extraordinarily, but her market has vanished because Europe is impoverished and can no longer buy American goods. It is as if Europe had first done everything in her power to help America climb to the topmost rung and then pulled the ladder out. The other countries, the crisis. Japan has likewise used the war epoch to advantage, and her capitalism has achieved great successes which, of course, are in no way commensurate to the development of the United States. Certain branches of Japanese industry blossomed at hothouse tempos. However, while in the absence of competitors Japan proved capable of swiftly expanding individual branches of her industry, today when many of these competitors have returned she has not always been able to retain positions already conquered. The total number of Japanese working men and women, in Japan woman labor is employed on an extremely large scale, runs to 2,370,000, of whom 270,000, some 12%, are organized in trade unions. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, in the East Indies, in China, capitalism has scored great conquests during the last 7 years. Before the war, Asia yielded 56 million tons of coal. In 1920 her yield was 76 million tons, i.e., 36% more. Today the entire world is living through a cruel crisis which began last spring in Japan and America, i.e., precisely in those countries which were on the upgrade and not in decline during the recent period. The Economist, the most authoritative English economic periodical, tells a rather curious story of how the crisis started. It is a very interesting episode. The American worker, mind you, began rolling in wealth and started buying silk shirts, the manufacture of which is a most important branch of the Japanese textile industry. The Japanese silk industry expanded rapidly in a brief space of time, but since the workers' purchasing capacity is all in all very limited and took a sudden drop the instant that American industry began its reconversion upon the signing of the peace, the Japanese silk industry fell immediately into the throes of a sharp crisis, which was then transmitted to other branches of industry, pounced upon America and then leaped across the ocean, and today the crisis in the entire world has plumbed depths unprecedented in the history of capitalism. Thus it all started with a trifle, a little silk shirt, and ended up in something big. Prices plummeted downward and at a mad pace factories began to close down, workers were thrown out into the streets. In America there are now not less than 5 million and, according to some, 6 million unemployed. In the history of the crisis, the silk shirt episode plays approximately the same part as a flap of a bird's wings that brings down the avalanche. The avalanche was obviously about to descend anyway. But this episode is likewise of interest because it illustrates an undeniable improvement in living standards, at least among certain categories of American workers, in recent years. Of the 8.5 million automobiles, a rather considerable number is owned by skilled American workers. But today, and especially in the next period, American workers will not have the means for automobiles and silk shirts. Well, there is a crisis in Europe and a crisis in America. But these crises are of a different order. Europe is poorer, while America wallows in wealth. America's productive apparatus remains in comparatively good condition. Her factories are first class. Equipment and supplies are at hand. True, the quality of goods has deteriorated in wartime, the railways have been worn out, since the main concern of the capitalists was to deliver merchandise to the eastern ports. But on the whole, America has not only preserved her economic apparatus but also expanded it. Europe's purchasing capacity has shrunk. She has nothing to offer in exchange for American goods. The world's economic center of gravity has sharply shifted to America, and partly to Japan. While Europe is suffering from anemia, the United States suffers no less today from plethora. This abnormal incongruity between the conditions of European and American economies, an incongruity ruinous to both sides, finds its most graphic expression in the sphere of sea transport. In this sphere, as in so many others, the dominant position before the war belonged to England. She held in her hands about 50% of the world tonnage. Seeking to gain domination in every field, the United States has built up its merchant fleet as its trade expanded in wartime. U.S. tonnage has been raised from 3 or 4 million to 15 million tons, and is today almost on par with England. In recent years, the world tonnage has increased in absolute figures by approximately 1/5. Yet industry and world trade have fallen. There is little or nothing to export. Europe's anemia and America's plethora act equally to paralyze the functioning of the Atlantic transport system. Before I go on to deal with the nub of the question as to whether or not this picture will subsequently undergo change in the sense that an equilibrium will be restored, allow me to add a brief comment. Capitalist statisticians and economists may, after all, say that Russia's economy hasn't been improved during this period either. Comrade Lenin will make the report on Russia's economic situation. The few words I wish to say on this subject are in an entirely different connection. The U.S. Secretary of State, Mr. Hughes, wrote in a letter to the famous Mr. Gompers, who is also notorious in some ways, that it was senseless to re-establish economic relations with Russia inasmuch as she represents nothing but a gigantic vacuum at the present time. The impoverishment and decline of Russian economy cannot possibly be blamed, in Mr. Hughes' opinion, upon the blockade and the Civil War, because, in the first place, those branches of industry have suffered which used to stand on their own feet before the war, and secondly, because far fewer people were mobilized for the Civil War than for the World War. Now, this last argument, if Mr. Hughes will indulge me, is just a little too clever because everyone knows that the World War has played a role in the decline of Russian economy. But apart from this, the argument is equally fallacious in other respects, because during the great imperialist war the Tsarist government kept the key skilled labor forces in the factories. It didn't need them for the conduct of the war as we did. It had its nobility, its cadre of highly trained officers. Our military apparatus, in the most difficult days, consisted first and foremost of skilled workers whom we were, in general, compelled to mobilize forthwith. Today, when we are already in the midst of demobilization, I can let out the secret that at the time when we fought on 24 fronts our army numbered 5,300,000 men, and of these not less than 750,000 were skilled workers. And this means that the economy had incurred the direst and most unbearable of losses. Conversely, Mr. Hughes completely forgets that capitalist Russia was an integral sector of the world capitalist economic system, and took part in the world market's process of circulation. We are now suffering from the shortage of the most insignificant and minor items which our country did not produce before the war, and whose production couldn't possibly be organized in the midst of blockade and civil war. The comrades in charge of our industry have cited several instances of this sort. For example, we need drills, gauges, calipers, and other measuring instruments. We need steel cables and belts for the coal mines. These articles were never manufactured in our country. The Donitz coal industry suffers incredibly from the lack of steel cables. The whole world knows that metal screens, so essential in the paper industry, were always imported by us from Germany and England and never produced in our country. Similarly in need are those branches of our industry which before the war stood on their own feet. But it is self-evident, and very easy to prove, that no other system, under the given conditions following the First Imperialist War, following the complete collapse of the Tsarist army and capitalist economy, no other system except the Soviet system could have waged a new war for 3 years, could have supplied and equipped an army without perishing in the process. By all this, it is understood, I do not at all mean to deny that we committed great blunders in this sphere. Boom and crisis. Bourgeois and reformist economists who have an ideological interest in embellishing the plight of capitalism say, in and of itself the current crisis proves nothing whatever. On the contrary, it is a normal phenomenon. Following the war we witnessed an industrial boom, and now, a crisis. It follows that capitalism is alive and thriving. As a matter of fact, capitalism does live by crises and booms, just as a human being lives by inhaling and exhaling. First there is a boom in industry, then a stoppage, next a crisis, followed by a stoppage in the crisis, then an improvement, another boom, another stoppage, and so on. Crisis and boom blend with all the transitional phases to constitute a cycle, or one of the great circles of industrial development. Each cycle lasts from 8 to 9 or 10 to 11 years. By force of its internal contradictions, capitalism thus develops not along a straight line but in a zigzag manner, through ups and downs. This is what provides the ground for the following claim of the apologists of capitalism, namely, since we observe after the war a succession of boom and crisis, it follows that all things are working together for the best in this best of all capitalist worlds. It is otherwise in reality. The fact that capitalism continues to oscillate cyclically after the war merely signifies that capitalism is not yet dead, that we are not dealing with a corpse. So long as capitalism is not overthrown by the proletarian revolution, it will continue to live in cycles, swinging up and down. Crises and booms were inherent in capitalism at its very birth. They will accompany it to its grave. But to determine capitalism's age and its general condition, to establish whether it is still developing or whether it has matured or whether it is in decline, one must diagnose the character of the cycles. In much the same manner, the state of the human organism can be diagnosed by whether the breathing is regular or spasmodic, deep or superficial, and so on. The gist of the matter, comrades, may be depicted as follows. Let us take the development of capitalism, the growth of coal production, textiles, pig iron, steel, foreign trade, etc., and draw a curve delineating this development. If in the deflections of this curve we have expressed the true course of economic development, we shall find that this curve does not swing upwards in an unbroken arc but in zigzags, looping up and down in correspondence with the respective booms and crises. Thus the curve of economic development is a composite of two movements, a primary movement which expresses the general upward rise of capitalism, and a secondary movement which consists of the constant periodic oscillations corresponding to the various industrial cycles. In January of this year, the London Times published a table covering a period of 138 years, from the War of the 13 American Colonies for Independence to our own day. In this interval there have been 16 cycles, i.e., 16 crises and 16 phases of prosperity. Each cycle covers approximately 82/3, almost 9 years. Let me call your attention to the zigzags which depict the movements. At a certain point the Times table shows a rise. It begins with the sum of £2 or 25 gold marks per Englishman. The population has in this interim increased approximately fourfold, foreign trade to an even larger extent, so the per capita figure climbs to £30.5, and by 1920, expressed in money but not in real values, it already equals £65 per person. In the production of iron we observe a similar development. We see that at the early part of 1851 the demand for iron came to 4.5 kilos per capita. This figure rises to 46 kilos by 1913. Then follows a movement in reverse. This is the general balance sheet. This is the generic result of 138 years of development. If we analyze the curve of development more closely, we shall find that it falls into 5 segments, 5 different and distinct periods. From 1781 to 1851 the development is very slow. There is scarcely any movement observable. We find that in the course of 70 years foreign trade rises only from £2 to £5 per capita. After the Revolution of 1848, which acted to extend the framework of the European market, there comes a breaking point. From 1851 to 1873 the curve of development rises steeply. In 22 years foreign trade climbs from £5 to £21, while the quantity of iron rises in the same period from 4.5 to 13 kilograms per capita. Then from 1873 on there follows an epoch of depression. From 1873 till approximately 1894 we notice stagnation in English trade, even if we take into account the interest on capital invested in foreign enterprises. There is a drop from 21 to £17.4 in the course of 22 years. Then comes another boom, lasting till the year 1913. Foreign trade rises from £17 to £30. Then, finally, with the year 1914, the fifth period begins, the period of the destruction of capitalist economy. How are the cyclical fluctuations blended with the primary movement of the capitalist curve of development? Very simply. In periods of rapid capitalist development the crises are brief and superficial in character, while the booms are long-lasting and far-reaching. In periods of capitalist decline, the crises are of a prolonged character while the booms are fleeting, superficial, and speculative. In periods of stagnation the fluctuations occur upon one and the same level. This means nothing else but that it is necessary to determine the general condition of the capitalist organism by the specific way in which it breathes, and the rate at which its pulse beats. The post-war boom. Immediately following the war, an indeterminate economic situation arose. But by the spring of 1919 a boom set in. Stock markets became active. Prices bounded upward like a column of mercury plunged into boiling water. Speculation swirled in seething whirlpools. And industry? In Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe the slump continued, as attested by the statistics we have just cited. In France there was a certain improvement, primarily due to the looting of Germany. In England, partly stagnation, partly slump, with the sole exception of the commercial fleet whose tonnage has risen proportionately to the decline in actual trade. Thus on the whole the boom in Europe assumed a semi-fictitious and speculative character, and it does not signify progress, but a further decline of economy. In the United States, following the war, industry slowed down its war production and began reconversion to a peacetime basis. There was a noticeable upswing in the petroleum, automobile, and shipbuilding industries. Year. Oil in millions of barrels. Automobiles in units. Shipbuilding in 1,000 tons. 1918. 356. 1,153,000. 3,033. 1919. 378. 1,974,000. 4,075. 1920. 442. 2,350,000. 2,746. In his valuable pamphlet, Comrade Varga quite correctly says, "The fact that the post-war boom was speculative in character is most clearly revealed by the example of Germany. At the time when prices had septupled in the course of 18 months, Germany's industry kept retrogressing. Her economic conjuncture was the conjuncture of liquidation sales. The remainders of the existing commodity reserves on the domestic market were dumped abroad at fabulously cheap prices. Prices rose to their highest levels in Germany, where industry slumped lower and lower. Prices rose the least in the United States, where industry continues to rise. France and England stand in between Germany and the United States. How explain these facts and the boom itself? In the first place, by economic causes. After the war, international connections were resumed, even though in an extremely abridged form, and there was a universal demand for every type of merchandise. Secondly, by political financial causes, the European governments were in mortal fear of the crisis that had to follow the war, and they resorted to any and all measures to sustain during the period of demobilization the artificial boom created by the war. The governments continued to put in circulation great quantities of paper currency, floated new loans, regulated profits, wages, and bread prices, thus subsidizing the earnings of demobilized workers by dipping into the basic national funds, and thus creating an artificial economic revival in the country. Thus, throughout this interval, fictitious capital continued to distend, especially in those countries where industry continued to slump. The fictitious post-war boom had, however, great political consequences. There is some justification for saying that it saved the bourgeoisie. Had the demobilized workers from the very beginning run up against unemployment, against living standards lower even than those before the war, it might have led to consequences fatal to the bourgeoisie. In this connection, an English professor, Edwin Cannon, wrote in the Manchester Guardian's New Year's Review that, "The impatience of men returning from the battlefields is a very dangerous thing." And he goes on quite correctly to explain the favorable transition through the gravest post-war period, the year 1919, by the fact that the government and the bourgeoisie had through their joint efforts postponed and delayed the crisis, by creating an artificial prosperity through the further destruction of Europe's basic capital. Says Cannon, "Had the same economic situation obtained in January 1919 as in 1921, chaos might have descended upon Western Europe. The violent fever of the war was prolonged for another year and a half, and the crisis erupted only after the demobilized masses of workers and peasants had already been more or less pigeonholed in their little cells. The current crisis. Having coped with the demobilization and having withstood the first onslaught of the working masses, the bourgeoisie emerged from its state of confusion, alarm, and even panic, and regained its self-confidence. It became subject to the hallucination that an epoch had finally arrived of the greatest prosperity, the end of which would never come. Eminent English political and financial figures proposed to float an international loan of £2 billion for the work of reconstruction. It seemed as if a shower of gold would drench Europe, creating universal welfare. In this way, Europe's devastation, the ruination of her cities and villages, were transmuted into riches by fantastic loan figures, which actually were in themselves only poverty's gigantic shadow. Reality, however, quickly shook the bourgeoisie out of its dream world. I have already described how the crisis began in Japan, in March, and in the United States, in April, and then leaped over to England, France, Italy, and by the latter part of the year had spread throughout the world. My entire previous presentation makes it quite self-evident that we are not dealing with mere fluctuations in the course of a recurrent industrial cycle, but with a period of retribution for the havoc and waste of the entire war and post-war epoch. In 1913, the net import of all the states totaled 65 to 70 billion gold marks. Of this sum, Russia purchased 2.5 billion, Austria-Hungary, 3 billion, the Balkans, 1 billion, Germany, 11 billion gold marks. Central and Eastern Europe's share thus came to a little more than 1/4 of the world's total imports. At the present time, all these countries import less than 1/5 of their previous amount. This last figure alone sufficiently characterizes Europe's current purchasing capacity. Europe has declined, her productive apparatus has considerably shriveled since before the war. The economic center of gravity has shifted to America, not through gradual evolution, but through America's exploitation of Europe's war market and Europe's exclusion from world trade. Thereby, America obtained the opportunity to experience a short-lived period of the greatest flowering. However, this phenomenon is an unrepeatable one, because Europe by her retrogression created an absolutely artificial market for America which cannot be replaced by any other today. Having fulfilled this role, Europe has since completely lost its capacity to repeat anything like it. Before the war, the European market used to absorb more than half, almost 60% of all the exports of American industry. In the course of the war, Europe became even more important for America, inasmuch as Europe's imports almost trebled those of the pre-war days. But out of the war, Europe emerged as a greatly impoverished continent, and is completely deprived of the possibility of obtaining goods from America for lack of equivalents in the shape of gold or other goods. The explanation for the crisis which started in Japan and America is to be found in just this circumstance. After a brief and highly favorable conjuncture of almost 2 years' duration, there has arrived a completely genuine crisis, whose meaning for Europe is as follows. You're poor, you must cut your coat according to your cloth. You're no longer in a position to import the goods you need from America. For America, this selfsame crisis means the following. You've enriched yourself because you were placed in a position to siphon off Europe's wealth. This lasted 4 or 5 or 6 years, as long as the war continued. But now an end has come to this affluent state of affairs. Some countries are completely ruined, their productive apparatus must be rebuilt anew. Within each people, the division of labor must be resumed. French and German economies still continue to function mechanically owing to the impetus prior to and during the war. Germany, however, must fall back in order to introduce concord and order into her economic apparatus. And just as it was necessary to organize the economy during the war in order to mitigate the privations resulting from it, just so Germany must continue the selfsame policy today, unless the revolution intervenes. Should developments proceed along present lines, it will be necessary to introduce organization into the country's economic life and to establish, first and foremost, the necessary proportion between the means of production and the means of consumption. In other words, the necessary and correct reciprocal relation will be created through the medium of new wars and all sorts of palliative measures, unless the revolution erupts. The very same thing applies to France and to Europe as a whole so long as this period of regression in economic life continues, period in which the capitalist countries tend to sink to the level of those that have suffered the most and have become the poorest. During this leveling out process, America will have to forget about maintaining her greatest and most important markets on their former scale. And this means that the foregoing crisis is not a transitory normal crisis for America, but the beginning of a prolonged epoch of depression. Let us refer back to our table in which the various periods are delineated. First, the epoch of stagnation, which lasted 70 years, followed by the epoch of boom from 1851 to 1873. These 22 years of turbulent expansion were marked by 2 crises and 2 favorable conjunctural periods, and therewith these favorable conjunctures were genuinely such, while the crises were of very weak character. Next, from 1873 up to the middle of 1890, stagnation sets in again, or at any rate the development slows down exceedingly. Then, there is unprecedented expansion once again. All this is a process of adaptation, a process of leveling out. Whenever capitalism in any one country runs up against a saturation of this or that market, it is compelled to seek other markets. Major historical events, economic crises, revolutions, and so on, will determine whether we observe stagnation, booms, or regressions in such periods. These are the main features of capitalist development. At the given moment, capitalism has entered a period of prolonged and profound depression. Strictly speaking, this epoch should have set in, insofar as one can prophesy about the past, as far back as 1913, when the world market, as a result of 20 years of turbulent development, had already become inadequate for the development of German, English, and North American capitalism. These giants of capitalist development took it fully into account. They said to themselves, in order to avoid this depression which will linger for many years, we shall create an acute war crisis, destroy our rival, and gain unchallenged domination over the world market that has become too constricted. But the war lasted far too long, provoking not only an acute crisis but a protracted one. It destroyed completely Europe's capitalist economic apparatus, thereby facilitating America's feverish development. But after exhausting Europe, the war led in the long run to a great crisis in America, too. Once again we are witnessing that selfsame depression which they had sought to escape, but which has been intensified manyfold owing to Europe's impoverishment. And so, what are the immediate economic perspectives? It is quite obvious that America will have to suffer curtailment, since the European war market is gone beyond recall. On the other hand, Europe will likewise have to level herself out in accordance with the most backward, i.e., the most ruined areas and branches of industry. This will mean an economic leveling out in reverse, and consequently, a prolonged crisis, in some branches of economy and some countries, stagnation, in others, a weak development. Cyclical fluctuations will continue to take place, but in general, the curve of capitalist development will slope not upwards but downwards. Crisis, boom, and revolution. The reciprocal relation between boom and crisis in economy and the development of revolution is of great interest to us, not only from the point of theory but above all practically. Many of you will recall that Marx and Engels wrote in 1851, when the boom was at its peak, that it was necessary at that time to recognize that the revolution of 1848 had terminated, or, at any rate, had been interrupted until the next crisis. Engels wrote that while the crisis of 1847 was the mother of revolution, the boom of 1849 to 51 was the mother of triumphant counter-revolution. It would, however, be very one-sided and utterly false to interpret these judgments in the sense that a crisis invariably engenders revolutionary action, while a boom, on the contrary, pacifies the working class. The revolution of 1848 was not born out of the crisis. The latter merely provided the last impetus. Essentially, the revolution grew out of the contradictions between the needs of capitalist development and the fetters of the semi-feudal social and state system. The irresolute and halfway revolution of 1848 did, however, sweep away the remnants of the regime of guilds and serfdom, and thereby extended the framework of capitalist development. Under these conditions, and these conditions alone, the boom of 1851 marked the beginning of an entire epoch of capitalist prosperity which lasted till 1873. In citing Engels, it is very dangerous to overlook these basic facts. For it was precisely after 1850, when Marx and Engels made their observations, that there set in not a normal or regular situation, but an era of capitalist sturm storm and stress, for which the soil had been cleared by the Revolution of 1848. This is of decisive importance here. This storm and stress era, during which prosperity and the favorable conjuncture were very strong, while the crisis was merely superficial and short-lived, it was precisely this period that ended with revolution. At issue here is not whether an improvement in the conjuncture is possible, but whether the fluctuations of the conjuncture are proceeding along an ascending or descending curve. This is the most important aspect of the whole question. Can we expect the same effects to follow the economic upswing of 1919 to 20? Under no circumstances. The extension of the framework of capitalist development was not even involved here. Does this mean that a new commercial industrial upswing is excluded in the future, and even in the more or less near future? Not at all. I have already said that so long as capitalism remains alive it continues to inhale and exhale. But in the epoch which we have entered, the epoch of retribution for the drain and destruction of wartime, the epoch of leveling out in reverse, upswings can be only of a superficial and primarily speculatory character, while the crises become more and more prolonged and deeper going. Historical development has not led to the victorious proletarian dictatorship in Central and Western Europe. But it is the most brazen and at the same time the most stupid lie to attempt to conclude from this, as do the reformists, that the economic equilibrium of the capitalist world has been surreptitiously restored. This is not claimed even by the crassest reactionaries, who are really capable of thinking, for example, Professor Hoche. In his review of the year, this professor says in effect that the year 1920 did not bring victory to the revolution, but neither did it restore capitalist world economy. It is only an unstable and extremely temporary equilibrium. Mr. Chavanon says, in France we now see only the possibility of the further ruination of capitalist economy by state finances, currency inflation, and open bankruptcy. I have already tried to show you what this means. I have depicted the acutest crisis which the capitalist world has ever experienced. 3 or 4 weeks ago in the capitalist press, gusts of an approaching improvement could be felt, the approach of an epoch of prosperity. But it is already obvious that this spring breeze was premature. A certain improvement has taken place in the financial situation, i.e., it is no longer as grave as before. In the markets prices have fallen, but this by no means implies a revival of trade. The stock markets are at a standstill, while in production the regression still continues. American metallurgy is operating now only at 1/3 capacity. In England the last blast furnaces have been shut down. This shows that the curtailment of production continues. This movement in reverse will not, of course, continue interminably at one and the same tempo. This is absolutely excluded. There must come a breathing spell for the capitalist organism. But from the fact that it will inhale a little fresh air and that a certain improvement will come about, it is still too early to conclude prosperity. A new phase will set in, when they will try to eliminate the contradiction between the basic poverty and the overproduction of fictitious wealth. After which the paroxysms of the economic organism will continue. All this gives us, as has been said, a picture of profound economic depression. On the basis of this economic depression, the bourgeoisie will be compelled to exert stronger and stronger pressure upon the working class. This is already to be seen in the cutting of wages which has started in the full-blooded capitalist countries, in America and in England, and then throughout all of Europe. This leads to great struggles over wages. Our task is to extend these struggles, by basing ourselves on a clear understanding of the economic situation. This is quite obvious. It might be asked whether the great struggles over wages, a classic example of which is the miners' strike in England, will lead automatically to the world revolution, to the final civil war and the struggle for the conquest of political power. However, it is not Marxist to pose the question in such a way. We have no automatic guarantees of development. But when the crisis is replaced by a transitory favorable conjuncture, what will this signify for our development? Many comrades say that if an improvement takes place in this epoch it would be fatal for our revolution. No, under no circumstances. In general, there is no automatic dependence of the proletarian revolutionary movement upon a crisis. There is only a dialectical interaction. It is essential to understand this. Let us look at the relations in Russia. The 1905 revolution was defeated. The workers bore great sacrifices. In 1906 and 1907 the last revolutionary flare-ups occurred, and by the autumn of 1907 a great world crisis broke out. The signal for it was given by Wall Street's Black Friday. Throughout 1907 and 1908 and 1909 the most terrible crisis reigned in Russia too. It killed the movement completely, because the workers had suffered so greatly during the struggle that this depression could act only to dishearten them. There were many disputes among us over what would lead to the revolution, a crisis or a favorable conjuncture. At that time many of us defended the viewpoint that the Russian revolutionary movement could be regenerated only by a favorable economic conjuncture. And that is what took place. In 1910, 1911 and 1912, there was an improvement in our economic situation and a favorable conjuncture which acted to reassemble the demoralized and devitalized workers who had lost their courage. They realized again how important they were in production, and they passed over to an offensive, first in the economic field and later in the political field as well. On the eve of the war, the working class had become so consolidated, thanks to this period of prosperity, that it was able to pass to a direct assault. And should we today, in the period of the greatest exhaustion of the working class resulting from the crisis and the continual struggle, fail to gain victory, which is possible, then a change in the conjuncture and a rise in living standards would not have a harmful effect upon the revolution, but would be on the contrary highly propitious. Such a change could prove harmful only in the event that the favorable conjuncture marked the beginning of a long epoch of prosperity. But a long period of prosperity would signify that an expansion of the market had been attained, which is absolutely excluded. For after all, capitalist economy already embraces the terrestrial globe. Europe's impoverishment and America's sumptuous renaissance on the huge war market corroborate the conclusion that this prosperity cannot be restored through the capitalist development of China, Siberia, South America, and other countries, where American capitalism is of course seeking and creating outlet markets, but on a scale in no way commensurate to Europe. It follows that we are on the eve of a period of depression, and this is incontestable. With such a perspective, a mitigation of the crisis would not signify a mortal blow to the revolution, but would only enable the working class to gain a breathing spell during which it could undertake to reorganize its ranks in order subsequently to pass over to attack on a firmer basis. This is one of the possibilities. The content of the other possibility is this: that the crisis may turn from acute into chronic, become intensified and endure for many years. All this is not excluded. The possibility remains open in such a situation that the working class would gather its last forces and, having learned from experience, conquer state power in the most important capitalist countries. The only thing excluded is the automatic restoration of capitalist equilibrium on a new foundation and a capitalist upswing in the next few years. This is absolutely impossible under the conditions of modern economic stagnation. Here we approach the question of social equilibrium. After all, it is frequently said, and this is the guiding thought not only of Aquino but also of Hilferding, that capitalism is being automatically restored on a new foundation. Faith in automatic evolution is the most important and the most characteristic trait of opportunism. If we grant, and let us grant it for the moment, that the working class fails to rise in revolutionary struggle, but allows the bourgeoisie the opportunity to rule the world's destiny for a long number of years, say, 2 or 3 decades, then assuredly some sort of new equilibrium will be established. Europe will be thrown violently into reverse gear. Millions of European workers will die from unemployment and malnutrition. The United States will be compelled to reorient itself on the world market, reconvert its industry, and suffer curtailment for a considerable period. Afterwards, after a new world division of labor is thus established in agony for 15 or 20 or 25 years, A new epoch of capitalist upswing might perhaps ensue. But this entire conception is exceedingly abstract and one-sided. Matters are pictured here as if the proletariat had ceased to struggle. Meanwhile, there cannot even be talk of this if only for the reason that the class contradictions have become aggravated in the extreme precisely during the recent years. Herein is the nub of the schematic exposition of restored equilibrium which Herr Heinrich Kuno and others see in their daydreams. Each measure to which capitalism is constrained in order to make a step forward in restoring equilibrium, each and all of this immediately acquires a decisive significance for the social equilibrium, tends more and more to undermine it, and ever more powerfully impels the working class to struggle. The first task in achieving equilibrium is to set the productive apparatus in order, but to do so it is indispensable to accumulate capital. But to make accumulation possible it is necessary to raise the productivity of labor. How? Through an augmented and intensified exploitation of the working class, inasmuch as the decline in the productivity of labor power during these 3 post-war years is a widely known fact. To re-establish world economy on capitalist foundations, it is indispensable to dispose again of a world equivalent, the gold standard. Without it, capitalist economy cannot exist, inasmuch as there cannot be any production while prices dance their dance of death, increasing 100% in the course of a single month as happens in Germany, contingent upon the fluctuations of German currency. A capitalist is not interested in production, for he is being lured from afar by speculation, which tempts him by much greater profits than can be gained from slowly developing industry. What does the stabilization of currency signify? For France and Germany it signifies a declaration of state bankruptcy. But to declare a state insolvent is to incur a vast shift of property relations within the nation. And those states which have declared themselves insolvent have become the arena for a new struggle over the distribution of the new national wealth, which is a giant step toward the sharpening of the class struggle. At the same time, all this signifies a renunciation of social and political equilibrium, i.e., a revolutionary flux. However, the declaration of state bankruptcy does not make it possible immediately to pass to the restoration of equilibrium. This must likewise be followed by the lengthening of the working week, the repeal of the 8-hour day, and more intensive exploitation. Therewith it, of course, becomes necessary to overcome the resistance of the working class. In short, speaking theoretically and abstractly, the restoration of capitalist equilibrium is possible. But it does not take place in a social and political vacuum. It can take place only through the classes. Every step, no matter how tiny, toward the restoration of equilibrium in economic life is a blow to the unstable social equilibrium upon which the Messrs. Capitalists still continue to maintain themselves. And this is the most important thing: the aggravation of social contradictions. Economic development is thus not an automatic process. The issue is not restricted solely to the productive foundations of society. Upon these foundations there live and work human beings, and the development occurs through these human beings. What, then, has taken place in the field of relations between human beings? Or, more precisely, between classes? We have seen that Germany and other European countries too have been thrown back 20 or 30 years in terms of their economic level. Have they perhaps been simultaneously thrown back in social terms, in the class sense? Not at all. The classes of Germany, the number of workers and their concentration, the concentration of capital and its organizational form, all this had taken shape prior to the war, and in particular as a result of the last 2 decades of prosperity, 1894 to 1913. And later on, all this became still more aggravated, during the war, with the aid of the state intervention, after the war, through the fever of speculation and the growing concentration of capital. We thus have 2 processes of development. National wealth and national income keep falling, but the development of classes continues therewith not to regress but to progress. More and more people are becoming proletarianized, capital is being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, banks keep merging, industrial enterprises become concentrated in trusts. As a result, the class struggle inevitably becomes sharper on the basis of a declining national income. Herein is the whole gist of the matter. The more restricted becomes the material foundation under their feet, the more fiercely must classes and groups fight for their share of this national income. We must not lose sight of this circumstance for a single moment. While Europe has been thrown back 30 years with regard to her national wealth, this does not at all mean that she has grown 30 years younger. No, in the class sense, she has become 30 years older. The peasantry. During the first period of the war, it was said and written that the peasantry throughout Europe was profiting by the war. And indeed the state was in critical need of bread and meat for the army. For all this, insane prices which kept soaring were paid, and the peasants stuffed their pockets with paper money. With this paper money which kept depreciating, the peasants paid debts which they had previously contracted when currency was at par. Of course, this was a very profitable operation for them. Bourgeois economists reckoned that the prosperity of peasant economy would secure the stability of capitalism after the war. But they miscalculated. The peasants paid off their mortgages, but husbandry nowise consists solely of paying off debts to bankers. It consists of cultivating the soil, fertilizing it, acquiring inventory and good seeds, making technological improvements, and so on. This was either not done at all, or it cost wild sums of money. Moreover, there was a scarcity of labor, agriculture declined, and the peasants, after the initial semi-fictitious boom, began to face ruin. This process is to be observed in its various stages throughout Europe. But it has also manifested itself very acutely in America. There was extreme suffering among the American, Canadian, Australian, and South American farmers when it was revealed that ruined Europe was no longer able to buy their grain. The price of grain dropped. Among farmers there is ferment and dissatisfaction throughout the world. The peasantry thus ceases to be one of the mainstays of law and order. Before the working class opens up the possibility of attracting to its side in the struggle at least a section of the peasantry, the lowest ranks, of neutralizing another section, the middle peasants, and of isolating and paralyzing the tops, the kulaks, the well-to-do farmers. The new middle estate. The reformists pinned great hopes upon the so-called middle estate. Engineers, technicians, doctors, lawyers, bookkeepers, accountants, functionaries, civilians and government employees alike, and so on, all these constitute a semi-conservative stratum which stands between capital and labor and which must, in the opinion of reformists, reconcile both sides, while directing and at the same time supporting democratic regimes. This class has suffered even more than the working class during the war and after, that is, its living standards have deteriorated to an even greater degree than the living standards of the working class. The main reason for this is the decline in the purchasing power of money, the depreciation of paper currency. In all European countries this has given rise to sharp discontent among the lowest and even middle ranks of functionaries and the technological intelligentsia. In Italy, for example, the functionaries are engaged in a bitter strike at this very hour. Of course, functionaries in government or civil employ, bank clerks, etc., etc., have not become a proletarian class, but they have shed their former conservative character. They do not prop up the state so much as shake and convulse its apparatus by their dissatisfaction and protests. The discontent of the bourgeois intelligentsia is further aggravated by its intimate ties with the commercial, industrial, petty, and middle bourgeoisie. The latter feel themselves slighted, cheated of their rightful share. The cartelized bourgeoisie continues to wallow in wealth, notwithstanding the country's ruination. It arrogates to itself an ever-increasing portion of the declining national income. The uncartelized bourgeoisie and the new middle estate are sinking both absolutely and relatively. As regards the proletariat, it is quite probable that despite the deterioration of its living standards, its common share in the declining national income is greater today than before the war. Cartel capital seeks to slash the worker's share by driving it down to pre-war levels. The worker, however, takes as his starting point not the statistical charts, but his reduced living standards and strives to increase his share of the national income. And so, the peasants are disgruntled by the decline of the economy, The intelligentsia is growing poorer and sinking. The petty and middle bourgeoisie are ruined and discontented. The class struggle is sharpening. International relations. International relations, of course, play an enormous role in the life of the capitalist world. The latter had this brought home to it all too clearly during the World War. And at the present time, when we pose the question of whether it is possible or impossible for capitalism to restore its world equilibrium, we must take note of the international conditions under which this work of reconstruction is being done. It is not hard to ascertain that the international relations have become far more strained, far less compatible with the peaceful evolution of capitalism than was the case prior to the war. Why did the war occur? Because the productive forces found themselves too constricted within the frameworks of the most powerful capitalist states. The inner urge of imperialist capitalism was to eradicate the state boundaries and to seize the entire terrestrial globe, abolishing tariffs and other barriers which restrict the development of the productive forces. Herein are the economic foundations of imperialism and the root causes of the war. What were the results? Europe is now richer in boundaries and tariff walls than ever before. A whole galaxy of tiny states has been formed. The territories of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire are now crisscrossed by a dozen tariff lines. The Englishman Keynes has called Europe a madhouse, and indeed from the standpoint of economic development this entire particularism of tiny states with their shuttiness, their tariff systems and so on, represent a monstrous anachronism, an insane implantation of medievalism into the 20th century. While the Balkan Peninsula is being barbarianized, Europe is becoming Balkanized. The relations between Germany and France militate as heretofore against the possibility of any kind of European equilibrium. France is compelled to loot and rape Germany in order to maintain her own class equilibrium, which is not commensurate to the depleted foundation of French economy. Germany will not and cannot remain the object of this pillage. At the present time, true enough, an agreement has been reached. Germany has pledged to pay annually 2 billion gold marks, plus 26% of her exports. This transaction represents a victory for England's policy, which aims to hinder the occupation of the Ruhr by France. At the present time, the bulk of European iron ore is in the hands of France, the bulk of coal in Germany's hands. The cardinal condition for the regeneration of European economy is the productive combination of French ore with German coal, but such a combination, unconditionally essential for economic development, happens to be mortally dangerous to English capitalism. All the efforts of London are for this reason directed to prevent either a warlike or peaceable combination of French ore with German coal. But this leads to a still greater aggravation of the antagonism between England and France. France has temporarily accepted the compromise, all the more so since her disorganized productive apparatus is incapable of digesting even the coal with which Germany is now forcibly compelled to supply her. But this does not at all mean that the question of the Ruhr has been definitively settled. The very first infraction by Germany of her reparation obligations will inevitably raise once again the question of the Ruhr's fate. The growth of France's influence in Europe, and partly in the world as well, during the past year is due not to the strengthening of France but to the patent progressive weakening of England. Great Britain has conquered Germany. This was the chief issue settled by the last war. And in essence the war was not a world war but a European war, even though the struggle between the two mightiest European states, England and Germany, was resolved with the participation of the forces and resources of the entire world. England has conquered Germany. But today, England is much weaker in the world market, and generally in the world situation, than she was before the war. The United States has grown at England's expense much more than England has at the expense of Germany. America is battering England down, first of all by the more rationalized and more progressive character of its industry. The productivity of an American worker is 150% above the productivity of an English worker. In other words, 2 American workers produce, thanks to a more perfectly equipped industry, as much as 5 English workers. This fact alone, established by English statistical researchers, testifies that England is doomed in a struggle with America, and this alone suffices to push England toward a war with America, so long as the English fleet preserves its preponderance on the oceans. American coal is crowding out English coal throughout the world and even in Europe. Yet England's world trade has been based primarily on her export of coal. In addition, oil is now of decisive significance for industry and defense. Oil not only runs automobiles, tractors, submarines, airplanes, but is greatly superior to coal even for the big ocean liners. Up to 70% of the world's oil is produced within the boundaries of the United States. Consequently, in the event of war, all this oil would be in the hands of Washington. In addition, America holds in her hands Mexican oil, which supplies up to 12% of the world output. True, Americans are accusing England of having cornered, outside the United States borders, up to 90% of the world oil sources and of shutting off the Americans from access to them, while American oil fields face exhaustion within the next few years. But all these geological and statistical computations are quite dubious and arbitrary. They are compiled to order so as to justify American pretensions to the oil of Mexico, Mesopotamia, and so on. But were the danger of exhaustion of American oil fields actually to prove real, it would constitute one more reason for speeding up the war between the United States and England. Europe's indebtedness to America is a touchy question. The debts on the whole amount to $18 billion. The United States always has the opportunity of creating the greatest difficulties in the English money market by presenting its demands for payment. As is well known, England has even proposed that America cancel English debts, promising in turn to cancel Europe's debt to England. Since England owes America much more than the continental countries of the Entente owe her, she stands to profit from such a transaction. America has refused. The capitalist Yankees showed no inclination to finance with their own funds Great Britain's preparations for war with the United States. The alliance between England and Japan, which is fighting America for preponderance on the Asiatic continent, has likewise aggravated in the extreme the relations between the United States and England. But most acute in character, in view of all the indicated circumstances, is the question of the Navy. Wilson's government, upon running up against England's opposition in world affairs, launched a gigantic program of naval construction. Harding's government has taken this program over from its predecessor, and this program is being rushed through at top speed. By 1924, the U.S. Navy will not only be far more powerful than that of England, but also superior to the English and Japanese fleets put together, if not in tonnage then in firing power. What does this mean from the English point of view? It means that by 1924 England must either accept the challenge and try to destroy the military, naval and economic might of the United States by taking advantage of her present superiority, or she must passively become converted into a power of the second or third order, surrendering once and for all domination of the oceans and seas to the United States. Thus the last slaughter of the peoples, which settled, in its own way, the European question, has for this very reason raised in all its scope the world question, namely, will England or the United States rule the world? The preparations for the New World War are proceeding full speed ahead. The expenditures for the Army and the Navy have grown extraordinarily as compared with pre-war times. The English military budget has increased threefold, the American, 3.5 times. The contradictions between England and America are being transformed into a process of automatic proliferation, an automatic approach closer and closer to tomorrow's sanguinary conflict. Here we actually are dealing with automatism. On January 1, 1914, that is, at the moment when the armed peace was under its greatest strain, there were approximately 7 million soldiers with bayonets throughout the world. At the beginning of the current year there were about 18 million soldiers with bayonets. The bulk of these armies weighs down, of course, upon exhausted Europe. Consequently, militarism has grown. All this is one of the most important obstacles in the way of economic progress. One of the main causes of the war was the intolerable burden of armed peace upon the European economy. A horrible end was preferable to horror without end. But it turned out that this is no end at all, that horror after the end is even more horrible than it was before the horrible end, that is, before the last war. The grave crisis, arising from the constriction of the world market, acts to aggravate extremely the struggle between the capitalist states, depriving world relations of any kind of stability. Not only Europe but the whole world is being turned into a madhouse. Under these conditions there is hardly any necessity to speak of the restoration of capitalist equilibrium. The working class after the war. From the standpoint of the revolution, in general and on the whole, all this creates for the working class a very favorable, and at the same time an extremely complex situation. After all, what lies ahead of us is not a chaotic, spontaneous assault, the first stage of which we observed in Europe in 1918–19. It seemed to us, and there was some historical justification for it, that in the period when the bourgeoisie was disorganized this assault could mount in ever-rising waves, that in this process the consciousness of the leading layers of the working class would become clarified, and that in this way the proletariat would attain state power in the course of 1 or 2 years. There was this historical possibility. But it did not materialize. History has, with the assistance of the bourgeoisie's bad or good will, its cunning, its experience, its organization, and its instinct for power, granted the bourgeoisie a fairly prolonged breathing space. No miracles have taken place. What has been destroyed, or burned, or ruined, has not come to life again, but the bourgeoisie did prove itself capable of orientation in a pauperized milieu. It restored its state apparatus and knew how to utilize the weakness of the working class. From the standpoint of revolutionary perspectives, the situation has become more complicated, but still remains favorable. It is perhaps with greater assurance that we can say today that on the whole the situation is fully revolutionary. But the revolution is not so docile, nor domesticated as to be led on a leash, as we once imagined. The revolution has its own fluctuations, its own crises, and its own favorable conjunctures. Immediately after the war, the bourgeoisie was in a state of highest confusion and alarm. The workers, especially those returning from the army, were in a peremptory mood. But the working class as a whole was disoriented, uncertain of just what forms life would take after the war, unsure of what and how to demand, dubious of what road to take. The movement, as we saw at the beginning of this report, assumed an extremely stormy character, but the working class lacked a firm leadership. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie was ready to make very great concessions. It kept up the financial and economic war regime, loans, emission of paper currency, grain monopoly, relief for the unemployed working masses, etc., etc. In other words, the ruling bourgeoisie continued to disorganize the economic foundation and to disrupt more and more the productive and financial equilibrium in order to bolster up the equilibrium between the classes during the most critical period. Up to now it has more or less succeeded in accomplishing this. At the present time the bourgeoisie is proceeding to solve the question of restoring the economic equilibrium. Involved here are not temporary concessions or sops to the working class but measures of a fundamental character. The disorganized productive apparatus must be restored. Currency must be stabilized, for the world market is unthinkable without a universal world equivalent, and therefore, equally unthinkable without a universal equivalent is a balanced, national industry, tied up with the world market. To restore the productive apparatus is to curtail work on consumer goods and to step up work on the means of production. It is necessary to augment accumulation, i.e., to raise the intensity of labor and slash wages. To stabilize the currency it is necessary, apart from refusing to pay intolerable debts, to improve the trade balance, i.e., import less and export more. And to this end it is necessary to consume less and produce more, i.e., once again slash wages and raise the intensity of labor. Every step toward the restoration of capitalist economy is bound up with boosting the norm of exploitation, and will therefore unfailingly provoke resistance on the part of the working class. In other words, every effort by the bourgeoisie to restore the equilibrium in production or in distribution or in state finances must inescapably disrupt the unstable equilibrium between the classes. Whereas during the two post-war years, the bourgeoisie was guided in its economic policy primarily by the desire to propitiate the proletariat, even at the cost of further economic ruination, at the present time, in the epoch of unprecedented crisis, the bourgeoisie has begun mending the economic situation by steadily increasing the pressure on the working class. England provides us with a most graphic illustration of how this pressure engenders resistance. And the resistance of the working class acts to disrupt economic stability, and to transform all speeches anent the restoration of equilibrium into so many empty sounds. The struggle of the proletariat for power has been unquestionably protracted. We did not get an overwhelming onslaught, we did not see a picture of wave mounting upon wave, rolling onward incessantly until the capitalist system was swept away in the final surge. In this struggle we observed both ups and downs, both offense and defense. Class maneuvering was far from always skillful on our part. The reason for it is twofold. In the first place, the weakness of the communist parties, which arose only after the war, which lacked the necessary experience and the necessary apparatus, which were without sufficient influence, and, what is the most important, didn't know how to pay sufficient attention to the working masses. In this sphere we have in any case taken a big step forward during the recent years. The communist parties have grown stronger and have developed. The second reason for the protracted and uneven character of the struggle lies in the heterogeneous composition of the working class itself, as it emerged from the war. Least shaken by the war are the labor bureaucracy, the trade union and party bureaucracy, and the parliamentarians. Capitalist states in all countries have shown utmost attention to and solicitude for this superstructure, understanding excellently that without it the working class could not possibly have been kept in submission through the years of bloodletting. The labor bureaucracy received all sorts of privileges and emerged from the war with the same habits of bovine conservatism with which it had entered the war, but somewhat more discredited and more intimately bound up with the respective capitalist states. Skilled workers of the oldest generation, inured to their trade union and party organizations, especially in Germany, have by and large remained to this very day the main support of the labor bureaucracy, but their inertia is by no means absolute. Those workers who have passed through the school of war, and they are the pith of the working class, have introduced a new psychology among the proletariat, new habits and new attitudes to the questions of struggle, to the questions of life and death. They are ready to solve questions by means of force, but they have firmly assimilated from the war that a successful application of force presupposes correct tactics and strategy. These elements will march into battle, but what they want is a firm leadership and a serious preparation. Many backward categories of workers, including women workers whose number has grown prodigiously during the war, have now become, as a consequence of an abrupt turn in their consciousness, the most militant, though not always the most class-conscious section of the working class. Finally, at the extreme left wing we see the working-class youth, who have grown up during the war amid the roar of battles and revolutionary paroxysms, and who are destined to fill a great place in the coming struggle. All these extraordinarily augmented proletarian masses, the old workers and the worker recruits, the workers who remained in the rear and the workers who spent several years under fire, this entire multimillion-headed mass is passing through the school of revolution not in the same way and not at the same time. This was brought home to us again in the instance of the March events in Germany, where the workers of central Germany, the most backward elements before the war, were eager to rush into battle and march without pausing to consider what were the chances for success, whereas the Berlin workers and those of Saxony in the course of revolutionary battles gained some experience and became more cautious. It is undeniable that the general course of the post-war struggle, and especially the current offensive of capitalism, are fusing together all the layers of the working class with the sole exception of its privileged aristocracy. The communist parties are getting more and more opportunities for establishing a genuine working, class-united front. Immediate perspectives and tasks. The revolution has three sources which are interconnected. The revolution's first source is the decline of Europe. class equilibrium in Europe was maintained first of all by England's dominant position on the world market. Today, this dominant position of Europe has been completely lost, and irretrievably so. Hence the inevitability of powerful revolutionary paroxysms which can terminate either in the victory of the proletariat or in Europe's complete downfall. The second source of the revolutionary struggle is in the severe spasms of the entire economic organism of the United States, an unprecedented boom, elicited by the European War, and next, a cruel crisis engendered by the drawn-out consequences of this war. The revolutionary movement of the American proletariat can under these conditions acquire the same tempo, unequaled in history, as the economic development of the United States in recent years. The third source of revolutionary struggle is the industrialization of the colonies, above all, India. The basis for the liberationist struggle of the colonies is constituted by the peasant masses. But the peasants in their struggle need leadership. Such a leadership used to be provided by the native bourgeoisie. The latter's struggle against foreign imperialist domination cannot, however, be either consistent or energetic inasmuch as the native bourgeoisie itself is intimately bound up with foreign capital and represents to a large measure an agency of foreign capital. Only the rise of a native proletariat strong enough numerically and capable of struggle can provide a real axis for the revolution. In comparison to the country's entire population, the size of the Indian proletariat is, of course, numerically small, but those who have grasped the meaning of the revolution's development in Russia will never fail to take into account that the proletariat's revolutionary role in the Oriental countries will far exceed its actual numerical strength. This applies not only to purely colonial countries, like India, or semi-colonial countries like China, but also to Japan, where capitalist oppression blends with a feudal caste, bureaucratic absolutism. Thus both the world situation and the future perspectives are profoundly revolutionary in character. When the bourgeoisie resorted after the war to throwing sops to the working class, the conciliators obsequiously converted these sops into reforms, the 8-hour day, unemployment insurance, and so on, and discovered, amid the ruins, the era of reformism. Today the bourgeoisie has passed over to a counteroffensive all along the line, and even the London Times, a super-capitalist daily, refers with alarm to capitalist Bolsheviks. The current epoch is the epoch of counter-reformism. The English pacifist Norman Angell has called the war a miscalculation. The experience of the last war has shown that the calculation, from the bookkeeping standpoint, was indeed a false one. After the war it might have seemed that the triumph of pacifism was about to arrive and that the League of Nations was its manifestation. Today we see that the calculation of pacifism was a miscalculation. Never before has capitalist mankind engaged in such frenzied preparation for a new war as at the present time. Democracy is being stripped of its illusions even in the eyes of the most conservative layers of the working class. Not so long ago democracy used to be counterposed only to the dictatorship of the proletariat with its terror, its chaika, and so forth and so on. Nowadays democracy is being ever more counterposed to any and all forms of the class struggle. Lloyd George has advised the coal miners to solicit Parliament with their grievances and has branded their strike as an act of violence upon the will of the nation. Under the Hohenzollern regime the German workers found a certain stability and well-defined limits. The workers knew on the whole what could be done and what was forbidden. In Ebert's Republic a worker, striker always incurs the risk of having his throat cut in the streets or in a police station, without further ado. Ebertian democracy offers the German workers as little as do high wages in terms of completely depreciated currency. The task of the communist parties lies in encompassing the existing situation as a whole, and intervening actively in the struggle of the proletariat in order to conquer the majority of the working class on the basis of this struggle. Should the situation in this or that country become extremely exacerbated, we must pose the basic question point blank and we must join battle in whatever condition the events catch us. However, if the march of events proceeds more evenly and smoothly, then we must utilize all the possibilities in order to gain the majority of the working class prior to the decisive events. We do not as yet have the majority of the working class throughout the world, but a much larger section of the proletariat is with us today than a year or two ago. After we have actually analyzed the existing situation, which is one of the important tasks of our Congress, after we have reviewed the situation in each given country, we must say to ourselves, the struggle will perhaps be long, and we shall not advance at so feverish a pace as we should like to. The struggle will be very harsh, and will exact many sacrifices. We have become stronger through accumulated experience. We shall know how to maneuver in this struggle. We shall know how to graph for our tactics not only an ideal mathematical line, but also the sinuosities in a shifting situation, amidst which the revolutionary line must cut its way. We shall understand how to maneuver actively amid the decomposition of the capitalist class. We shall be able to mobilize the forces of the workers for the social revolution. I believe that our successes as well as our failures have demonstrated that the difference between us and the independent Social Democrats does not consist in our having said that we shall make the revolution in the year 1919, while they kept maintaining that the revolution would come much later. No, that's not where the difference lies. The difference lies in this, that the Social Democracy and the independent Social Democrats support the bourgeoisie against the revolution under any and all circumstances. Whereas we were and are ready to utilize every situation, no matter what changes it may undergo, for the revolutionary offensive and for the conquest of political power. In today's defensive economic struggles unfolding on the basis of the crisis, the Communists must participate most actively in all the trade unions, in all the strikes and demonstrations, and in all kinds of movements, always maintaining their inner ties unbroken in their work, and always stepping to the forefront as the most resolute and best disciplined wing of the working class. Depending upon the course of the crisis and the shifts in the political situation, the defensive economic struggle may become extended, embracing ever newer layers among the working class, among the population and among the army of the unemployed, and on becoming transformed at a certain stage into a revolutionary offensive struggle, it may be crowned with victory. It is precisely to this end that our efforts must be directed. But what if in place of the crisis an improvement should come in the world economic conjuncture? What then? Would this signify that the revolutionary struggle is checked for an indefinite period? From my entire report, comrades, it follows that a new upswing, which can be neither prolonged nor profound, can by no means act as a check upon the revolutionary development. The industrial boom of 1849–51 dealt a blow to the revolution only because the revolution of 1848 had expanded the framework of capitalist development. As touches the events of 1914–21, they have acted not to expand but to contract in the extreme the framework of the world market, and therefore the curve of capitalist development as a whole will much sooner slope downwards in the next period. In these conditions, a temporary boom can only strengthen the class self-assurance of the workers and fuse their ranks not only in the factories but also in struggles, and it can provide the impulse not only for their economic counter-offensive but also for their revolutionary struggle for power. The situation is becoming more and more favorable for us, but it is also growing extremely complex. Victory will not come to us automatically. The ground under the enemy's feet is undermined, but our enemy remains strong. Our enemy keenly discerns our weak spots, veers and maneuvers, always being guided by icy calculation. We, the entire Communist International, have a great deal to learn from the experience of our battles during these 3 years, and especially from the experience of our mistakes and our failures. Civil war demands political, tactical, and strategical maneuvering. It demands that the peculiarities of each given situation, the strong and the weak sides of the enemy, be taken into account. It demands a combination of enthusiasm with icy calculation. It demands not only the ability to assume the offensive but also the readiness to temporarily retreat in order to preserve one's forces so as to deal all the surer a blow. Let me repeat, the world situation and the future perspectives remain profoundly revolutionary. This creates the necessary premises for our victory. But full guarantees can be given only by our expert tactics, by our strong organization. To raise the Communist International to a higher level, to make it more expert tactically, that is the basic task of the Third World Congress of the Communist International. Trotsky footnotes. 1. The inevitability of Germany's state bankruptcy is conceded even by so conservative an economist as Kalwer, who in his rather interesting pamphlet on state bankruptcy comes to the following conclusion. This end result, pregnant with dire consequences in currency and fiscal policy, will unquestionably come in a violent manner, inasmuch as under the existing economic state of the country, a gradual return to normal conditions of the money market and state finances is absolutely inconceivable. The violent culmination of the entire development is, in the last analysis, nothing else but actual state bankruptcy, thereby finally disclosing the long-standing insolvency of the state. A great many books are being generally published today in Germany which deal with state bankruptcy from the standpoint of philosophy, morality, jurisprudence, etc. Be it moral or immoral, these gentlemen will have to declare state bankruptcy. Lt. V. The Third World Congress. Summary Speech. Third Session, June 24, 1921. Comrades! The first speaker in the discussion, Comrade Brand, made a very interesting speech on which I shall not dwell since I am in general agreement with it. I merely want to comment on his concluding remark. Now I assume that he didn't fully express himself inasmuch as he was somewhat rushed by the chairman, but his statement might lead to some misunderstanding. Comrade Brand said that we will conquer the bourgeoisie not with statistics but by the sword, and he tried to underscore this eventuality by the fact that I delivered the report here. Let me state quite candidly that I have had a great deal more to do with the Red Army's statistics than with its sword. If Comrade Brand and other comrades believe that I participated, so to speak, sword in hand in the battles of the Red Army, they have a too romantic conception about my functions. I have had a great deal more to do with counting up the number of boots, trousers, and, with your permission, drawers, than with wielding the sword. Generally speaking, I believe that there is no contradiction whatever between swords and statistics, and that statistics relating to military equipment play a very big role in war. Napoleon used to say, Dieu est toujours avec les gros bataillons, God is always on the side of the heaviest battalions. And statistics, as you know, also takes in the strength of battalions. Comrade Brand will recall that during our advance on Warsaw, we committed some errors in our statistics, failing to calculate exactly the distances and the forces, and not allowing sufficiently for the enemy's power of resistance. In short, a good sharp sword and good statistics relating to swords and everything else connected with swords go excellently together. Comrade Seaman has picked up a remark of Comrade Brand's and has repeated it in a much sharper form, declaring that what we need is not to demonstrate the necessity of revolution but to carry it out. This is in part correct, but in a certain sense it is also incorrect. We must prove to the workers what the essence of the revolution is and why it is possible, necessary and inevitable, whereas so far as the bourgeoisie is concerned we must carry it through by force. And I think that Comrade Seaman and others who spoke in the same vein are somewhat mistaken in deeming that the objective analysis of economic development has proved that the revolution is inevitable, as Comrade Sachs or Comrade Seaman put it, at some fixed point of historical development. After all, this is what the Social Democrats of the Second International have likewise always reiterated. This doesn't interest us anymore. We must set ourselves a goal and achieve it through a corresponding organization and tactic. Yes, just as it is impermissible to counterpose a sword to statistics, so is it impermissible to counterpose the subjective factors of history, the revolutionary will and the revolutionary consciousness of the working class, to the objective conditions. After all, the opportunists, the Hilferdings and the Kautskys and the Kautskyites, render automatic the process of mental and spiritual development, by introducing into their prodigious historical statistics only the objective factor, the will of the hostile class, which is for us an objective factor. And by virtually excluding the subjective factor, the dynamic revolutionary will of the working class, they thereby falsify Marxism, converting it into sophistry. But there is still another method of organizing the revolution methodologically, a method of revolutionary thinking, whose representatives were to be observed in large numbers on the soil of Russia, that is, the social revolutionaries, and especially their left wing. They generally scoffed at objective thinking. They scoffed at the analysis of economic and political development, and the analysis of the objective, or philosophically speaking, immanent tendencies of this economic and political development, and the SRs counterposed to all this free will and the revolutionary action of a minority. Once we divorce the subjective aspect from the objective, such a philosophy becomes transformed into sheer revolutionary adventurism. And I believe that in the great school of Marxism we have learned to couple the objective with the subjective both dialectically and practically, i.e., we have learned to ground our actions not only on the subjective will of this or that individual but also on our conviction that the working class must follow this subjective will of ours and that the working class's will to action is determined by the objective situation. That is why for our proofs we must utilize economic analysis along with statistics so as to accurately mark off our own road and to march along this road, sword in hand, prepared for decisive action. Comrade Sachs is of the opinion that the theses are not fitting as a document of the Communist International since they do not treat the decline and progress of European economy critically enough. I shall merely refer you to page 9 of the theses where this is formulated quite definitively. Furthermore, Comrade Sachs is of the opinion that precisely the proletariat is the subjective factor of history, whereas the theses have failed to emphasize this subjective standpoint. I think that Comrade Sachs, who differs in his tendencies from most of the speakers who have taken the floor today, has this much in common with them, namely, both he and they haven't read the theses. In Thesis 34 we definitely state, at bottom, the question of re-establishing capitalism on the foundations outlined above means the following. Will the working class be willing to make under the new and incomparably more difficult conditions, this seems to be subjective enough, those sacrifices which are indispensable for reinstalling the stable conditions of its own slavery, harsher and crueler than those which reigned before the war? Then we go on to develop the idea of how necessary accumulation is, intensified accumulation, how necessary is currency stabilization, and so on. And throughout, one and the same thought is expressed. Economic equilibrium is not something abstract or mechanical. It can be re-established only through the handiwork of classes. But the classes rest on the economic foundation. The bourgeoisie has succeeded in the course of the 3 post-war years in maintaining an equilibrium. The bourgeoisie still remains at the helm of the state. How? As I have already said, by new issuances of paper currency and thanks to the fact that the bourgeoisie in Italy, France and Germany is dipping into the disrupted state finances in order to supplement wages in the form of lower bread prices and cheaper rents. Every piece of German merchandise dumped on the English market denotes an unpaid part of a German dwelling which is falling into ruin, a part of a German house which cannot be renovated. And so, to restore class equilibrium, they are compelled to ruin the economy, and conversely, in seeking to restore the economy, they are compelled to disrupt class equilibrium. It is a vicious circle. This is the central idea of the theses. Those who have failed to cull this idea from the theses should, at my request, read them over again carefully. Comrade Seaman said that Soviet Russia can serve as a safety valve for capitalism, and thereby disrupt the development of the world revolution. Well, things are not yet so terrible as to cause European or American capitalism to throw itself at Soviet Russia in seeking salvation from the plight into which capitalism has fallen as a consequence of unemployment at home. The situation is still far from being so terrible, and our country unfortunately is far too ruined to attract foreign capital on a scale capable of becoming a threat to the development of the revolution in America and Europe. This is absolutely excluded. I come now to the objections of Comrade Pogani. He has found in our theses an inconsistency and a deficiency, and they are on pages 4 and 14. The contradiction, in his opinion, consists of this. We first say that prosperity has tended to weaken and mitigate the revolutionary explosions, and then we go on to declare that the artificial prosperity will not retard the revolution but, on the contrary, will in a certain sense aid its development. Yes, the pseudo-prosperity of the past and the pseudo-prosperity of the future are evaluated quite differently by me. Comrade Pogani finds in this an inconsistency. But there is none here. For my analysis of prosperity is made in its historical context, in the concrete historical setting of the entire world and of the individual states. Comrade Pogani's mode of thinking is, at least in this question, somewhat automatic and, to employ the old terminology, somewhat metaphysical, inasmuch as he thinks that crises like prosperity always call forth one and the same tendencies. This is absolutely false. In the first place, such an interpretation of the theses leads to countless fallacies. He says that the theses want to do two things: first, wait for an Anglo-American war; second, wait for a period of prosperity. But it was not I who introduced, so to speak, prosperity into our tactics. I did not open the doors to prosperity and invite it to come in and change the situation. It is out of the question. What do our theses say? They say that we are living through a profound and acute crisis, which has acted to produce an intensified offensive by the capitalist class against the proletariat. The proletariat is nowadays everywhere on the defensive. Our task is to extend this defensive struggle of the proletariat on the economic plane, to deepen it, to enlighten the consciousness of the embattled proletariat by clearly and precisely formulating the conditions of struggle, to invest it with political forms and to transform it into the struggle for political power. This is our task, and it is self-understandable. Furthermore, I have stated in my report, and together with Comrade Varga I have written it into our theses, that should an improvement in the situation occur within the next 2 or 3 months, or half a year from now, then it is axiomatic that this will happen only provided the revolution does not erupt in the meantime. If it does erupt, then together with Comrade Pogani we shall not, of course, contravene this event, but shall on the contrary participate in it might and main. But let us pose the question, what if this doesn't happen, Comrade Pogani? What if instead of the revolution an improvement occurs in the economic situation? Comrade Varga points in his pamphlet to many symptoms of this improvement, and even were the case such that it would not be possible to speak at present of improvement, then it is nonetheless necessary to establish that the tempo of deterioration is being retarded. This we know for certain. Prices are no longer failing as precipitately as hitherto. The financial market is under much less strain, and here and there one can perceive minor and superficial indications of an improvement in production. To be sure, they are very insignificant. It is quite possible that only a tiny zigzag is involved and that the development will soon move backwards again. But it is also possible that a more serious improvement will ensue. This depends not upon me, nor on Comrade Pogani, nor on the resolutions of the Congress. This is truly an external, automatic occurrence independent of our will. Does it herald the coming of a new epoch of economic development? In no case. Comrade Pogani thinks that should a revival take place within the next 3 months in the English market, export and production, then one would have to cast away all hope of a direct development of the revolution, the conquest of political power. We don't think so. There is a great difference between the prosperity which came directly after the war, and the prosperity that is in prospect today. After the war the working class was still full of illusions. The working class was still disorganized like the bourgeoisie. A universal disorganization of classes reigned. Only a small minority of the bourgeoisie was clearly aware of its aims, while an equally small minority of the working class, the communist group, was likewise aware of its aim. The great masses were wavering. Under these conditions it was extremely important whether upon returning from the war the worker would remain unemployed or would receive a fairly decent wage, whether he would get cheap or expensive bread because he matched his demands with his hardships and bloody sacrifices on the field of battle. The bourgeoisie created, through major financial concessions and at the cost of the further dislocation of the economic foundation, conditions which kept the masses in a mood of indecision for 2 years. Manifestly, entire layers of the workers nevertheless split off, but on the whole the existing regime has remained intact up to the present day. But now unemployment has caused great privations among the masses. The communist parties which were in process of formation are crystallized, The disillusionment and disenchantment of the masses proceeds with giant strides, and we are now conducting the struggle on the basis of the crisis, and we shall continue to conduct it on this basis. It is not excluded that in the course of this struggle and this crisis we may come to power in this or that country. But if this struggle does not lead to positive results, to victory, then, and this is stated in the theses, the pseudo-prosperity will in no case act to stupefy the workers. On the contrary, every worker will, at the first signs of prosperity, recall all the disenchantments which he has suffered, all the sacrifices which he has borne, and he will demand recompense for all this, including the wage cuts and the crisis. This is grounded historically, economically, and psychologically. As regards the bad music, which Comrade Pogani overheard in my speech, to the effect that I am waiting for a new war and prosperity, I am not sure whether my voice is not musical enough, whether Comrade Pogani's ear is insufficiently musical, or whether perhaps the acoustics are poor. In any case, there is some sort of discrepancy between my organ of speech and Comrade Pogani's organ of hearing. I propose to no one to wait for a war between America and England. Had I known that this date, the year 1924, would lead anyone into temptation, I would, of course, have renounced this accursed number inasmuch as it plays no role whatever in my conclusions. I adduced it merely for the sake of illustration. I was analyzing the question of economic equilibrium, and I asked, how do matters stand in this connection in the international relations between the states? And I said that we had already lived through an armed peace on the eve of 1914, when everybody was preparing for war. But it then entered no one's mind that the tempo would be so rapid, and no one felt certain that the conflict would inevitably occur within 2 or 3 or 4 years. This inevitable conflict is not a mathematical point in historical development. It continues to exert influence on the modern groupings of the European states, as well. Comrade Thalheimer has repeated this selfsame charge that I allegedly seek to keep the revolutionary energy of the proletariat in reserve until the outbreak of war in 1924. This has a rather peculiar ring. Then he said that I orient myself, so to speak, upon the peaceful disintegration of capitalism. He plainly stated that the theses take their orientation from this. Here, too, I shall refer to Thesis 34, in which just the opposite is written. It states that so far as the automatic disintegration of capitalism is concerned, it is possible to restore the equilibrium, but that this process takes place precisely through the medium of the class struggle, and that therefore the equilibrium may not be restored. The indemnity question was likewise analyzed in this connection. We were told that German indemnities must serve as a means of restoring the stability of Entente capitalism. Absolutely correct, but first the indemnities must be paid. And in order to pay them, the German proletariat must produce not only for itself, not only for the profits of its bourgeoisie, for its state, but also for these reparations. This implies an intensified exploitation, which in turn implies a sharpening of the class struggle, but by no means the restoration of equilibrium. The question, which is raised by many comrades abstractly, of just what will lead to revolution, impoverishment, or prosperity, is completely false when so formulated. I have already tried to prove this in my report. One Spanish comrade told me in a private conversation that in his country it was precisely the prosperity which came to Spanish industry through the war that produced the revolutionary movement on a large scale, whereas previously stagnation had prevailed. Here we have an example that is not Russian but Spanish, an example from the other side of Europe. Comrades! Neither impoverishment nor prosperity as such can lead to revolution. But the alternation of prosperity and impoverishment, the crises, the uncertainty, the absence of stability, these are the motor factors of revolution. Why has the labor bureaucracy become so conservative? In most cases it consists of weak creatures who live on a moderate scale, whose existence is nowise marked by luxury, but they have grown accustomed to stable living conditions. They have no fear of unemployment so long as they can keep themselves within the framework of the normal party and trade union life. This tranquil mode of existence has also exerted its influence upon the psychology of a broad layer of workers who are better off. But today this blessed state, this stability of living conditions, has receded into the past. In place of artificial prosperity has come impoverishment. Prices are steeply rising, wages keep changing in or out of consonance with currency fluctuations. Currency leaps, prices leap, wages leap, and then come the ups and downs of feverish fictitious conjunctures and of profound crises. This lack of stability, the uncertainty of what tomorrow will bring in the personal life of every worker, is the most revolutionary factor of the epoch in which we live. And this is quite lucidly stated in the theses. In them we refer to the crisis as such, and also to prosperity. On page 13 we say, "The instability of living conditions which mirrors the universal instability of national and world economic conditions is today one of the most important factors of revolutionary development. This applies equally to the period of crisis as well as the periods of prosperity. This also covers the political conditions under which the working class lives. Before the war it had grown accustomed to the Prussian regime. This was, true enough, a frame of iron, yet a wholly reliable one. One knew that this could be done, while that was prohibited. Today this regime of Prussian stability has vanished. Before the war a worker earned 3 marks a day. But these marks had a clear ring, with them one could buy something. Today the worker receives, I don't know exactly, 20 or 30, 40 or 50 marks a day, but he gets little for them. True, there used to be a German Kaiser, but by way of compensation you knew that you wouldn't be killed on the streets if you were out on strike. In the most extreme case you'd be thrown in jail. Today, however, you might get shot while taking a stroll as a free citizen of the Republic. This absence of stability drives the most imperturbable worker out of equilibrium. It is a revolutionary motor power. Remarks were made here to the effect that both the theses and I center our attention exclusively on the conflict between England and America, while ignoring all other conflicts. This is completely false. The theses deal clearly and specifically with everything that was said by Conan concerning the mutual relations between France and Germany. Even the recent capitulation and everything connected with it is treated on page 10. There it is stated, Germany's capitulation in May on the question of indemnities signifies a temporary victory for England and is the warranty of the further economic disintegration of Central Europe, without at all excluding the occupation of the Ruhr province by France in the immediate future. Everything Comrade Conan said has already been said in principle by the theses. Obviously, we cannot in the question of international politics center all our attention on the looming year of 1924. We must meet with open eyes every eventuality, we must study each day's events and prepare energetically. And I believe that precisely in the sphere of international relations we have before us the greatest perspectives in the sense of attracting the proletariat to our side. Which is the most important thing. To conquer power and supremacy one must first conquer the proletariat. What is the position of the Second and 2.5 Internationals on this question? I must call your attention to a minor example, the polemic between the Voorwerts and the Belgian newspaper Le Peuple. I don't know whether this controversy has been adequately utilized in Germany. This polemic between two party organs who belong to one and the same Second International over the most burning and vital question, German reparations, is instructive to the highest degree for every German, Belgian and French worker. At the moment Briand was threatening to occupy the Ruhr province, Le Peuple, the Belgian yellow socialist sheet, asked its German comrades the following questions. We have seen, wrote Le Peuple, the German workers conduct themselves courageously in the days of the Kapp Putsch. Why then are they silent now? Why don't the labor organizations from one end of Germany to the other express their will clearly to prevent the occupation of the Ruhr province and its operation under military control? This means, since my government, the Belgian, together with the French, will crush you, the German worker, in case your government is remiss in its payments of fixed indemnities to the French government, it follows that it is your duty, German worker, to make a revolution against your bourgeoisie, and compel it to pay indemnities so that my bourgeoisie be not compelled to crush you. This smacks of turning revolutionary duty into a football, and kicking it around like clowns in a circus. Your duty is to subordinate your bourgeoisie to mine, lest I be compelled to go to war against yours." In reply to this, the Vorwärts wrote, "Each one of these questions we return in full to the Belgian labor organizations. After all, it is not our armies that must be kept from advancing." This is said by the same Vorwärts and the same social democratic leaders who in their day supported the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. One can talk about these creatures before the Belgian and the French and also the German working class only with a dog whip in hand. Comrades, the revolution flows along 3 channels, and of one of them we were reminded by Comrade Roy. The first great channel of revolutionary development is dying Europe. Europe's social equilibrium, and above all that of England, has always been based on the preponderant position of Great Britain and of Europe throughout the world. This preponderance is forever gone. Fluctuations may take place, but the preponderance of Europe is a thing of the past, and so is the preponderance of the European bourgeoisie, and that of the European proletariat as well. This is the first great channel of the revolution. The second is the feverish development of America. We have here a great and feverish upswing, created by conditions which can never be stabilized, nor repeated, i.e., a great upsurge which must inevitably be followed by a great crisis and a great depression. These ups and downs, these unprecedented ups and downs of a great nation, of a great society, are a mighty revolutionary factor, and the possibility is not at all excluded that the revolutionary development of the United States may proceed at a genuinely American tempo today. The third channel, the colonies. During the war, when the European countries were cut off from the world market, the colonies developed quite energetically in the capitalist direction. This was of no especially great economic significance for the world market. The Indian, Chinese, and Japanese capitalisms do not play in it a decisive or prominent role. But for the revolutionary development of Japan, China, and India, the development of capitalism, its already attained level of development, does play a decisive role. In India, a backward proletariat exists. But how great a role the proletariat can play in such a country with its semi-feudal agrarian relations, this you can gather from all of Russia's modern history. The proletariat will play there a role which will be absolutely incommensurate to the stage of capitalist development, and even to the numerical strength of the workers. For the peasantry of India or China has no other possibility, no other center of concentration than the young proletariat capable of struggle. And so, the colonial struggle is the third important channel of the revolutionary movement. They must not be counterposed to one another, for the movement flows parallel along these 3 channels, and they reciprocally influence one another all the time. And it is impossible to tell in advance when the movement will become sharpened in one or another. But in general, the objective conditions, the automatic elements in history, are working splendidly in our favor. I hope that in life as well as in my speech the subjective factor is not being restrained nor smothered as so many comrades fear, but, on the contrary, that the objectively revolutionary is acting hand in hand with the subjectively revolutionary, and that, both of them together are accomplishing splendid work. A proposal has been made that the Congress refer the theses back to the Commission. It is, of course, necessary for the Commission to go over the theses again, and revise them in the light of the discussion that has taken place here. But nevertheless I ask the Congress to accept our theses in principle as the basis, before they are sent back to the Commission. The Third World Congress. Theses of the Third World Congress on the International Situation and the Tasks of the Comintern. Adopted unanimously at the 16th session, July 4, 1921. The crux of the question. 1. The revolutionary movement at the termination of the imperialist war and after this war is marked by an amplitude unequaled in history. In March 1917 Tsarism is overthrown. In May 1917 a stormy strike struggle erupts in England. In November 1917 the Russian proletariat conquers state power. In November 1918, the downfall of the German and Austro-Hungarian monarchies. The strike movement sweeps over a number of European countries, constantly gaining in scope and intensity in the course of the succeeding year. In March 1919, the Soviet Republic is installed in Hungary. Toward the close of that year, the United States is convulsed by turbulent strikes of steel workers, coal miners, and railway men. In Germany, following the January and March battles of 1919, the movement reaches its apogee shortly after the Cap Mutiny in March 1920. In France, the tensest moment in the internal situation occurs in May 1920. In Italy, the movement of the industrial and rural proletariat grows incessantly, and leads in September 1920 to the seizure of factories, mills, and landlord estates by the workers. In December 1920, proletarian mass strikes take place in Czechoslovakia. In March 1921, the uprising of workers in central Germany, and the coal miners' strike in England. The movement attains its greatest amplitude and highest intensity in those countries which had been involved in the war, and especially in the defeated countries, but it spreads to the neutral countries as well. In Asia and Africa, the movement arouses or reinforces the revolutionary indignation of the multimillion colonial masses. This mighty wave, however, does not succeed in overthrowing world capitalism, not even European capitalism. 2. During the year that elapsed between the Second and Third Congress of the Communist International, a series of working-class uprisings and battles have resulted in partial defeats: the Red Army offensive against Warsaw in August 1920, the movement of the Italian proletariat in September 1920, the uprising of the German workers in March 1921. The first period of the revolutionary movement after the war is characterized by the elemental nature of the onslaught, by the considerable formlessness of its methods and aims, and by the extreme panic of the ruling classes, and it may be regarded by and large as terminated. The class self-confidence of the bourgeoisie and the outward stability of its state organs have undoubtedly become strengthened. The dread of communism has abated, if not completely disappeared. The leaders of the bourgeoisie are now even boasting about the might of their state apparatus and have everywhere assumed the offensive against the working masses, on both the economic and the political fronts. 3. In view of this situation, the Communist International presents to itself and to the entire working class the following questions: to what extent do these new political interrelations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat correspond to the more profound interrelationship of forces between these two contending camps? Is it true that the bourgeoisie is about to restore the social equilibrium which had been upset by the war? Are there grounds for assuming that the epoch of political paroxysms and class battles is being superseded by a new and prolonged epoch of restoration and capitalist growth? Doesn't this necessitate a revision of program or tactics on the part of the Communist International? 2. The war, the speculative prosperity, the crisis, and the countries of Europe. 4. The 2 decades preceding the war were the epoch of an exceptionally powerful capitalist ascension. The periods of prosperity were marked by their intensity and long duration; the periods of depression, of crisis, were marked by their brevity. In general, the curve sloped sharply upwards. The capitalist nations were growing rich. Having tested out the world market through their trusts, cartels, and consortiums, the rulers of the world's destiny took into account that this mad growth of capitalism must run up against the limits of the capitalist world market's capacity, the world market which capitalism itself had created. And they tried to find a way out of this situation by a surgical method. The sanguinary crisis of the World War was intended to supersede an indefinitely long period of economic depression, and it all came to one and the same result, namely, the wholesale destruction of productive forces. The war, however, combined the extremely destructive power of its methods with an unexpectedly lengthy time interval during which these were applied. As a result, the war not only caused the economic destruction of surplus, productive forces, but also weakened, shattered, and undermined the fundamental productive apparatus of Europe. At the same time, it contributed to the mighty capitalist development of the United States and to the feverish rise of Japan. The center of gravity of world economy has shifted from Europe to America. 5. The period of the cessation of the 4 years' slaughter, the period of demobilization and of the transition from the state of war to the state of peace, inevitably accompanied by an economic crisis as a result of the exhaustion and chaos caused by the war, was regarded by the bourgeoisie, and with full justification, as its most dangerous period. And actually, during the 2 post-war years, the belligerent countries became the arena of mighty movements of the proletariat. One of the principal causes enabling the bourgeoisie to nevertheless preserve its ruling position was the economic upswing instead of the seemingly unavoidable crisis which marked the first few months after the war. This upswing lasted approximately 1 year and a half. Industry absorbed nearly all the demobilized workers. Wages, although they could not as a general rule catch up with the cost of living, nevertheless kept rising sufficiently to create the mirage of economic gains. It was precisely this commercial-industrial upswing of 1919-20 which relieved the most acute phase of post-war liquidation, that caused an extraordinary recrudescence of self-confidence among the bourgeoisie and raised the question of the advent of a new epoch of organic capitalist development. Meanwhile, the revival of 1919-20 was not at bottom the beginning of the post-war regeneration of capitalist economy, but a mere prolongation of the artificial state of industry and commerce which had been created by the war. 6. The imperialist war erupted in the period when the commercial-industrial crisis, which even at that time had its origin in America, 1913, began to loom menacingly over Europe. The normal development of the industrial cycle was cut short by the war, which itself became the most powerful economic factor. The war created virtually unlimited markets for the basic branches of industry, completely secure against competition. This reliable and insatiable customer was ever in want of goods. The production of the means of production was replaced by the production of the means of destruction. Primary necessities were devoured at ever higher prices by millions of individuals engaged not in production but in destruction. This process meant ruin. But by virtue of the monstrous contradictions of capitalist economy, this ruin assumed the guise and form of enrichment. The state floated loan after loan, one issue of paper money followed upon another, and the state budgets, which used to carry millions, began carrying billions. Machines and equipment became worn out and were left unrepaired. The land was poorly cultivated. The capital construction work in the cities and on the systems of communication was discontinued. Meanwhile, the number of government bonds, credits, and treasury bills and notes kept growing incessantly. Fictitious capital swelled in proportion as productive capital kept being destroyed. The credit system became transformed from a means of circulating commodities into a means of mobilizing national wealth, including that which is still to be created by future generations, for war purposes. It was precisely because they feared a crisis which might prove catastrophic that the capitalist state continued after the war to follow the same policy as it did during the war, namely, new currency issues, new loans, regulation of prices of primary necessities, guarantee of profits, subsidies for grain and other forms of government subsidies for salaries and wages, plus military censorship and military dictatorship. 7. At the same time, the cessation of hostilities and the resumption of international relations, limited though it was, brought to the fore the demand for all sorts of commodities from all parts of the globe. The war left huge stocks of unexpended products. Enormous sums of money were left concentrated in the hands of dealers and speculators who invested them wherever the greatest profits offered at the moment. Hence the feverish commercial boom, accompanied by an unprecedented rise of prices and fantastic dividends, while none of the basic branches of industry anywhere in Europe approached the pre-war level. 8. At the cost of the further organic dislocation of the economic system, growth of fictitious capital, depreciation of currency, speculation instead of economic rehabilitation, the bourgeois governments in league with the banking consortiums and industrial trusts succeeded in postponing the beginning of the economic crisis till the moment when the political crisis consequent upon demobilization and the first squaring of accounts was already allayed. Having thus obtained an important breathing space, the bourgeoisie imagined that the danger of crisis had been averted for an indefinite time. Supreme optimism reigned. It seemed as if the needs of reconstruction had opened up a lasting epoch of prosperity in industry, in commerce, and especially in speculation. The year 1920 was the year of shattered hopes. manifesting itself first in the field of finances and next in commerce and finally in industry. The crisis began in March 1920 in Japan, in April in the United States. A slight fall of prices had already set in by January. It passed on in April to England, France, and Italy. It reached the neutral countries of Europe, manifested itself in a mitigated form in Germany, and in the second half of 1920 spread throughout the entire capitalist world. 9. Thus the crisis of 1920, and this is the key to the understanding of the world situation, is not a periodic stage of normal industrial cycle but a more profound reaction consequent to the fictitious prosperity during the war and the next two post-war years, prosperity based on ruination and exhaustion. The normal alternation of booms and crises used to occur along the upward curve of industrial development. During the last 7 years, Europe's productive forces have not been rising but falling abruptly. The dislocation of the very foundations of economy has still to make itself felt throughout the entire superstructure. To achieve any kind of internal coordination, Europe's economy must in the course of the next few years shrink and shrivel. The curve of development of the productive forces will drop from the present fictitious heights. Therewith the upswings can be only short-lived and of a speculative character to a large measure. The crises will be hard and lasting. The present crisis in Europe is a crisis of underproduction. It is the reaction of impoverishment against the efforts to produce, to trade and to live on the same capitalist scale as formerly. 10. Economically, the strongest country and the one least damaged by the war in Europe is England. Nevertheless, even with regard to this country, one cannot say that capitalist equilibrium has been restored after the war. True, thanks to her world organization and her position as victor, England has attained certain commercial and financial successes after the war. She has improved her trade balance, and has raised the exchange rate of the pound and has recorded a fictitious surplus in her budget. But in the sphere of industry, England has since the war moved backwards, not forwards. Both the productivity of labor in England and her national income are far below the pre-war levels. The situation of the basic branch of her industry, the coal industry, is getting worse and worse, pulling down all other branches of her economy. The incessant paroxysms caused by strikes are not the cause but the consequence of the decline of English economy. 11. France, Belgium, Italy are irreparably ruined by the war. The attempt to restore the economy of France at the expense of Germany is savage looting, coupled with diplomatic blackmail, and it is being accomplished through the further ruination of Germany, coal, machinery, cattle, gold, without, however, bringing salvation to France. This attempt causes heavy damage to the entire economy of continental Europe. France has gained far less than Germany has lost. Despite the fact that the French peasant have, through superhuman exertions, recovered for agriculture large tracts of the devastated regions, despite the fact that whole branches of industry were greatly developed, chemical industry, war industries, during the war, France is heading for economic ruin. State debts and state expenditures, on militarism, have climbed to insupportable heights. At the close of the last economic upswing, French currency had dropped 60%. The revival of French economy is obstructed by the heavy losses in manpower caused by the war, losses which are especially grave owing to the low birth rate in France. The economies of Italy and Belgium are in much the same position. 12. The illusory character of prosperity is most strikingly evidenced by Germany. While prices increased sevenfold in a year and a half, the country's production has continued to decline sharply. Germany's seemingly triumphant participation in the post-war world market is being paid for at a double price. The squandering of the nation's basic capital, the destruction of her productive transport and credit systems, and the progressive lowering of the living standards of her working class. The profits gained by German exporters represent pure loss from the social-economic standpoint. Under the guise of exports, Germany is being auctioned off at cheap prices. The capitalist masters are securing for themselves an ever-increasing share of the ever-decreasing national wealth. The German workers are becoming the coolies of Europe. 13. As the political pseudo-independence of the small neutral countries rests upon the antagonisms between the great powers, just so do they eke out their economic existence in the interstices of the world market, whose essential nature used to be determined before the war by England, Germany, the United States, and France. During the war, the bourgeoisie of the small neutral European countries made fabulous profits. But the ruination of the belligerent countries of Europe has brought economic disorganization to neutral countries as well. Their debts have increased, their currency exchange has dropped. The crisis deals them blow after blow. 3. The United States, Japan, Soviet Russia, and the colonial countries. 14. The development of the United States during the war is in a certain sense the diametrical opposite of Europe's development. The participation of the United States in the war was in the main that of a quartermaster. The United States did not directly experience the destructive effects of war. The indirect destructive effect on its transport, agriculture, etc., was far weaker than in England, let alone France or Germany. On the other hand, the United States fully exploited the fact that European competition had either been eliminated entirely or had become extremely weak, and developed a number of its most important branches of industry, oil, shipbuilding, automobiles, coal, to heights it had never anticipated. Today, most of the countries of Europe are dependent on America not only for their oil and grain, but also for their coal. While prior to the war America's exports consisted chiefly of agricultural products and raw materials, making up more than 2/3 of the total exports, her main export at present consists of manufactured goods, 60% of her export trade. While America before the war was a debtor country, she is today the world's creditor. Approximately 1/2 of the world's gold reserve is concentrated in the United States, and the gold continues to flow in. The leading role on the world money market has passed from the pound sterling to the dollar. 15. However, American capitalism, too, has lost its equilibrium. America's extraordinary industrial expansion was determined by an exceptional combination of world conditions, namely, the elimination of European competition, and what is most important, the demands of the European war market. If ruined Europe as a competitor of America is unable to regain her pre-war position on the world market even after the war, then, on the other hand, Europe as a market for America can preserve only an insignificant part of her former importance. Meanwhile, United States economy has become an export economy to an incomparably greater extent than prior to the war. Its productive apparatus, superdeveloped during the war, cannot be operated at full capacity for lack of outlets. Individual branches of industry are becoming converted into seasonal industries, operating only part of the year. The crisis in the United States constitutes the beginning of a profound and lasting economic disorganization resulting from the European War. This is the result of the fundamental disruption of the world division of labor. 16. Japan has also exploited the war to improve her position on the world market. Her development, far more limited in scope than the development of the United States, is of a hothouse character in a number of branches of industry. While Japan's productive forces proved adequate for conquering a market depleted of competitors, they proved inadequate for retaining that market in the struggle with the more powerful capitalist countries. Hence the acute crisis which commenced precisely in Japan. 17. The transoceanic countries which export raw materials, including the purely colonial countries, South America, Canada, Australia, China, India, Egypt, and others, have in their turn utilized the rupture of international ties for the development of their native industries. The world crisis has now spread to these countries as well. The development of national industries in these countries is in its turn becoming a source of new commercial difficulties for England and for Europe as a whole. 18. In the sphere of production, commerce, and credit, and moreover not merely in Europe but on a world scale, there is, in consequence, no ground whatever to speak of any restoration of a stable equilibrium after the war. Europe continues to decline economically, and the destruction of the foundations of European economy is still to make itself felt in the next few years. The world market is disorganized. Europe needs American products, but has nothing to offer in return. Europe suffers from anemia, America from plethora. The gold standard has been overthrown. The depreciated currencies of European countries, reaching in some cases 99%, presents almost insurmountable obstacles to the world exchange of commodities. The incessant, sharp fluctuations of the rate of exchange have converted capitalist economy into an orgy of speculation. The world market remains without a universal equivalent. The restoration of the gold standard in Europe cannot be achieved except by an increase in exports and a decrease in imports. But this is just what ruined Europe is in no condition to do. America, in her turn, defends herself against the artificial European exports, dumping, by raising her tariff. Europe continues to remain a madhouse. Most of the states have passed prohibitive measures relating to the import and export of certain commodities and have multiplied their custom duties. England has introduced prohibitive custom duties. German exports as well as the entire economic life of Germany are at the mercy of a gang of Entente speculators, especially Parisian speculators. The former territories of Austria-Hungary are now crisscrossed by a dozen custom borders. The net of Versailles gets more and more tangled from every side. The exclusion of Soviet Russia from the world market as a consumer of manufactured goods and as a supplier of raw materials has contributed in a very high degree to the disruption of economic equilibrium. 19. The reappearance of Russia on the world market cannot produce any appreciable changes in it in the period immediately ahead. The capitalist organism of Russia has always been, with regard to the means of production, completely dependent on world industry, and this dependence, particularly with regard to the Entente countries, became still further intensified during the war when Russia's industry was almost completely mobilized for war purposes. The blockade has at a single stroke cut off all these vital ties. It was entirely out of the question for this exhausted and utterly ruined country to organize during the 3 years of incessant civil war a number of new branches of industry, without which the old branches faced inevitable ruin through the wear and tear of their basic inventory. In addition to this, hundreds of thousands of the best proletarian elements, comprising a large number of the most highly skilled workers, had to be drawn into the Red Army. Under these historical conditions, surrounded by the iron ring of blockade, carrying on incessant warfare, suffering from the terrible heritage of ruin, no other regime could have maintained the country's economic life and created a centralized administration. But it is undeniable that the struggle against world imperialism was carried on at the cost of the further deterioration of the productive forces in many of the basic branches of the economy. Only now, with the relaxation of the blockade, and with the establishment of sounder transitional forms in the interrelations between the city and the country, has the Soviet power received the opportunity of exercising a gradual and unwavering centralized direction of the country's economic revival. 4. The aggravation of social contradictions. 20. The war which brought about the destruction of productive forces on a scale unequaled in history has not brought the process of social differentiation to a standstill. On the contrary, the proletarianization of broad intermediate classes, including the new middle estate, employees, functionaries, and so on, and the concentration of property in the hands of tiny cliques, trusts, consortiums, and so on, have for the last 7 years made monstrous progress in the countries that have suffered the most from the war. The Stinnes question has become the main question of the economic life of Germany. The soaring of prices on all commodities, coincident with the catastrophic depreciation of currency in all the belligerent European countries, signified in and of itself a redistribution of the national income to the detriment of the working class, the functionaries, the employees, the small rentiers, and generally all categories with a more or less fixed income. Thus, while in relation to her material resources Europe has been thrown back for a number of decades, the process of the aggravation of social contradictions has not only not retrogressed or been suspended but has, on the contrary, acquired an exceptional acuteness. This cardinal fact is of itself sufficient to dispel all hopes of a lasting and peaceful development under the forms of democracy, the progressive differentiation, Stinnesation, on the one side, and on the other, proletarianization and pauperization on the basis of economic decline, predetermine the intense, convulsive, and fierce character of the class struggle. In this connection, the present crisis is merely continuing the work of the war and of the post-war speculative boom. 21. The rise of prices in agricultural products, while creating an illusion that there has been a general enrichment of the village, has in reality increased the welfare of the rich peasants. The peasants have indeed succeeded in paying off their debts with cheap paper currency, debts which they had contracted when currency was at par. But husbandry does not consist solely of paying off mortgages. Despite the enormous increases in land prices, despite the unscrupulous abuse of the monopoly of primary necessities, despite the enrichment of big landowners and village kulaks, the decline of Europe's agriculture remains self-evident. We witness in many places a reversion to more extensive forms of agriculture, the conversion of arable lands into pastures, the slaughter of cattle, three-field farming. This decline was also caused by the scarcity of labor, the depletion of herds, the lack of artificial fertilizers, the dearness of manufactured goods, and in Central and Eastern Europe also by the deliberate curtailment of agricultural production, which came as a reaction to the attempts made by the state to seize control of agricultural products. The large, and partly also the middle peasants, are creating strong political and economic organizations to protect themselves against the burdens of reconstruction, and they are trying to take advantage of the bourgeoisie's difficult position to extort from the state tariff and taxation measures beneficial only to the peasantry as the price of their support against the proletariat. All this hampers capitalist revival. A split arises between the urban and the rural bourgeoisie, which impairs the strength of the bourgeois state. Coincident with this, large sections of the poor peasantry are becoming proletarianized, the village is becoming a breeding place of discontent, the class consciousness of the rural proletariat is growing stronger. On the other hand, the universal impoverishment of Europe, rendering her incapable of purchasing the necessary quantities of American grain, has led to a heavy crisis in farming across the ocean. We are observing the ruination of peasants and small farmers not only in Europe but also in the United States, Canada, Argentina, Australia, South Africa. 22. The position of government and private employees has, owing to the fall in the purchasing power of money, worsened as a rule much more sharply than the position of the proletariat. Torn out of their former stable conditions of existence, the middle and lower functionaries are becoming factors of political unrest which undermine the stability of the state apparatus they serve. The new middle estate, which, according to the reformists, represented the bulwark of conservatism, tends, in the transitional epoch, to become a rather revolutionary factor. 23. Capitalist Europe has completely lost her dominant economic position in the world. Yet her relative class equilibrium had rested wholly on this world rule. All the efforts of European countries, England and partly France, to restore former conditions only tend to intensify the instability and chaos. 24. While in Europe the concentration of property is taking place on the soil of ruin, in the United States the growth of concentration and the growth of class contradiction have reached their peak on the basis of feverish capitalist enrichment. The sharp fluctuations in the conjuncture, resulting from the general instability of the world market, impart to the class struggle on American soil an extremely intense and revolutionary character. The period of upswing unprecedented in the history of capitalism is bound to be followed by an extraordinary upswing of the revolutionary struggle. 25. The emigration of workers and peasants across the ocean has always served as a safety valve to the capitalist regime in Europe, and it invariably increased during the epochs of prolonged depressions or after the defeats of revolutionary movements. At the present time, America and Australia are putting ever greater obstacles in the way of émigrés from Europe. The safety valve of emigration has been shut off. 26. The vigorous development of capitalism in the Orient, especially in India and China, has created their new social foundations for the revolutionary struggle. The bourgeoisie of these countries, its capitalist core, has become even more intimately tied to foreign capital and thus constitutes an essential instrument of foreign domination. Its struggle against foreign imperialism, the struggle of a weaker competitor, is by its very nature only half-hearted and semi-fictitious. The development of the native proletariat paralyzes the revolutionary nationalist tendencies of the colonial bourgeoisie. But concurrently, in the person of the conscious communist vanguard, the multimillion peasant masses obtain a genuinely revolutionary leadership. The combination of military national oppression of foreign imperialism, of the capitalist exploitation by foreign and native bourgeoisies, and the survivals of feudal bondage are creating favorable conditions in which the young colonial proletariat is bound to develop swiftly and take its place at the head of the vast revolutionary movement of the peasant masses. The revolutionary people's movement in India and in other colonies is today as much an integral part of the world revolution of the toilers as is the uprising of the proletariat in the capitalist countries of the Old and the New Worlds. V. International Relations. 27. The general state of world economy, above all the decline of Europe, predetermines a period of the gravest economic hardships, convulsions, crises of a general and partial character, and so on. International relations, as they have emerged from the war and from the Versailles Peace, are rendering the situation even more hopeless. While imperialism was engendered by the needs of the productive forces to eradicate the framework of national states and to convert Europe and the rest of the world into one economic territory, the result of the dog fight between the hostile imperialist powers was to pile up in Central and Eastern Europe a whole number of new boundaries, new custom barriers, and new armies. In the state economic sense, Europe has been thrown back to medievalism. The soil which has been exhausted and ruined is now being called upon to sustain an army 1.5 times as large as that of 1914, that is, in the heyday of armed peace. 28. The policy of France, who today dominates the European continent, falls into two parts. First, the blind rage of a usurer ready to strangle his insolvent debtor, and second, the greediness of predatory heavy industry which is, with the aid of the Saar, Ruhr and Upper Silesian coal basins, seeking to create conditions for industrial imperialism to supersede bankrupt financial imperialism. But these efforts run counter to the interests of England. The latter's task is to keep German coal away from French shore, the coupling of which is one of the most indispensable conditions for the regeneration of Europe. 29. The British Empire is today at the peak of its power. It has retained all its old dominions and has acquired new ones. But it is precisely the present moment that reveals that England's dominant world position stands in contradiction to her actual economic decline. Germany, with her capitalism incomparably more progressive in respect to technology and organization, has been crushed. 30. The antagonism between Japan and the United States, temporarily veiled by their joint participation in the war against Germany, is today openly developing its tendencies. As a result of the war, Japan has come closer to American shores, taking possession of islands in the Pacific which are of great strategical importance. The crisis of Japanese industry, following its rapid expansion, has again aggravated the problem of emigration. Thickly populated and poor in natural resources, Japan is compelled to export either goods or human beings. In either case, she collides with the United States, in California, in China, and on the little island of Yap. More than half of her budget is being spent by Japan on her army and navy. In the struggle between England and America, Japan has in store for her the same role on the sea as that played by France on land during the war with Germany. While Japan is today profiting from the antagonism between Great Britain and America, the final struggle between these two titans for world domination will be fought out primarily on Japan's spine. 31. The last Great War was, in its origin, its immediate causes, and in its principal participants, a European war. The axis of the struggle was the antagonism between England and Germany. The intervention of the United States extended the framework of the struggle, but it did not divert it from its fundamental course. The European conflict was settled by the resources of the whole world. The war, which in its own way settled the contest between England and Germany and to that extent also the conflict between the United States and Germany, not only failed to solve the question of interrelations between the United States and England but has, for the first time, posed it in its full scope as the basic question of world politics. Just as it posed the question of interrelations between the United States and Japan as one of the second order. Thus, the last war was a European prelude to a genuine world war, which is to solve the question of who will exercise the rule of imperialist autocracy. 32. But this constitutes only one of the axes of world politics. There is yet another axis. The Russian-Soviet Federation and the Third International were born as a result of the last war. The combined forces of the world revolution are arrayed wholly against all the imperialist combinations. Whether the alliance between England and France is going to be maintained or broken is, from the standpoint of the interests of the proletariat and of securing peace, worth just as little as the renewal or the non-renewal of the Anglo-Japanese alliance, as the entry or the non-entry of the United States into the League of Nations. The proletariat can in no case see a guarantee of peace in the transient, predatory and perfidious combination of capitalist powers, whose policy turns to an ever-increasing extent around the antagonism between England and America, fostering that antagonism and preparing a new sanguinary explosion. The conclusion of peace treaties and trade agreements by certain capitalist countries with Soviet Russia does not at all mean that the world bourgeoisie has renounced the idea of destroying the Soviet Republic. We have here only a change, perhaps a temporary one, of forms and methods of struggle. The Japanese coup in the Far East may perhaps serve as an introduction to a new phase of armed intervention. It is absolutely self-evident that the more protracted the world proletarian revolutionary movement is in its character, the more inevitably will the bourgeoisie be impelled by the contradictions of the world economic and political situation to engage in another bloody denouement on a world scale. This would signify that the task of restoring capitalist equilibrium after the new war would have for its basis conditions of economic havoc and cultural savagery in comparison with which the present state of Europe might be regarded as the height of well-being. 33. Despite the fact that the experience of the last war has furnished fearsome proof that war is a miscalculation, a truth which exhausts all of bourgeois and socialist pacifism, the process of economic, political, ideological and technical preparation for a new war is going on at full speed throughout the capitalist world. Humanitarian and anti-revolutionary pacifism has become an auxiliary force of militarism. The social democrats of every variety and the Amsterdam trade unionists, who are trying to instill into the world proletariat the idea that the workers ought to adjust themselves to those economic and international state norms that have arisen as a result of the war, are thereby rendering the imperialist bourgeoisie irreplaceable services in the matter of preparing a new slaughter which threatens to completely destroy civilization by force of arms. But in the person of the United States, which economically subjected both Americas, there has now risen a triumphant rival, even more menacing than Germany. Thanks to its superior organization and technology, the productivity of labor in U.S. industry is far above that of England. Within the territories of the United States, 65 to 70% of the world's petroleum is being produced, upon which depends the automobile industry, tractor production, the Navy, and the air fleet. England's age-long monopoly in the coal market has been completely undermined. America has taken first place. Her exports to Europe are increasing ominously. In the field of the merchant marine, America has almost caught up with England. The United States is no longer content to put up with England's world transoceanic cable monopoly. In the field of industry, Great Britain has gone over to the defensive, and under the pretext of combating unwholesome German competition is now arming herself with protectionist measures against the United States. Finally, while England's navy, comprising a large number of outdated units, has come to a standstill in its development, the Harding administration has taken over from Wilson's administration the program of naval construction intended to secure the preponderance of the American flag on the high seas within the next 2 or 3 years. The situation is such that either England will be automatically pushed back and, despite her victory over Germany, become a second-rate power, or she will be constrained in the near future to stake in mortal combat with the United States her entire power gained in former years. That is just the reason why England is maintaining her alliance with Japan and is making concessions to France in order to secure the latter's assistance, or at least neutrality. The growth of the international role of the latter country, within the confines of the European continent, during the last year has been caused not by a strengthening of France, but by the international weakening of England. Germany's capitulation in May on the question of indemnities signifies, however, a temporary victory for England and is the warranty of the further economic disintegration of Central Europe, without at all excluding the occupation of the Ruhr and Upper Silesian basins by France in the immediate future struggle. Then the former, the bourgeoisie, would undeniably in the final analysis establish a new capitalist equilibrium, one based on material and spiritual degeneration, by means of new crises, new wars, progressive pauperization of entire countries, and the steady dying out of millions of toilers. But the present state of the world proletariat furnishes the least justification for a prognosis of this kind. 35. The elements of stability, of conservatism and of tradition, completely upset in social relations, have lost most of their authority over the consciousness of the toiling masses. While the social democracy and the trade unions still continue in most cases to exercise an influence over a considerable section of the proletariat, thanks to the organizational machines they have inherited from the past, this influence is, in its turn, completely bereft of stability. The war has modified in the extreme not only the moods of the proletariat but also the very composition, and these modifications are utterly incompatible with the organizational gradualism of the pre-war days. Among the summits of the proletariat in most countries, the formal ruling position is still held by the labor bureaucracy, whose numbers have greatly swollen, whose ranks remain tightly knit, whose own habits and methods of domination are being constantly elaborated, and who are tied by thousands of threads to the institutions and organs of the capitalist state. Then comes the section of workers who are more favorably situated in industry, who occupy or look forward to occupying some administrative post, and who constitute the most reliable support of the labor bureaucracy. And next is the older generation of social democrats and trade unionists, skilled workers in the main who have become attached to the organizations through decades of struggle and cannot make up their minds to break with them, despite all the sellouts and betrayals. In many industries, however, skilled workers have become intermixed with the unskilled laborers, predominantly women. There are millions of workers who have directly passed through the school of war, who have become accustomed to handling weapons, and who are now for the most part prepared to turn these weapons against the class enemy, but only provided the indispensable conditions for success obtain, namely, serious preparation and a firm leadership. Millions of new workers, particularly women workers, drawn into industry during the war, have brought with them into the proletariat not only their petty bourgeois prejudices but also their impatient aspirations for better conditions of life. Millions of young working men and women who have grown up amid the tempests of war and revolution are the most receptive to the ideas of communism and are burning with the desire to act. Finally, there is the gigantic army of unemployed, for the most part déclassés and semi-déclassés elements, whose ebbs and flows illustrate most strikingly the process of capitalist economic disintegration and who represent a constant menace to bourgeois law and order. All these layers of the proletariat, so diverse in origin and character, have been and are being drawn into the post-war movement neither simultaneously nor homogeneously. Hence the fluctuations, the flows and ebbs, the offensives and retreats in the revolutionary struggle. But the overwhelming majority of the proletarian masses is being rapidly welded together by the shattering of old illusions, by the terrible uncertainty of existence, by the autocratic domination of the trusts, by the bandit methods of the militarized state. This multimillion-headed mass is seeking a firm and lucid leadership, a clear-cut program of action, and thus creates the premises for the decisive role which the closely welded and centralized Communist Party is destined to play. 36. The position of the working class has perceptibly worsened during the war. Certain groups of workers have prospered. Families in which several members could hold war jobs in factories succeeded in maintaining and even improving their living standards. But on the whole, wages could not keep up with the soaring cost of living. In Central Europe, the proletariat has been doomed to ever greater privations since the war. In the Allied continental countries, the decline of living standards has been less abrupt, until recently. In England, in the last period of the war, the proletariat, by means of an energetic struggle, had arrested the process of lowering the living standards. In the United States, some layers of the working class have improved their position, others retained their former levels, while still others had their living standards lowered. The crisis has descended upon the world proletariat with terrific force. Wage cuts have exceeded the fall in prices. The number of unemployed or semi-employed has reached dimensions unprecedented in capitalist history. The sharp fluctuations in personal living conditions not only produce extremely negative effects on the productivity of labor but also act to exclude the possibility of restoring class equilibrium in the basic sphere, that of production. The instability of living conditions, which mirrors the universal instability of national and world economic conditions, is today one of the most important factors of revolutionary development. 6. Perspectives and tasks. 37. The war was not directly terminated in the proletarian revolution. The bourgeoisie has with some justification recorded this fact as a major victory for itself. Only petty bourgeois blockheads can construe the bankruptcy of the program of the Communist International from the fact that the European proletariat did not overthrow the bourgeoisie during the war or immediately after it. That the Communist International bases its policy on the proletarian revolution does not at all mean either dogmatically fixing any definite date for the revolution or issuing any pledges to bring it about mechanically at a set time. The revolution was and remains a struggle of living forces waged upon given historical foundations. The worldwide disruption of capitalist equilibrium by the war creates conditions favorable to the basic force of the revolution, which is the proletariat. All the efforts of the Communist International were, and remain, directed toward taking full advantage of this situation. The differences between the Communist International and the Social Democrats of both groups do not arise from our alleged attempt to force the revolution on a fixed date, whereas they are opposed to utopianism and putschism. The difference lies in this, that the Social Democrats obstruct the actual development of the revolution by rendering, whether as members of the administration or as members of the opposition, all possible assistance in restoring the equilibrium of the bourgeois state. Whereas the Communists are exploiting every means, every method, every possibility for the purpose of overthrowing and abolishing the bourgeois state through the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the course of the 2.5 years that have elapsed since the war, the proletariat of various countries has exhibited so much energy, such readiness for struggle, such a spirit of self-sacrifice as would have more than sufficed to bring victory to the revolution, provided there had been at the head of the working class an international communist party strong, centralized and ready for action. But during the war and immediately thereafter, by force of historic circumstances, there stood at the head of the European proletariat the organization of the Second International, which has become, and which remains, an invaluable political weapon in the hands of the bourgeoisie. 38. In Germany at the end of 1918 and at the beginning of 1919, the power was actually in the hands of the working class. The Social Democrats, the majority faction, the independents, and the trade unions alike, used their whole apparatus and all their traditional influence for the purpose of returning this power into the hands of the bourgeoisie. In Italy, the stormy revolutionary movement of the proletariat has for 1.5 years kept swirling over the country, and it was only thanks to the petty bourgeois impotence of the Socialist Party, to the treacherous policy of its parliamentary fraction, to the cowardly opportunism of the trade union organizations, that the bourgeoisie found itself enabled to repair its apparatus, to mobilize its white guards and to assume the offensive against the proletariat, which had thus been temporarily disheartened by the bankruptcy of its old leading organs. The mighty strike movement in England was shattered again and again during the last year by the ruthless application of military force, which intimidated the trade union leaders. Had these leaders remained faithful to the cause of the working class, the machinery of the trade unions, despite all of its defects, could have been used for revolutionary battles. The recent crisis of the Triple Alliance furnished the possibility of a revolutionary collision with the bourgeoisie, but this was frustrated by the conservatism, cowardice, and treachery of the trade union leaders. Were the machinery of the English trade unions to develop today half the amount of energy in the interests of socialism it has been expending in the interests of capitalism, the English proletariat could conquer power with a minimum of sacrifice and could start a systematic reconstruction of the country's economic system. The same applies in a greater or lesser degree to all other capitalist countries. 39. It is absolutely incontestable that on a world scale the open revolutionary struggle of the proletariat for power is at present passing through a stoppage, a slowing down in tempo. But in the very nature of things, it was impossible to expect that the revolutionary offensive after the war, insofar as it failed to result in an immediate victory, should go on developing uninterruptedly along an upward curve. Political evolution, too, has cycles of its own, its ups and downs. The enemy does not remain passive, but keeps. If the offensive of the proletariat is not crowned by victory, the bourgeoisie seizes the very first opportunity for a counteroffensive. The loss by the proletariat of some of its easily won positions produces a temporary depression in its ranks. But it remains equally incontestable that in our epoch the curve of capitalist development as a whole is constantly moving, through temporary upswings, downwards, while the curve of the revolution, through all its fluctuations, is constantly moving upwards. Since the restoration of capitalism presupposes a great intensification of exploitation, the annihilation of millions of lives, the degradation of other millions below subsistence levels, and the perpetual insecurity of the proletariat, it follows that the workers will be driven again and again to engage in strikes and to rise in revolt. Under this oppression and pressure, and in the course of these battles, the will of the masses to abolish the capitalist system will grow and become tempered. 40. The fundamental task of the Communist Party in the current crisis is to lead the present defensive struggles of the proletariat, to extend their scope, to deepen them, to unify them, and in harmony with the march of events, to transform them into decisive political struggles for the ultimate goal. But should the tempo of development slacken, and the current commercial-industrial crisis be superseded by a period of prosperity in a greater or lesser number of countries, this would in no case signify the beginning of an organic epoch. So long as capitalism exists, cyclical oscillations are inevitable. These will accompany capitalism in its death agony, just as they accompanied it in its youth and maturity. In case the proletariat should be forced to retire under the onslaught of capitalism in the course of the present crisis, it will immediately resume the offensive as soon as an amelioration in the conjuncture sets in. Its economic offensive, which would in that case inevitably be carried on under the slogan of revenge for all the deceptions of the war period and for all the plunder and abuses of the crisis, will tend to turn into an open civil war, just as the present defensive struggle does. 41. Whether the revolutionary movement develops in the next period at a swift or slow tempo, the Communist Party must in either case remain the party of action. It stands at the head of the struggling masses. It firmly and clearly formulates its fighting slogans, exposing and sweeping aside all the equivocal slogans of the social democracy which are always based on compromise and coalitionism. Whatever the shifts in the course of the struggle, the Communist Party always strives to consolidate organizationally new bases of support, trains the masses in active maneuvering, arms them with new methods and practices, designed for direct and open clashes with the enemy forces. Utilizing every breathing spell in order to assimilate the experience of the preceding phase of the struggle, the Communist Party seeks to deepen and extend the class conflicts, to coordinate them nationally and internationally by unity of goal and unity of practical action, and in this way, at the head of the proletariat, shatter all resistance on the road to its dictatorship and the socialist revolution. The Third World Congress. Speech on the Italian Question. At the Third Congress of the Communist International, 9th Session, June 29, 1921. Comrades, I shall not dwell on the past of the Italian Socialist Party. Enough has already been said on this subject. The key question is the crisis of last September which has produced the present state of affairs. Even a cursory review of the political situation leaves one with the impression and even the conviction that the orientation of the Italian proletariat in the years following the war was purely revolutionary. Everything written in Avanti and everything uttered by the spokesman of the Socialist Party was taken by the masses as a summons to the proletarian revolution. And this propaganda struck a responsive chord in the hearts of the working class, awakened their will and called forth the September events. Were one to judge the party from the political standpoint, one would have to conclude, for this is the only possible explanation, that the ISP verbally conducted a revolutionary policy, without ever taking into account any of its consequences. Everybody knows that during the September events no other organization so lost its head and became so paralyzed by fear as the ISP, which had itself paved the way for these events. Now these facts are proof that the Italian organization, and we should not forget that the party is not only ideas, a goal and a program, but also an apparatus, an organization. This Italian organization could have secured victory by unswerving activity. September was the month of the great crisis for the proletariat and for the ISP. What were the consequences of these events for the proletariat? It is very hard to estimate this, in view of the fact that a class which breaks with its party loses immediately its sense of orientation. And the party, what conclusions has it drawn from this experience? For 3 years following the war, each and every comrade who arrived from Italy would tell us, "We have everything ready for the revolution." The whole world knew that Italy was on the eve of the revolution. When the revolution broke out, the party proved bankrupt. What then were the lessons of these events? What was done? We've been told. We were unprepared because our organization was composed of elements which were manifestly incompatible and which acted to paralyze each oathii. To create certain conditions, insofar as this depends on our will, one must have the will to create them. This, Comrade Lazari, is the crux of the matter. One must have the will to revolutionary victory. Only if such will exist can one then engage in discussion and undertake to analyze, because strategy is indispensable. Because it is impossible to gain victory by means of a powerful will alone. Strategy is indispensable, but most indispensable is the will to revolution and to its victory. Turati and his friends are in this sense honest, because they declare daily, openly and repeatedly that they do not want the revolution. They do not want it, and yet they remain members of the Socialist Party, even its prominent members. You have lived through September. But what course did you pursue after this tragic month? You have moved further to the right. In your new parliamentary fraction, the reformists, that is, people who don't want the revolution, constitute the majority. Your central organ Avanti has turned the helm sharply to the right. This is the present state of affairs. It is impermissible to boast about one's past when the present situation is so clear and unmistakable. Between lip service to the revolution and the cruel demands of the revolutionary situation there is a contradiction which became manifest among you in September. Out of this contradiction flows one of two things: either you will renounce that portion of your past which was revolutionary only in its lip service, in other words, you will break with the reformists who hinder revolutionary action, or you must say, "Since we didn't want the September events, we must likewise reject the methods that called them forth." Turati will not hesitate to make use of the lessons of September. He is shrewd enough to single out the obvious contradictions which flow therefrom. So far as you, your party and your central committee are concerned, you are only adding to the lack of clarity which prepared and which predetermined in advance the failure of the September events, and which has produced the ISP's shift to the right. Sarati was in favor of preserving a maximum concentration of forces. He wanted to keep the communists, the centrists, and the reformists together within a single party. In some specific instances, this idea of concentration of forces might be justified by a hope of preserving the maximum of revolutionary forces in the party. He wanted to do this, he wanted to unite these three groups in order to be able later to say, "Here are the genuine bulwarks of our party. Whatever and whoever stands outside our ranks is hostile to us." You have gone through one of the bitterest, clearest, and most tragic experiences. And only afterwards did this idea of concentration, which is somewhat abstract in and by itself, take on a definite political form. This idea became utterly reformist and not centrist, because the party's development has now definitely swung to the right. Trotsky has declared, "In September the proletariat was not yet mature enough." Yes, it was not mature. But have you explained to the proletariat why the party was not mature? Did you say to the proletariat, "Yes, Trotsky is correct in this sense, that you, Italian workers, were not mature enough to cleanse your party, before engaging in decisive action, of all those elements who paralyze the party's work"? Trotsky is correct in this sense, that the Italian proletariat by its failure to expel him from its ranks has thereby demonstrated that it was not mature enough for the decisive September actions. What is the present situation of the Italian proletariat? I am certain that it has become much more cautious after it was involuntarily betrayed by the party in which it had completely confided. Comrade Lazari tends to interpret such expressions in a moral and personal sense. He said, "We are accused of treachery, but what did we get for it? It is not a question of individual or venal treachery. It is a question of the bankruptcy of the party. And in political terms this is nothing else but a betrayal of the interests of the proletariat." I ask myself, what can the Italian proletariat possibly think? The party surely stands terribly discredited in its eyes. A new party has risen, the Communist Party. We are certain that it will continue to grow even were it to remain in the future as isolated as it is today. This party turns to the proletariat and offers it its revolutionary communist program. Aren't you afraid that the Italian proletarians will say after listening to you, "But we've heard this melody before, we've already been duped in September"? This is the whole gist of the extremely difficult situation that you have created in Italy for a period which, let us hope, will be a brief one. The young Italian party must through energetic and audacious work conquer anew a genuine revolutionary reputation which is indispensable not only for parliamentary activity, which is something else again, but also for a new assault against the capitalist society. It is necessary to conquer anew the revolutionary reputation which the party has squandered through its activities, or better said, through its inactivity in September. You tell us that the followers of Trotsky submit to party discipline. Oh yes, the speakers were absolutely right who said that a plea had been delivered here in Trotsky's defense. It was a plea that was constructed in accordance with all the rules of juridical defense. What is the meaning of party discipline? There is formal discipline, and there is real discipline. It seems to me that there is a difference whether I act in a certain way because circumstances leave me no choice or whether I act of my own free will. We submit to the discipline of the capitalist state. We submit to capitalist legality. But how? Only to the extent to which we are compelled to do so. But at the same time we laugh at bourgeois legality, we create underground organs to circumvent such legality, and we utilize every avenue to break through bourgeois legality or to extend its framework. And what is Trotsky's attitude to your discipline? It's exactly the same attitude, Comrade Lazari. He submits to your discipline as we submit to bourgeois legality. He creates his own illegal organizations, his own faction in your party. He carries on negotiations with the government, naturally on the sly and illegally. He does everything to extend and to break through the framework of this discipline, and over and above this, he mocks your discipline in his speeches and in his newspaper. He is therefore our conscious and methodical enemy, just as we are the enemies of bourgeois society and its legality. This is the true state of affairs. You say, "But Trotsky hasn't given us any real grounds for expulsion. We haven't got enough facts." Yes, it can be flatly stated that even if we continue to wait indefinitely we shall still lack these facts inasmuch as Trotsky knows excellently just what he wants. Trotsky is no run-of-the-mill careerist, eager to become a minister in a capitalist government. Insofar as I can make him out, he has a policy of his own which he values highly and which he wants to carry through. He is not chasing after a ministerial portfolio. I can clearly visualize an interview between Trotsky and Giolitti. Giolitti says to him, "Here is a portfolio that belongs to you." But Trotsky replies, Haven't you listened, my dear colleague, to the speeches of Lazari? The instant I accept this portfolio, I shall supply him with very convenient data which he will not hesitate to use. I will be expelled from the party, and once expelled I shall lose all political importance so far as you and the preservation of the capitalist state are concerned. Since what is at issue is not so much the installation of one more socialist minister but the support of democracy, i.e., the support of capitalist society, I cannot accept your portfolio, for I do not intend to play into the hands of my severe colleague Lazari. In the interests of bourgeois society, let us leave things as they are. You say, aren't we paying too much attention to Trotsky, his speeches, his books, his prefaces? Isn't this rather an isolated incident? It is a quantité négligeable. If that is the case, if so far as you are concerned all that's involved is a loss of one or more individuals, the loss of a quantité négligeable, then why are you so upset? Let us imagine, dear comrades from Italy, that while we are discussing here Giolitti rings up Trotsky on the telephone to inquire, can it be that Lazari left for Moscow to assume some obligations there? And Trotsky answers, no, no! This is purely an isolated incident. As you know, capitalist society holds to the principle of division of labor, and by breaking with the Communist International for the sake of safeguarding Trotsky, you are doing a great service to this society. You say that you are becoming more and more enthusiastic about the Russian Communist Party and about Soviet Russia. Permit me in this connection to speak quite freely, not only for the benefit of all the Italian comrades but for the benefit of all parties. When it comes to talking about us, it happens all too frequently that a very delicate tone is employed, as if to avoid picking a quarrel with us. As all of you know, our situation is an extremely difficult one. You were present on the Red Square, and you have seen not only our soldiers and our armed communists who are ready to come to the defense of the Third International, you've also seen our youth, our children, most of whom go around barefoot and undernourished. On visiting our factories, each of you will see our economic and material poverty which beggars description. Whoever arrives in Russia with the hope of finding a communist paradise here will be cruelly disappointed. Whoever comes here with the aim of gathering impressions for eulogizing Russia is not a genuine communist. But whoever comes here in order to collect facts pertaining to our poverty in order to employ them as an argument against communism is an open enemy of ours. And here, comrades, is what Trotsky, a member of your party, has to say about Russia. The Russians have invented the Soviets and the Communist International for their own profit and to further their own national interests. This is what he told the Italian worker who was dragooned into the war to defend fictitious national interests, and who was duped like all the others. Today another bogey is being dangled before him, a national bogey. Today Soviet Russia, mind you, is seeking to further her own national interests through the medium of the Communist International. If you go through the German press for the period of the March events, you will find there the selfsame thought expressed about the position of the Soviet power. It says there that the Soviets found themselves terribly discredited at the time, and in order to save herself, Soviet Russia issued, through the Communist International, a command to launch revolutionary action in Germany. Today our perfidious and wily enemies are spreading a legend, one of whose most fervent disseminators is your Trotsky, a legend to the effect that to bolster up our domestic situation we are demanding of all other parties that they engage in revolutionary actions, which have no connection whatsoever with the political and social development of the respective countries. If we permit people who propagandize such ideas to remain much longer in our international, we can very well create a very difficult situation for the international. Yes, comrades, we have erected in our country the bulwark of the world revolution. Our country is still very backward, still very barbaric. It unfolds before you a panorama of unheard, of poverty. But we are defending this bulwark of the world revolution since at the given moment there is no other in the world. When another stronghold is erected in France or in Germany, then the one in Russia will lose 9/10 of its significance, and we shall then go to you in Europe to defend this other and more important stronghold. Finally, comrades, It is sheer absurdity to believe that we deem this Russian stronghold of the revolution to be the center of the world. It is absurd even to claim that we believe it is our right to demand of you to make a revolution in Germany or France or Italy, whenever this is required by our domestic policy. Were we capable of such perfidy, then all of us would deserve to be put against a wall and shot, one by one. Comrade Lazari, how can we remain in the same international with Turati, who is a member of your party and who calls our international a fantastic international? These are his very words. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg are dead, but for this international they remain eternally alive. How can we combine within the cadres of our international Karl Liebknecht, Rosa Luxemburg and Turati? Turati says that our organization is fantastic. And just think of it, even yesterday he himself was still a member of it. Well, that really is a fantastic episode in the life of the Third International. The Third World Congress. Speech on Comrade Roddick's report on Tactics of the Comintern. At the Third Congress, 14th Session, July 2, 1921. First, a brief formal comment. Comrade Thalmann, whose passionate speech we just heard, has complained that he was not allowed to take the floor after me. But, after all, the order in which speakers take the floor is determined by the speakers' list. Comrade Thalmann also said that he is a very disciplined comrade. As such, he ought to have accepted the discipline imposed by a speaker's list, instead of complaining about such an objective fact. Comrade Thalmann is likewise dissatisfied, once again unjustifiably, with Comrade Lenin, who is quoted as having allegedly said that, "We are here proposing our theses on tactics, and the other delegations have no right to present any amendments." This was not what Comrade Lenin meant, and Comrade Thalmann's standpoint in this connection is absolutely false. Lenin said, "The theses we propose are not a product of the Russian delegation, nor were they elaborated in some quiet office in the course of an hour or so. Comrade Thalmann can make the necessary inquiries among the members of his own delegation, from whom he will learn that we held lengthy, exhaustive, and at times vehement negotiations and discussions over the theses, in which the members of the German delegation also participated and introduced their proposals, and that mutual concessions were made. And our theses are the result of this rather laborious process. Those of us who participated in elaborating them do not claim that they were approved by all the parties, groups, and tendencies, but we do maintain that in our opinion the theses constitute a compromise, a concession to the leftist tendency. I shall presently try to analyze more closely just what the term, leftist tendency, signifies here. Right now I want only to underscore that we view these theses as a maximum concession to a tendency represented here by many comrades, including Comrade Thalmann. Comrades! Many delegates have privately expressed to me their impatience that so much of our time is being taken up by the German delegation to discuss its internal affairs. The impatience of these comrades is unwarranted, in my opinion. The main issue under discussion is the March action. Naturally, it is human, all too human for personal questions, personal antagonisms and emotions to become involved in such a purely political question. True, some comrades have needlessly sharpened the personal and emotional aspect of the question, as, for example, Comrade Heckert did, whose speech was otherwise very interesting. But I think that we must single out here the essence of the question, and this essence, which is the main issue, is not a purely German issue but an international issue par excellence. In relation to Russia, the German party is that particular Western European party which, after developing into an independent, definitive and large party, was the first to engage in independent action. And since the young, much too young Italian party, and the larger French party, which is likewise young as a communist party, find themselves facing in this connection a similar situation, I believe that all the delegations, and especially the ones just mentioned, have a great deal to learn from this question. I shall begin my discussion of the March action with an analysis of the amendments that have been submitted. For the Congress must choose between two tendencies. Of the stylistic and factual corrections and additions to the first draft of the theses I shall, naturally, say nothing. Well, we have to choose between two tendencies. Between the tendency which is represented here by Comrade Lenin, Comrade Zinoviev, and particularly by the reporter Comrade Rodek as well as by me, and the other tendency which is expressed in the amendments both as they stand now and as originally proposed. That is why it is important for us to take up these amendments. I shall confine myself only to the section dealing with the March action. Our theses state in this connection that we view the March action as forced upon the VKPD, United German Communist Party, by the government's attack upon the proletariat of Central Germany, and we recognize that by its courageous conduct, the VKPD has shown itself to be the party of the revolutionary proletariat of Germany. Then we go on to lay bare the chief mistakes committed during this action, and in conclusion we give the following advice. For the purpose of carefully weighing the possibilities of struggle, the VKPD must attentively listen to the voices which point out the difficulties of this or that action and carefully examine their reason for urging caution. But as soon as an action is decided upon by the party authorities, all comrades must submit to the decisions of the party and carry out this action. Criticism of the action can commence only after its completion, and must be conducted only within the party organizations, giving due consideration to the situation wherein the party finds itself in the face of its class enemies. Since Paul Levi did disregard these obvious demands of party discipline and the conditions of party criticism, the Congress approves his expulsion from the party and declares it inadmissible for any members of the Communist International to collaborate politically with him in any way whatsoever. Comrade Brand, however, is flatly opposed to any supervisory body whose admonitory voice the party is obliged to heed. We shall perhaps have further occasion to return to Comrade Brand, who is so critical of admonitory supervision, statistics, and many other things. What amendments do the German comrades and others propose to the foregoing paragraph? They propose to us that the Third Congress of the Comintern accept the March action of the VKPD as a step forward and declare the following. This action signifies that the strongest mass party of Central Europe has made the transition to real struggle. It constitutes the first attempt to realize in life the Communist Party's leading role in the struggle of the German proletariat, the role which the party had assumed in its founding program. The March action signifies the exposure of a victory over the open counter-revolutionary character of the USP, the Independent Socialist Party of Germany, and the massed centrist elements in the ranks of the VKPD itself. The March action, by disclosing in the very course of the struggle numerous mistakes and organizational shortcomings of the party, has made it possible to clearly understand these mistakes and shortcomings and to begin liquidating them. This action revealed in the course of its development that the party's combat discipline is not strict enough and has aided to strengthen it. It attracted not inconsiderable masses of social democratic workers and created a revolutionary ferment among these parties. This action, far from having impaired the organization, has, on the contrary, strengthened its fighting spirit. And so on and so forth. When a demand is made of the Congress that it recognize that the March action was not only a mass action, imposed upon the working class, and thereby also upon the party, but that the party had also conducted itself stoutly, when a demand is made of the Congress that it likewise recognize that the party made an attempt to realize and struggle the leading role of the Communist Party, then the Congress should, after all, also be given the right to say whether this attempt was successful or unsuccessful. When we say that the March action was a step forward, we mean to say by this, at least that is how I understand it, that the Communist Party no longer stands before us as an opposition within the Independent Socialist Party or as a propaganda communist organization, but as a unified, independent, firmly welded and centralized party, which has the possibility of independently intervening in the struggle of the proletariat, and that all this took place for the first time during the March action. In connection with the Second World Congress, I had many discussions with French comrades concerning the situation in the trade unions and in the party, and I then told them, "Yes, you together with the syndicalists, the anarchists and the socialists, you, too, represent nothing more than an opposition. As a result there are certain tendencies and nuances, and even potential stupidities. The instant you separate from the old organization and come out as an independent force, you will have made a big step forward. This has now been achieved in full. But it does not mean that the first action, this first attempt to play an independent leading role, has proved successful. They tell us that they have learned a great deal from it, and moreover, precisely from their own mistakes. That is what their amendments say. I shall not stop to read them to you, but they state that the major merit of the March action consists precisely in this, that it provided an opportunity of clarifying the mistakes committed therein, only in order subsequently to eliminate them. Isn't it a little too audacious to seek for special merits in this connection? In a private conversation with Comrade Thalheimer, I told him that he reminded me of a Russian translator in the 70s who translated an English book and pointed out in his introduction that he had translated it solely to show the world how worthless this book is. After all, one does not engage in an action simply for the sake of seeing what mistakes might arise therefrom and for the sake of eliminating them afterwards. These amendments are written in the spirit of self-justification, and not in the spirit of analysis. In his interesting speech, Comrade Heckert has painted for us a picture of the March action showing that the situation was extremely acute at the time. The question of reparations, the occupation of the Ruhr, Upper Silesia, economic crisis, unemployment, big strikes. Under these circumstances, the social contradictions became still further exacerbated, and the final impulsion for the party's action came from the workers' movement in central Germany. A truly beautiful, superb, economic picture. But another comrade defending this same action sketched for us an entirely different picture. When Comrade Thalheimer, 30 years from now, when his hair will already be gray, takes in hand the pen of Mering to write the history of the Communist Party, he will then find documents and books. He will find documents and books in which an entirely different picture of the movement can be found, namely, that the international situation was quite confused and in general and on the whole, disclosed a tendency toward compromise. The Upper Silesian question hung suspended in midair. It could not exert any revolutionary influence. The disarmament question in Bavaria? Rote Fahn has consistently declared, contrary to Heckert's speech yesterday, that it was becoming more and more clear that this question would be solved by a compromise at the expense of the revolutionary workers of Bavaria and of all Germany, and besides, without any major clashes on an international scale, or any clashes between the German and Bavarian governments. And in this same connection, Comrade Thalheimer will find, 30 years from now, articles proving that the crisis in Germany bore and bears an entirely different character from that in the United States or in England, that in Germany this crisis did not become aggravated so catastrophically as it did in those two countries, that Germany's entire economic life is in a state of decay, and that under the existing economic conditions in Germany the crisis could not erupt with sufficient force. The number of unemployed in Germany is insignificant as compared to the United States and England. So fat as the internal relations are concerned, the Social Democrats are partly in the government, partly in the opposition. The same applies to the Independent Socialist Party, which keeps drawing closer and closer to the Social Democrats. The trade unions, their bureaucratic leadership, are all against us. And what conclusion must be drawn from this? After all, the same comrade tells us that incredible passivity reigns among the workers, and that it was necessary to make a breach in it through the revolutionary initiative of a resolute minority. Heckert, on the contrary, said that everything was in flux, everything was plowed up. Storm and stress. And then came the events in central Germany. Another comrade said, a stagnant swamp was everywhere. A wall of passivity was rising. We had to break through it at any cost. Each of these pictures is splendid as a finished logical unit, but I hardly think they harmonize with one another. Still another comrade, Conan, attested that an open insurrection reigned in central Germany, while everywhere else there was a reign of passivity. Activity was implanted in a shell of passivity. From all this one gets the impression that the members of the German delegation still approached the issue as if it had to be defended at all costs, but not studied nor analyzed. And everything that we hear is, so to speak, a means toward an end, which is to defend the March action at any price before the International. But this will hardly succeed. The crux here, so far as I am concerned, lies in what Comrade Thalmann has pointed out. He said that if we accept the theses or even the proposed amendments, we shall carry out a reorientation in our country. I believe that our brave and staunch Comrade Thalmann is correct in the given instance. He probably has very close ties with the masses. I don't doubt it in the least, especially when I take into consideration the frame of mind in which certain comrades have arrived from Germany, or in which they publish certain articles and pamphlets there. They have, after all, made a rather lengthy and uncomfortable journey to Russia in order to gain an opportunity to think over the situation somewhat more dispassionately. Then the theses appeared which met with stubborn opposition. Later came discussions with the other delegations, including the Russians, and the German comrades could not have failed to notice that the comrades in the International do not view things through German spectacles. And so they take the path, as it were, of strategic retreat. It is, indeed, impossible to deny that the proposed amendments are dangerous, not so much in what they directly and immediately say, as in this, that they seek in a rather masked and misty form to express those ideas which were spread among the German workers and in the ranks of the German Communist Party in the name of the Central Committee during the hottest days of the struggle and after the struggle. Comrade Thalmann and others say, "We must come back with theses which do not disavow us." We don't want this at all either. We don't want in any way to disavow the German party, for it is one of our best parties. But the entire conception of the March offensive, the conditions of struggle and of victory are developed here in such a way that some of the articles, some of the speeches, some of the circulars of the German Central Committee and of its members must be understood as something that is very grave and dangerous. This is the main thing. They want to so influence the situation as to prevent the adoption of a thoroughly precise resolution, but to get instead an unclear, misty resolution into which they could gradually read a new meaning that they want, and which they could imperceptibly interpret later on in an entirely different sense. This is the essential thing. This is inadmissible. For in our opinion the danger is far too great to allow so much scope for a gradual and imperceptible diminution of the spirit of the offensive. We shall never agree to this, it is excluded. Yes, you can clamp us down by a decision of the Congress majority, but even in that case we shall continue to fight within the framework, and only within the framework set for us by the Congress. I hope, however, that the resolution on tactics will be adopted as was the economic resolution. In the latter case the left-wing comrades of our German delegation also wanted to stage something in the nature of a demonstration, and after accepting these theses in principle, they nevertheless introduced a resolution which contained diametrically opposite views. But later it turned out that they decided not to insist on what they had previously wanted to say. And in the Commission almost nothing remained of the differences. It seems to me that exactly the same thing will happen with the tactical questions. However, comrades, I think that for your situation in Germany it is best to introduce clarity into this question. I don't believe what Levi has said, that is, that the party would perish from it. The Congress must say to the German workers that a mistake was committed, and that the party's attempt to assume the leading role in a great mass movement was not a fortunate one. That is not enough. We must say that this attempt was completely unsuccessful in this sense, that were it repeated, it might actually ruin this splendid party. For you, yes. But not for thousands of organized workers who had assumed that the Congress would acclaim with ecstasy what we look upon as a blunder. The same applies to our young French friends. In the ECCI, we discussed the question of the 1919 draft, and we asked whether the French party ought to advance the slogan not to obey this order. On that occasion I asked one of our young friends, "What is your opinion, should the draftees resort to armed or purely passive resistance?" And the comrade vehemently replied, "Naturally, with revolver in hand." He supposed that he was thus manifesting his complete agreement with the Third International, that he was thus giving the Third International the greatest revolutionary happiness, and that he was fulfilling his duty by speaking as he did. He meant it quite seriously, and he was unconditionally ready to fight the draft with revolver in hand. Naturally, we poured a bucket of ice water over him, and I believe that the comrade will learn better. He has come into a new milieu here, something he does not see every day. The rough edges are being polished off little by little. But in Germany, France, Hungary, these 2 to 3 weeks during which we gather in the sessions of the Congress do introduce a few changes into our views. But there, in those countries, what has changed there? Nothing. And this famous philosophy of the offensive, absolutely non-Marxist, has arisen from the following propositions. A wall of passivity is gradually rising. This is a misfortune. The movement is stagnating. Therefore, forward march. Let us break through this wall. It seems to me that a whole layer of leading and semi-leading comrades in the German party have been for quite some time educated in this spirit, and they are waiting to hear what the Congress has to say on this score. If we now proclaim that we are throwing Paul Levi out of the window, while you utter a few muddled phrases about the march action, pointing out that it is the first attempt, a step forward, in short, if we smother criticism by phrase-mongering, then we shall have failed in our duty. It is our duty to say clearly and precisely to the German workers that we consider this philosophy of the offensive to be the greatest danger, and in its practical application to be the greatest political crime. I am in complete agreement with Comrade Zinoviev and cherish, as he does, the hope that at this Congress we shall arrive at a unanimous verdict on the character of our activity. I also think that on this extremely important tactical question we do not have to make any major concessions to the so-called left. A few comrades, among them, I believe, the French, have expressed concern over the struggle against the left. Comrade Zinoviev has dealt with this. Fortunately, it is precisely in the French language that the word la gauche has a twofold meaning: gauche, that which stands on the left, and gauche, that which is helpless, awkward. Yes, linkish, but in the bad sense of the word. In German, by the way, it comes almost to the same thing. Well, I think that in conducting a struggle against the so-called left, we do not at all feel that we are to the right of these lefts. We see no party to the left of us, for since we are the Communist International, the Marxist International, it follows that we are the most revolutionary party there is. This means a party capable of utilizing every situation and every possibility, and able not only to lead the struggle but also to assure victory. That is the real goal. It is sometimes forgotten that we must learn strategy, must cold-bloodedly weigh the forces of our enemy as well as our own, must estimate the situation and not plunge into struggle in order to breach a wall of passivity or, as one comrade put it, to activize the party. Therewith we are naturally obliged to also occupy ourselves a little with statistics, even though Comrade Brand has pointed out that opportunists spend a great deal of time over them. In one of his speeches we heard him juxtapose the sword and statistics, while in a second speech we had the charge of opportunism flung at us. Such a position is dangerous for our Italian comrades, who have yet a great deal to do with statistics. If I had occasion to refer as did Heckert and Thalheimer to Italy, I might have said, "Here is a country ruined by war where the workers have seized the factories, where the followers of Serrati have perpetrated a betrayal, where the fascists are sacking labor-printing plants and setting fire to working-class institutions. And if this party does not raise the cry, with all our forces forward against the enemy, then it is a cowardly party which will be condemned by world history. But if we look at things not from the standpoint of such phraseology but from the standpoint of weighing the situation cold-bloodedly, we would have to say what Comrade Zinoviev did, namely, they must gain anew the confidence of the working class since the workers have become much more cautious precisely owing to this treachery. They will say to themselves, 'We heard the same phrases from Serrati. He said virtually the same thing and then he betrayed us. Where is the guarantee that the new party will not betray us too?' The working class wants to see the party in action before going into the decisive battle under its leadership. At this Congress we have three more or less clearly expressed tendencies, three groups, which have temporarily become converted into tendencies, and which must be borne in mind in order to evaluate correctly the interplay of forces at this Congress. In the first place we have the German delegation which has come almost directly from the fires of the March action, and which expresses most sharply its attitude toward the philosophy of the offensive. That has, naturally, been discarded by some German comrades. Then there are the Italian comrades, who are pursuing the same path. This is quite comprehensible if we bear in mind that their party has broken with the centrists. The Italian comrades say, "Now our hands are at last untied, now we can fulfill our duty, participate in the revolutionary actions of the masses and exact revenge for the treachery of Sarati." Nowadays, you know, comrades, it is said, not only by Levi but also by the capitalist press and the independent press, that the march action was ordered by the ECCI and that Levi has been expelled for refusing to obey this order. Some comrades in the French and Czechoslovak parties have begun asking themselves, and this shows how little acquainted they are with the spirit of the ECCI. What if I, too, should some day receive such an order in the name of the ECCI, and if I fail to fulfill it, will I then be expelled from the party? These two different moods are represented here. There likewise exists a third set of views which are expressed, we hope, in our theses. This third tendency holds that it would, of course, be senseless for the ECCI to accept the standpoint of a tactical philosophy which recommends that combat activity be raised through more or less artificial mass actions, and that we begin issuing such orders to the different countries. On the contrary, precisely because we have now become sufficiently strong and because as a result of this we are faced with the task of leading the mass movement as an independent centralized party, we are all the more obliged to analyze cold-bloodedly and with absolute thoroughness the situation as it exists in each country, and wherever it is possible and necessary, to attack and to assume the offensive with all our energies. This is just what our proposed theses say. In France, one comrade said there are no lefts. Yes, there are none. The French party is in its molting stage. On reading its chief organ El Humanite, you notice a rather confused, amorphous tone in agitation and speeches, which is dealt with quite definitively in our theses. Naturally, one can also find in El Humanite, to borrow an expression from Comrade Bukharin, the swinishness from the pen of Longwet and his closest friends. This newspaper is replete with communist will, but this will is not adequately harnessed. Communist thought is neither sharp nor clear enough in it. One misses in it the will to continually expound and change the situation in a revolutionary sense. When this is missing in the party's central organ, then so far as I am concerned it is excluded for this party to summon forth a great revolutionary action and to lead it. The first precondition for it is a gradual crystallization of clear revolutionary thought and will in the party's paper and throughout its entire agitation and propaganda. This process of crystallization might take 2, 3, or 6 months, perhaps a year, depending on the circumstances. And for many comrades all this will not take place fast enough. They do not take into consideration the internal import of this process, the revolutionary metamorphosis of a big party. They want to leap over this process, and it seems to them that only a pretext is lacking for the launching of revolutionary action. And so they say, Froissart and others don't do this or don't do that. The 1919 draft, precisely in France where the anarchists and syndicalists are so strong, and besides, with the French temperament and with the Parisian working class, here is an excellent pretext. And it is quite possible for a certain section of this working class, its best section, the one which will be of decisive importance in major battles, to be summoned and involved by younger, less experienced, impatient comrades in an action that might prove disastrous to the development of the revolutionary movement in France for many years to come. This is the situation. Naturally, the argument may be raised that you are singling out and attacking individual comrades. We'll grant you that this or another comrade delivered a bad speech, but that's not the issue. The issue, comrades, is this, that if everyone were able to arrive at a correct judgment, there would be no need of an international. The task precisely consists in sharply underscoring a danger, even the smallest one, the instant that it manifests itself. The task is to turn attention to it, to exaggerate it, if you please. That I or you exaggerate a danger is not so important, it all comes down to how high you pitch your voice. But the other danger of being belated or of letting slip a situation, which enables this tendency to grow and to be trapped by provocation, the danger that this may burst into the conflagration of an adventure, This is a very great danger. This is the reason why some comrades get so heated in talking about it. Let me tell you that when I discuss this privately with this or that comrade, I often notice that he does not understand me, that he is thinking to himself, that I am a little older while he is a little younger, that my hair is already gray but that he is bolder, and that he approaches the question from the standpoint of temperament. Then I say to myself, the greatest danger lies in this. That certain comrades are not aware that there is such a thing as dangerous soil, that they are politically inexperienced in a revolutionary sense, that they do not understand this counsel and how pertinent it is, and they think, with their limited horizon, that someone is pulling them to the right. Not at all. You have broken with the opportunists and you are moving forward, but look around you, there exist in this world not only opportunists, but also classes. There is the capitalist society, the police, the army, definite economic conditions. A section is for you, another section is more or less neutral, a third is against you. It is a whole complex world, in which it is a great and difficult task to correctly orient yourself. You must learn this when you answer me. You want me to fight the centrists? All the resolutions of the First and Second Congresses remain in full force, after all. And the entire activity in which we are engaged is, after all, nothing else but a slap in the face to opportunism. But our task does not lie solely in an interminable theoretical condemnation of opportunism. We must in practice overwhelm capitalist society. We must pin both shoulders of the bourgeoisie to the ground and strangle it to death. That is the task. And to solve this task, I must repeat this, one must combine the icy language of statistics with the passionate will of revolutionary violence. We shall learn this and we shall conquer. The Third World Congress. Speech on Comrade Lenin's Report. Tactics of the Russian Communist Party. 17th Session, July 5, 1921. Comrades! I don't get the opportunity to regularly read Neue Zeit, the theoretical organ of the so-called social democracy, issued by Heinrich Kuno, but from time to time an issue of this paper falls into my hands, and in one of them I chance to run across an article by Heinrich Kuno on the decomposition of Bolshevism, in which he deals with the question now before us. He formulates the question as follows: how can one avoid a complete economic collapse, raise industrial and agricultural production, assure adequate food rations to urban workers, employees and men of education, and eliminate the growing dissatisfaction among these circles? The polemical barb of this formulation is aimed at us, but it is in essence correct. Then he lists the tendencies which presumably exist in our party and goes on to say, Trotsky is supported by Bukharin, Rakovsky, Pyatakov, Lerin, Shalnikov. Who this Shalnikov is I don't know, unless, perhaps, it is a synthesis of Sokolnikov and Shlyapnikov. Comrade Kollontai is not mentioned, I don't know why. The author adds, and other left communists. Do you hear, Comrade Belakuin, left communists? And other left communists, in analyzing this question, came to the conclusion that the only way out lies through a more rigid application of the communist labor system. Factories and agricultural enterprises must be placed under even stricter control. Economic organizations still retaining their independence must be likewise statized. The peasants must be compelled to deliver their surpluses to the needy urban population, and the laws against peculation and speculation in foodstuffs must be made more severe. It is on the whole necessary to energetically discipline and centralize the economic enterprises. But this goal can be achieved only when an end is put to the elections of the supervisory personnel by the workers, since the workers frequently elect absolutely illiterate individuals. It is necessary to replace these functionaries by people appointed by the Soviet authorities. In order to raise productivity, Trotsky also wants to harness the trade unions, which are predominantly non-communist, and to politicalize them, that is, place them under the control of the political organizations. Moreover, labor conscription must be introduced among the peasantry. The cultivation of the land must be decreed a state duty, and the peasants compelled under pain of stringent penalties to produce and deliver fixed amounts of the most essential food products. In addition to all this, Trotsky is conducting a fight against leasing large areas to foreign capitalist companies, which he considers as anti-communist. In a word, this article paints a political portrait of our friend Kollontai, but under the pseudonym of Trotsky. In general, this article, like everything concocted by its author, is a rehash of tritist Bernsteinism of the 90s. And these ideas now appear as the modern post-war doctrine, the spiritual sustenance of the German social democracy. Bernstein put all this together far more systematically, consistently and planfully than does her Heinrich Kuno. But this doesn't alter the gist of things. Let us, however, return to the Russian question. It is not solely Kuno's personal opinion that we have great differences of views among us, and that I personally belong to the opposition on the question of concessions and on the question of changing our economic policy. Not only the social democratic press but also the capitalist newspapers harp on this. Every comrade in the least acquainted with our internal affairs is well aware that there are no serious differences among us, in the party, over these questions, except for a very small group whose representative, Kollontai, you heard today. If this question ever did come up among us, in the Central Committee, it was discussed only from the standpoint of whether this or that area, this or that concession should be granted or not, i.e., from a purely practical standpoint. And it was precisely in these practical aspects that I happened to be in agreement with Lenin. Neither Comrade Bukharin nor Comrade Rakovsky, nor any of the comrades mentioned in Kuno's article has opposed concessions and the new agricultural or peasant policy in principle. This is an excellent illustration of the spiritual level of the German social democracy. For indeed, insofar as an individual really belongs to the International, as was also the case in the heyday of the Second International, he is always greatly concerned in honestly following and understanding what takes place within a brother party, even if he has differences with it. When some lie used to be spread by Tsarism, it was a common saying that Tsarism had broad shoulders and could bear up under anything. But from a theoretical representative of a party who is obliged to analyze events calmly, one could demand, not that he should understand and vindicate us, God forbid, but that he should at least have some comprehension of the things about which he writes. But he lacks even this. Well, the fact is, there are no differences among us over this question. The figure 99% would be a conservative estimate of the party majority on this issue. But how do matters stand with regard to the danger which the representatives of the Communist Workers' Party and Comrade Kollontai depicted before us from two different sides, one from the side of Western European capitalism, and the other from the side of Russian communism? This question also came up for discussion among us in the Economic Commission. One comrade set out to prove that to enable capitalism to unfold its activities on the great Russian steppes is to provide it with a road to salvation, with a way out from a difficult situation. But capitalism can move around only within limits offered it by our railroad network, our transport facilities, our open spaces, generally our entire economic culture. We have in mind not a business firm like Jerngross of Vienna which might very well be able to save itself at the expense of the Soviet Republic by becoming its supplier. We are talking of capitalism. If capitalism could, by basing itself on Russia, restore its equilibrium in the course of the next decade, then this would signify that we have no need whatever of turning to Western European capitalism, for this would signify that we are powerful and strong enough to get along without the cooperation of Western European and American capitalism. But this is not the situation. We are not strong and powerful enough to be able to renounce capitalist technology, which is yet available only in its capitalist form. We are simply not strong and powerful enough to enable capitalism to heal all its wounds with Russia's assistance. This is the inner logic of the situation. In any case, those comrades who fear lest capitalism becomes strengthened by obtaining here a field for its activity, must take into consideration that in between this developing capitalism in Russia and the world revolution there stands Soviet Russia, and that long before Russian capitalism could start relaxing and regaining its strength in the Russian steppes, it would have to crush the budding communist economy. Yes, the first victim would be our budding socialist organization. In the Economic Commission I said that the key factor is still the circumstance that the power in our country belong to the vanguard of the proletariat, that in our country the working class rules, being represented in political and state relations by this vanguard, and that is why we ought to grant concessions only to the extent that it benefits our cause. This premise requires no commentary. Had capitalism conquered militarily, the question of concessions would have never arisen. Capitalism would have arrogated to itself everything it needed. We would then have had no tactical question. But we do have this question today. Why? Because the power in our country belongs to the working class, i.e., it conducts negotiations with capitalism. It has the possibility of granting concessions to some while refusing others, i.e., it has the opportunity to make combinations, and to adopt this or that decision only after taking into consideration the general state of its own economic development and that of the world revolution. That is how things stand. And I then drew the conclusion that those Western European and American comrades, who really fear lest capitalism regain its health in Russia, show thereby that they overestimate our technological and transport facilities and underestimate our communist reasoning facilities. As I said, Comrade Kollontai, who belongs among comrades usually called left communists, was not mentioned in connection with the concessions question. But she has done so herself. She has the full right to do it. She puts the discipline of the International above the discipline of the party. I do not know, perhaps it also pertains to the question of concessions, but she wants to display the spirit of knighthood. I don't know how to put it in German. She wants to conduct herself like an Amazon. Like Valkyrie. I place the responsibility for this expression on Comrade Roddick. That is how Comrade Kollontai conducted herself in placing her name on the speaker's list, although it is customary among us to first take up the question with the delegation, with the Presidium, and with the Central Committee. I merely ask the comrades who are present here and for whom Comrade Kollontai is the spokesman how they regard the fact that no one raised any objections to it at the session of the Central Committee. We deemed it wholly natural for a politically insignificant and hardly noticeable minority on this question to acquaint the World Congress with its own views and its own tendency. Let us now pass on to the essence of Comrade Kollontai's speech. Her main idea is this, that the capitalist system is outlived and that therefore it is impermissible, so to speak, to derive any benefits from it. That is her basic idea. Everything else is for her superfluous. This gives us an entirely adequate idea of Comrade Kollontai's historical and politico-economic approach. In the language of philosophy, this is known as a purely metaphysical outlook which operates with immutable, non-historical, dogmatic concepts. Capitalism has outlived itself and therefore it is not possible to get anything from it that can be of use to us. But comrades, if it actually true that capitalism has outlived itself, then should we be attacked by the English or French army, say, on the shores of the Black Sea, we could say to ourselves that since capitalism has outlived itself we can keep on sitting with hands folded. I believe that we would then all be sent to hell, with the permission of Comrade Kollontai. For capitalism will not stop to inquire whether or no it has outlived itself in accordance with Comrade Kollontai's dogmatic conceptions. It will run us through with bayonets manufactured in its capitalist factories. It will destroy us with soldiers rigidly trained under its capitalist discipline. But if an outlived capitalism is capable of slaughtering and murdering us, it shows thereby that it has plenty of power left. Why, the very fact that Comrade Kollontai, who belongs to an opposition in the Russian party, is compelled to present her oppositional views to the World Congress in Moscow is itself a bit of evidence that while capitalism is outlived in the great historical sense and cannot open up any new possibilities for mankind, it still remains powerful enough to prevent us from convening our congresses in Paris or Berlin. Or let us take capitalist technology, for example. What does Comrade Kollontai think of a good locomotive, an honest-to-goodness German capitalist locomotive? This is an interesting question. I am afraid that the German proletariat, even after its conquest of power, will have to travel across the country for a couple of years or so on genuine capitalist locomotives. After all, it will be very busy, and I hardly believe that it will be able immediately in the very first months to begin building new locomotives. But comrades, is it permissible, from the standpoint of the 10 Commandments of Comrade Kollontai, to buy a new German locomotive from the firm of Ebert and Company? I believe that Comrade Kollontai, in answering this point-blank question, would not deny us the right to buy a locomotive from Ebert. But if we buy a locomotive there, we must also pay for it there, and besides, with gold. But comrades, gold which flows from Russia into capitalist coffers tends to strengthen the latter. Of course, the amount is far too small to pay the German debts. Fortunately, we haven't got such a quantity of gold. Hem and haw how you will, but if you want to remain steadfast in principle, you dare not pay gold to capitalists. Or let us take another instance. Suppose we pay with lumber instead of gold. Comrade Kollontai will perhaps then say, I agree to permit trade between Soviet Russia and Germany or England, but concessions are out. What are concessions? To get locomotives, we must sell lumber. But we lack enough saws and other mechanical appliances, and so we say, the trees grow in a forest. Let the English capitalist come with his machines and technical equipment, chop himself some trees and logs, and give us locomotives in return. In short, I should very much like to know where Comrade Kollontai's principled opposition begins and where it ends. Is it with the purchase of locomotives, or with the payment in gold, or with payment in lumber in the shape of forests? I am afraid that the opposition begins only with the chopping of trees. Comrade Kollontai furthermore asserts that we, in general, want to replace the working class with specialists and with other forces, i.e., technicians. You said that the initiative of the working class is being replaced by other forces, that the vanguard of the working class is being compelled to cede its place to other forces. But these other forces are on the one hand the so-called technological intelligentsia, and on the other, the peasantry. The peasantry as a replacement is unconditionally excluded. But the class which holds the power in its hands does make a deal with the peasantry. As regards the technicians, over this question, too, we had a controversy in our party. The echoes of it still reverberate to this day. And perhaps we have heard, if not the last, then the next to the last echo from the lips of Comrade Kollontai. From the principled standpoint, comrades, it is undeniable that more than ample power and initiative are inherent in the proletariat, and we hope that all mankind will considerably change its aspects thanks to the power of the working class. But we never claimed that the working class is from its birth capable of building a new society. It can only create all the necessary social and political preconditions for it. More than this, through the direct seizure of power, it is enabled to find all the necessary auxiliary forces, place them, wherever necessary, in the service of communist economy, and thereby set the entire machine in motion. But we never said that a simple worker by becoming a communist immediately acquired the ability to perform the work of a technician, astronomer, or engineer. And when these technical forces are generalized and simply designated as other social forces, and when the fact that these forces have been placed in the service of our cause is characterized as a lack of confidence in the working class, then I must state that such reasoning has absolutely nothing in common with Marxism and communism. Comrades, in that extremely simple field in which we have had to work up to now, in the military field, we were compelled from the beginning to resort to the aid of alien technical forces. A good deal of friction arose over this among us. The Central Committee committed not a few errors, and our military organization was upset on more than one occasion. We were told, "You are placing alien technical forces," the reference here was to the officers, "in the service of the proletariat." Yet it later became obvious that had we based ourselves solely on the energy and self-sacrifice of our comrades, who were all sublimely fulfilling their duty, and had we been unable to utilize military forces alien to us, we could not have long survived in this world. This is absolutely clear. The Russian working class, with its abilities and its capacity for self-sacrifice, gave everything it had. It likewise evinced a great initiative in this, that after the seizure of power it proved capable, although it was backward and was living in a peasant country, to draw into its service officers, by employing sometimes force and sometimes propaganda. We had to have an army. But the working class did not possess sufficient experience and knowledge, and we could not place officers from among the workers immediately and everywhere. Today we already have a great many red officers who stem from the working class. They occupy the highest posts, and their number is increasing daily. The very same thing applies to the technical field as well. The fact that we are still encircled by a capitalist world compels us to make concessions in the field of technology, too. But we have complete faith that our working class, which is becoming more and more cognizant of itself as a member of the great international, will also be able to withstand this breathing spell of capitalism and this unstable equilibrium which now prevails, and that during this selfsame breathing SBLI it will utilize alien forces and alien means alike, and place them in the service of its own cause. When we say to the Russian workers, "We are conducting negotiations with foreign capitalists, but we shall take all the necessary measures to stand on our own feet." When we want the working class to survey its field of activity and say, "I can offer this or that concession to the German and American capitalists, but I want machinery in return," is this then lack of faith in the forces of the Russian working class, of the Russian proletariat? If anyone is to be reproached with lacking faith in the forces of the working class, it is not us but the little group in whose name Comrade Kollontai has spoken here today. 6. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. The main lesson of the Third Congress. Classes are rooted in production. Classes remain viable so long they can fulfill a necessary role in the process of social organization of labor. Classes begin losing the ground under their feet when the conditions necessary for their further existence come into contradiction with the growth of productive forces, i.e., with the further development of economy. Such is the situation in which the bourgeoisie finds itself at the present time. But this does not at all mean that a class, which has lost its living roots and has become parasitic, is by this very reason doomed to instantaneous death. While economy constitutes the foundation of class rule, the respective classes maintain themselves in power by means of the state, political apparatuses and organs, namely, army, police, party, courts, press, etc., etc. With the aid of these organs, which in relation to the economic foundation represent a superstructure, the ruling class may perpetuate itself in power for years and decades after it has become a direct brake upon the social development. If such a situation endures too long, an outlived ruling class can drag down with it those countries and peoples over whom it rules. Hence arises the necessity of revolution. The new class with living roots in economic development, the proletariat, must overthrow the bourgeoisie, must tear power out of its hands and convert the state apparatus into an instrument of economic reorganization of society. The bourgeoisie had become a parasitic and antisocial class even prior to the World War. The incompatibility of bourgeois rule with the further development of economy, and even with the further preservation of economy, has been disclosed on a grandiose scale during the war. Furthermore, the war has not only laid bare this incompatibility, but has also reinforced it in the extreme, bringing it to the highest pitch of intensity. The war has shattered the economic foundation of bourgeois society. At the same time, the war has extraordinarily disorganized, weakened, discredited, and paralyzed the political organs of bourgeois rule, the state, the army, the police, the parliament, the press, and so on. In the initial post-war period, the bourgeoisie was in a state of extreme disorientation. It was fearful of the day of reckoning, had lost confidence in the old methods and usages of its rule, kept apprehensively probing the soil, kept wavering, and readily agreed to concessions. In the most critical year for the bourgeois, the year 1919, the proletariat of Europe could have undoubtedly conquered state power with minimum sacrifices, had there been at its head a genuine revolutionary organization, setting forth clear aims and capably pursuing them, i.e., a strong communist party. But there was none. On the contrary, in seeking after the war to conquer new living conditions for itself and in assuming an offensive against bourgeois society, the working class had to drag on its back the parties and trade unions of the Second International, all of whose efforts, both conscious and instinctive, were essentially directed toward the preservation of capitalist society. By employing this social democratic shield, the bourgeoisie was able to take the best possible advantage of the breathing spell. It recovered from its panic, stabilized its state organs, supplemented them with counter-revolutionary armed gangs, and started hand-picking politicians who are specialists in applying combined methods in the struggle against the open revolutionary movement, and who operate through intimidation, bribery, provocation, segregation, division, etc., etc. The basic task of these specialists is to engage isolated detachments of the proletarian vanguard in a series of battles, bleed them white, and thus undermine the faith of the working class in the possibility of success. In the field of economic restoration, the bourgeoisie has achieved nothing essential during the 3 years that have elapsed since the war. On the contrary, it is only today that the economic consequences of the war are unfolding in their full scope in the form of a crisis unprecedented in capitalist history. We thus have here a very graphic illustration showing that the political conditions of rule, although they are in the last analysis dependent on the economic conditions, do not at all run parallel to these economic conditions nor flow from them automatically. Whereas in the field of production and exchange the world capitalist apparatus has today fallen into such a state of complete disorganization that the situation in 1919 appears as the height of well-being in comparison with the present one, in the field of politics the bourgeoisie has in this interval succeeded to a very large degree in strengthening the organs and vehicles of its rule. The leaders of the bourgeoisie see all too clearly the economic abyss which yawns before them. But they are prepared and they will fight to the end. They approach the existing situation in terms of political strategy. Coolly and calculatingly they watch every move of the proletariat, seeking 2 isolated bloody defeats. During the last 3 years the workers have fought a great deal and have suffered many sacrifices. But they have not won power. As a result the working masses have become more cautious than they were in 1919-20. Throughout a series of spontaneous and semi-spontaneous offensives the workers have each time run up against resistance better and better organized, and they were flung back. They have understood and sensed that the prerequisite of success is a firm leadership, that one must know how to calculate and plan, that revolutionary strategy is indispensable. If the working masses no longer respond today to revolutionary slogans so directly as they did in 1918-19, it is not because they have become less revolutionary but because they are less naive and more exacting. They want organizational guarantees of victory. Only that party will be able to lead them to decisive battles which reveals in practice, under all conditions and circumstances, not merely its readiness to fight, i.e., its courage, but also its ability to lead the masses in struggle, its capacity to maneuver in attack or in retreat, its skill in leading them out of the line of fire when a situation is unfavorable, its ability to combine all forces and means for a blow, and in this way, systematically to enhance its influence, and its authority over the masses. It is unquestionable that the parties of the Communist International have not by far given sufficient consideration to this task. Herein is the main source of tactical errors and internal crises among the various communist parties. A purely mechanical conception of the proletarian revolution, which proceeds from the fact that capitalist economy continues to decay, has led certain groups of comrades to construe theories which are false to the core. The false theory of an initiating minority which by its heroism shatters the wall of universal passivity of the proletariat. The false theory of uninterrupted offensives conducted by the proletarian vanguard as a new method of struggle. The false theory of partial battles which are waged by applying the methods of armed insurrection. And so forth and so on. The clearest exponent of this tendency is the Vienna journal Communism. It is absolutely self-evident that tactical theories of this sort have nothing in common with Marxism. To apply them in practice is to play directly into the hands of the bourgeoisie's military political leaders and their strategy. Undeniably, these adventurous methods and theories arise as a reaction to the reformist and centrist tendencies within the labor movement, whose direct supplement they are. But while the reformist and centrist tendencies have been transformed into a force predominantly external and into an open enemy, the adventurist and subjective tendencies represent primarily an internal danger, whose gravity it would be completely inexcusable to underestimate. The trouble with revolutionary subjectivism, as Herzen put it, is this, that it mistakes the 2nd or 5th month of pregnancy for the 9th. No one has yet done so with impunity. The Third Congress took note of the further falling apart of the economic foundations of bourgeois rule. But it has at the same time forcibly warned the advanced workers against any naive conceptions that from this flows automatically the death of the bourgeoisie through an uninterrupted offensive by the proletariat. Never before has the bourgeoisie's class instinct of self-preservation been armed with such multiform methods of defense and attack as today. The economic preconditions for the victory of the working class are at hand. Failing this victory, and moreover unless this victory comes in the more or less near future, all civilization is menaced with decline and degeneration. But this victory can be gained only by the skilled conduct of battles and, above all, by first conquering the majority of the working class. This is the main lesson of the Third Congress. First published in Pravda, No. 150, June 12, 1921. Note: 1. Herzen, a revolutionary Democrat in the middle of the 19th century, founder of Russian Narodnikism, populism. In the reign of Tsar Nicholas I, Herzen was compelled to migrate to Europe, London, where he issued the famous revolutionary magazine Kolokol. 6. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. Report on the balance sheet of the Third Congress of the Communist International. Delivered at the Second Congress of the Communist Youth International, July 14, 1921. The Third Congress of the Comintern, if one were to express its significance in a succinct formula, will in all likelihood be inscribed in the annals of the labor movement as the highest school of revolutionary strategy. The First Congress of our Communist International issued the summons to rally the forces of the world proletarian revolution. The Second Congress elaborated the programmatic basis for mobilizing the forces. The Third International in its sessions already came in contact with these forces, consolidated them, and was thus confronted with the most important practical questions of the revolutionary movement. That is why the Third Congress became, as I put it, the highest school of revolutionary strategy. From the outset, the Third Congress raised the question of whether the fundamental position of the Comintern at its first and second Congresses was correct. And after a deep-going and all-sided review of historical facts and tendencies, for facts as such, separate and apart from historical tendencies, are of no great significance, the Congress came to the conclusion that this position was correct, that we do find ourselves in the era of the development of world revolution. After the war, the bourgeoisie laid bare its utter inability to bring the factors of economic development, i.e., the very foundations of its existence, back again into equilibrium. The entire attention of the bourgeoisie was centered on keeping the classes in equilibrium, and with great difficulty it did succeed for the last 3 years in preserving this unstable class equilibrium, and that of its state superstructure. The Third Congress focused the attention of all fighters in the International precisely on the fact that in dealing with the question of tempo of development it is necessary to differentiate between economic factors, which are the deepest-seated foundations of society, and such secondary factors as politics, parliamentarianism, press, school, church, and so on. One must not delude himself that a class which is historically bankrupt in the economic sense loses instantaneously and, as it were, automatically the instruments of its rule. No, on the contrary, historical experience teaches us that whenever a ruling class, which has held power in its hands for centuries, comes face to face with the danger of losing power, its instinct for power becomes sensitive in the extreme, and it is precisely during the epoch of economic decline of the social order, which had been established under the rule of this class, that the ruling class reveals utmost energy and greatest strategical sagacity in maintaining its political position. This is deemed a contradiction by those Marxists who apprehend Marxism mechanically or, as the expression goes, metaphysically, and for them there really is a contradiction here. It is otherwise with those who apprehend history through its inner and dynamic logic, through the interplay of its different factors, through the interaction of the economic base upon the class, of the class upon the state, of the state, in its turn, upon the class and of the latter upon the economic base. For anyone who has not graduated from the school of genuine Marxism, it will always remain incomprehensible just how the bourgeoisie, on becoming transformed from a leading economic class, true, a class which exploits but which also organizes at the same time, into a completely parasitic class and into a force that is counter-revolutionary in the fullest sense of the word. Just how this same bourgeoisie happens at such a time to be armed from head to foot with all the means and the methods of the class struggle, from the most hypocritical, democratic phrasemongering to the most brutal and bloody suppression of the working class. Many of us imagine the task of overthrowing the bourgeoisie much simpler than it actually is, and as reality has now proved to us. Before us is a semi-decayed tree. Nothing would seem simpler than to simply pull it down. But with such an approach one cannot get very far in the swift flux of social events. By concentrating all its efforts during the last period not so much upon restoring the economic foundation as upon restoring class equilibrium, the bourgeoisie has scored very serious successes in the political and strategical sense. This is a fact, and it happens to be a fact that is quite gratifying to the revolution. For had the bourgeoisie succeeded in restoring the very foundation of its rule, or had made even a single step forward in this direction, then we would have been compelled to say, yes, the bourgeoisie has succeeded in restoring the mainstays of its class rule. The outlook for the future development of the revolution would in that case naturally be extremely dismal. But it happens that such is not the case, that, on the contrary, all the efforts of the bourgeoisie, all the energies expended by it in maintaining class equilibrium, manifest themselves invariably at the expense of the economic soil on which the bourgeoisie rests, at the expense of its economic base. The bourgeoisie and the working class are thus located on a soil which renders our victory inescapable, not in the astronomical sense of course, not inescapable like the setting or rising of the sun, but inescapable in the historical sense, in the sense that unless we gain victory all society and all human culture is doomed. History teaches us this. It was thus that the ancient Roman civilization perished. The class of slave owners proved incapable of leading toward further development. It became transformed into an absolutely parasitic and decomposing class. There was no other class to supersede it, and the ancient civilization perished. We observe analogous occurrences in modern history too, for example, the decline of Poland toward the end of the 18th century when the ruling feudal class had outlived its day while the bourgeoisie still remained too weak to seize power. As a result, the Polish state fell. As warriors of revolution, we are convinced, and the objective facts corroborate us, that we as the working class, that we as the Communist International, will not only save our civilization, the centuries-old product of hundreds of generations, but will raise it to much higher levels of development. However, from the standpoint of pure theory, the possibility is not excluded that the bourgeoisie, armed with its state apparatus and its entire accumulated experience, may continue to fight the revolution until it has drained modern civilization of every atom of its vitality, until it has plunged modern mankind into a state of collapse and decay for a long time to come. By all the foregoing, I simply want to say that the task of overthrowing the bourgeoisie which confronts the working class is not a mechanical one. It is a task which requires for its fulfillment revolutionary energy, political sagacity, experience, broadness of vision, resoluteness, hot blood, but at the same time a sober head. It is a political, revolutionary, strategic task. Precisely in the course of the last year a party has given us a very instructive lesson in this connection. I refer to the Italian Socialist Party, whose official organ is called Avanti Forward. Without subjecting to analysis the whole complex of tactical questions relating to the struggle and to victory, without any clear picture of the concrete circumstances of this struggle, the Italian party plunged into extensive revolutionary agitation, spurring the Italian workers, Avanti Forward. The working class of Italy demonstrated that the blood circulating in their veins is hot enough. All the slogans of the party were taken by them seriously. They went forward, they seized factories, mills, mines, and so on. But very soon thereafter they were compelled to execute a terrible retreat, and therewith became completely separated from the party for a whole period. The party had betrayed them, not in the sense that there are conscious traitors ensconced in the Italian Socialist Party. No, no one would say this. But ensconced there were reformists who by their entire spiritual makeup are hostile to the genuine interests of the working class. Ensconced there were centrists who did not and do not have any understanding whatever of the internal needs of a genuine revolutionary labor movement. Thanks to all this, the entire party became transformed into an instrument of completely abstract and rather superficial revolutionary agitation. But the working class, because of its position, was compelled to accept this agitation seriously. It drew the extreme revolutionary conclusions from this agitation, and as a result suffered a cruel defeat. This means that revealed here was the complete absence of tactics in the broad meaning of the word, or, expressing the same idea in military terms, the complete absence of strategy. And now one can imagine, all this is, of course, pure theory and not an attempt to suggest such an idea to our splendid young Communist Party of Italy. It is possible, I say, to imagine that this party may proclaim, after such a terrible defeat, after such treachery on the part of the old Socialist Party, we Communists, who are really prepared to draw the most extreme conclusions, must immediately proceed to exact revolutionary revenge. We must this very day draw the working class into an offensive against the strongholds of capitalist society. The Third Congress weighed this question theoretically and practically and said, if at the present time, immediately after the defeat consequent upon the treachery of the Socialist Party, the Comintern should set the Italian party the task of instantly passing over to an offensive, it would commit a fatal strategical blunder, because the decisive battle requires a corresponding preparation. This preparation, comrades, does not consist of collecting funds for the party treasury over a period of decades, nor of adding up the number of subscribers to the venerable social democratic press, and so on. No, preparation, especially in an epoch such as ours when the mood of the masses quickly changes and rises, requires not decades, perhaps not even years, but only a few months. To forecast time intervals is, in general, a very wretched occupation, but at all events one thing is clear: when we speak today of preparation, it has an entirely different meaning than it did in the organic epoch of gradual economic development. Preparation for us means the creation of such conditions as would secure us the sympathy of the broadest masses. We cannot under any conditions renounce this factor. The idea of replacing the will of the masses by the resoluteness of the so-called vanguard is absolutely impermissible and non-Marxist. Through the consciousness and the will of the vanguard it is possible to exert influence over the masses, it is possible to gain their confidence, but it is impossible to replace the masses by this vanguard. And for this reason the Third Congress has placed before all the parties, as the most important and unpostponable task, the demand that the majority of the toiling people be attracted to our side. It was pointed out here that Comrade Lenin had said in one of his speeches at the Congress that a small party, too, could under certain conditions carry with it the majority of the working class and lead them. This is absolutely correct. The revolution is a combination of objective factors which are independent of us and which are the most important, and of subjective factors which are more or less dependent on us. History does not tarry until the corresponding class, in our case the proletariat, organizes itself, clarifies its consciousness, and steels its will, in order then graciously to invite it to accomplish the revolution on the basis of these socially and economically mature conditions. No, things happen in a different way. The objective necessity of revolution may already be completely at hand. The working class, we speak only about this class because we are now interested only in the proletarian revolution, may, however, not yet be fully prepared, while the Communist Party may, of course, embrace only an insignificant minority of the working class. Comrades, what will occur then? There will occur a very prolonged and sanguinary revolution, and in the very course of the revolution the party and the working class will have to make up for what they lacked at the outset. Such is the present situation. And therefore, if it is true, and it is true, that under certain conditions even a small party can become the leading organization not only of the labor movement but also of the workers' revolution, This can happen only on the proviso that this small party discerns in its smallness not an advantage, but the greatest misfortune of which it must be rid as speedily as possible. Attending the Congress are certain comrades who represent the tiniest parties, for example, the Communist Workers' Party of Germany (KPD). This party is revolutionary, even very revolutionary, of this we have no doubt whatever. And if the revolution consisted in the caps manifesting its superb revolutionary will in action, and if such a demonstration sufficed to bring the German bourgeoisie to its knees, the revolution would long have been an accomplished fact in Germany. But the demonstrative action of a single revolutionary sect is not enough. The representatives of the KPD have said what Comrade Lenin, too, admitted, namely, that a small party can rise to the leading role. And that is really so. But in that event, such a party cannot be a small sect, which engages in a struggle with a much bigger revolutionary party, the party of the working class, and which sees in its own small numbers a great historical superiority. Such a party can never become the leading party of the working class. This is the whole gist of the matter. And so, the Third Congress proclaimed as the task of the hour preparation. Coincident with this, it was compelled to whisper to certain groups and certain comrades, and sometimes also to shout at them to fall back a little, to carry out a strategic retreat, in order to undertake, by entrenching themselves on a certain political line, preparations for a real offensive. Now, comrades, was this council which has become converted into an order really necessary? Or does it perhaps already mark the beginning of the Third International's downfall, as some claim? I believe that there was an urgent necessity to give this council to certain groups, certain organizations, and certain comrades. For, I repeat, among certain groups, and I am referring not only to the KPD but to much bigger parties and to tendencies within big parties, there was evident a genuine will to revolution, something which had not been discernible in Western Europe for a long while. In this respect we can register a colossal step forward from the First Congress to the Third. We have big parties with a clearly expressed will to revolutionary action, and without such a will it is impossible to make a revolution, in the sense in which a party is able, in general, to make a revolution. But among certain groups, certain journalists, and even certain leaders, there prevailed views concerning the methods of this revolution that are far too simplified. You are probably aware that there was advanced the so-called theory of the offensive. What is the gist of this theory? Its gist is that we have entered the epoch of the decomposition of capitalist society, in other words, the epoch when the bourgeoisie must be overthrown. How? By the offensive of the working class. In this purely abstract form, it is unco onus 7 correct. Individuals have sought to convert this theoretical capital into corresponding currency of smaller denomination, and they have declared that this offensive consists of a successive number of smaller offensives. Thus arose the theory, whose clearest exponent is the Vienna journal Communism, the theory of pure offensive owing to the revolutionary character of the epoch. Comrades, the analogy between the political struggle of the working class and military operations has been much abused. But up to a certain point one can speak here of similarities. In civil war one of the two contending sides must inescapably emerge as victor, for civil war differs from national war in this, that in the latter case a compromise is possible. One may cede to the enemy a part of the territory, one may pay him an indemnity, conclude some deal with him. But in civil war this is impossible. Here one or the other class, and therefore our strategy had of necessity to consist in a victorious offensive. We were compelled to liberate our periphery from the counter-revolution. But on recalling today the history of our struggle we find that we suffered defeat rather frequently. In military respects we, too, had our March days, speaking in German, and our September days, speaking in Italian. What happens after a partial defeat? There sets in a certain dislocation of the military apparatus, there arises a certain need for a breathing spell, a need for reorientation and for a more precise estimation of the reciprocal forces, a need to offset the losses and to instill into the masses the consciousness of the necessity of a new offensive and a new struggle. Sometimes all this becomes possible only under the conditions of strategic retreat. The soldiers, especially if they are the soldiers of a class-conscious revolutionary army, are told this point blank. They are told, we must surrender such and such points, such and such cities and areas and withdraw beyond the Volga, in order there to consolidate our position and in the course of 3 or 4 weeks or maybe several months, reorganize our ranks, make up our losses and then pass over to a new offensive. I must confess that during the first period of our civil war the idea of retreat was always very painful for all of us and produced very depressed moods among the soldiers. A retreat is a movement. Whether one takes 10 steps forward or 10 steps backward depends entirely on the requirements of the moment. For victory it sometimes is necessary to move forward, sometimes to move backwards. But to understand this properly, to discern in a move backwards, in a retreat, a component part of a unified strategic plan, for that a certain experience is necessary. But if one reasons purely abstractly, and insists always on moving forward, if one refuses to rack his brain over strategy, on the assumption that everything can be superseded by an added exertion of revolutionary will, what results does one then get? Let us take for example the September events in Italy or the March events in Germany. We are told that the situation in these countries can be remedied only by a new offensive. In the March days, and I say this quite openly, we did not have behind us 1/5 or even 1/6 of the working class and we suffered a defeat, in a purely practical sense, that is, we did not conquer power. Incidentally, the party did not even set itself this task. We did not paralyze the counter-revolution, either. This is undeniably a practical defeat. But if we were to say today in accordance with the foregoing theory of offensive, only a new offensive can remedy the situation, what do we stand to gain thereby? We shall then have behind us no longer 1/6 of the working class but only that section of the former 1/6 which has remained fit for combat. Indeed, following a defeat there is always to be observed a certain depression, which doesn't, of course, last forever but which does last a while. Under these conditions we would suffer an even greater and much more dangerous defeat. No, comrades, after such a defeat we must retreat. In what sense? In the simplest sense. We must say to the working class, yes, comrades, on the basis of facts we have become convinced that in this struggle we had only 1/6 of the workers behind us. But we must number at least 4/6, or 2/3, in order to seriously think of victory. And to this end we must develop and safeguard those mental, spiritual, material and organizational forces which are our bonds with the class. From the standpoint of offensive struggle this signifies a strategic retreat for the sake of preparation. It is absolutely unimportant whether one calls this going leftist or going rightist. It all depends on what one means by these words. If by leftism is understood a formal readiness to move forward at any moment, and to apply the sharpest forms of struggle, then this, of course, signifies a rightward trend. But if the words left party, or left tendencies, are understood in a more profound historical sense, in a dynamic sense, in the sense of a movement which sets itself the greatest task of the epoch and fulfills it through the best means, then this will constitute a step forward in the direction of the left, revolutionary tendency. But let us not waste our time over such philological scholasticism. From those who cavil over words and who say the Congress has made a step to the right, from them we demand that they give us a precise definition of what they mean by right or left. There is no need for me to dwell on the fact that some extremely clever comrades have advanced a hypothesis, according to which the Russians are chiefly to blame for the present rightist tendency, because the Russians have now entered into trade relations with the Western state and are greatly concerned lest these relations be disrupted by the European Revolution and similar unpleasantries. I did not hear this hypothesis myself, so to speak, first-hand, but malicious rumor has it that there are also extant theoreticians of historical development who extend their loyalty to the spirit of Marx so far as to seek economic foundations for this rightist Russian tendency as well. It seems to me, comrades, that they have wandered into a blind alley. For even from a purely factual standpoint we would, of course, have to recognize that the revolution in Germany, in France, in England, would bring us the greatest benefits, because our rather tenuous trade relations with the West will never provide us with such aid as we could receive from a victorious proletarian revolution. The revolution would first of all free us of the necessity of maintaining an army of several million in our country which is so economically ruined, and this circumstance alone would bring us the greatest relief and at the same time the possibility of economic restoration. And so, this hypothesis is entirely worthless. And in this respect it nowise differs from that other claim to the effect that the Russian Communist Party allegedly insisted on artificially provoking a revolution in Germany in March, so that Soviet Russia could cope with her domestic difficulties. This assertion is just as nonsensical. For a partial revolution, an uprising in any single country, can extend us no aid whatever. We are suffering from the destruction of the productive forces as a result of the imperialist war, the civil war, and the blockade. Aid can come to us only through shipments of large-scale auxiliary technical forces, through the arrival of highly skilled workers, locomotives, machines, and so on. But in no case from partial and unsuccessful uprisings in this or that country. That Soviet Russia will be able to maintain herself and to develop only in the event of the world revolution. This, comrades, you can read in literally everything that we have ever written. You can convince yourselves that 15 years ago we wrote that by force of the inner logic of the class struggle in Russia, the Russian Revolution would inescapably bring the Russian working class to power. But that this power can be stabilized and consolidated in the form of a victorious socialist dictatorship only if it serves as the starting point and remains an integral part of the world revolution of the international proletariat. This truth retains its full force to this very day. And for this reason Russia, like every other country, can be interested only in the internal logical development of the revolutionary forces of the proletariat, and not at all in artificially speeding up or retarding the revolutionary development. Some comrades have expressed the fear that by formulating the question in the way we did, we are pouring water on the wheels of centrist and passive elements in the labor movement. These fears, too, seem to me absolutely groundless. In the first place, because the principles on which our activity is based remain those which were adopted by the First Congress, which were elaborated theoretically in detail by the Second Congress, and which were confirmed, expanded, and filled with a concrete content by the Third Congress. These principles determine the entire activity of the Communist International. If during the epoch of the First and Second Congresses we condemned the reformist and centrist tendencies theoretically, then this no longer suffices today. Today we must elaborate a revolutionary strategy in order to overcome in practice these tendencies condemned by us. This is the whole gist of the question. And in this respect, too, some communists have an oversimplified, and therefore incorrect approach. They imagine that revolutionary results can be obtained by incessantly repeating that we remain irreconcilable foes of any and all centrist tendencies. Of course, we remain such. Every step toward reconciliation with the passive tendencies of centrism and reformism would signify the complete disintegration of our entire movement. The question lies not in this but rather in what course of action we ought to pursue to demarcate ourselves theoretically and organizationally from all centrist tendencies wherever they might appear. This is ABC. It would be ludicrous to engage in a dispute over this within the Communist International. Differences of opinion could arise only over the question of whether we ought to eject the centrist elements from this or that party right away, or whether it is more expedient to wait a while and give them the opportunity to develop in a revolutionary direction. Such practical differences of opinion are unavoidable in every vigorous party. But the principled recognition of the need to conduct a mortal struggle against centrism is the precondition for the revolutionary development of the forces of the Communist Party and of the working class. This is not in question. To consider this question to be on the same plane with practical questions of revolutionary strategy, this can be done only by those who have not yet fully understood just what constituted the core of the revolutionary questions at the Third Congress. Our opponents in the centrist camp will, of course, try to turn to their own advantage what we have said. They will say, "Look, in such and such places they advanced the slogans for a decisive offensive, but now the Third Congress has proclaimed the necessity of a strategic retreat." It is natural and unavoidable for one side to seek to gain some advantage from every step taken by the other side. That is how matters stand in this war, too. When, during the Civil War, Denikin or Kolchak used to retreat, we always wrote in our agitational leaflets, "Look, instead of crossing the Volga, the enemy has withdrawn to the Urals." We wrote it in order to raise the morale of the warriors. But if, on the grounds that our opponents will interpret our move as a retreat, we were to conclude that we ought not to make this or that move, we would then sacrifice what is really essential for the sake of second-rate and formalistic considerations. I have taken fully into consideration how extremely difficult it is to defend the strategy of temporary retreat at a youth congress. For if anyone is conscious of the right and of the inner necessity of waging an offensive, it is, of course, the young generation of the working class. If such were not the case, our affairs would be in a pretty bad shape. I believe, comrades, that it is precisely you, the young generation, who are destined to accomplish the revolution. The present revolution can continue to unfold for years and decades. Not in the sense that the preparation for decisive battle in Germany will last for decades. No, but the same thing can happen there that happened to us in Russia. By force of historic conditions we gained victory very easily, but then we were compelled for 3 years uninterruptedly to wage the Civil War. And even now we are not at all certain that war does not threaten us in the Far East with Japan, or, for that matter, in the West. Not because we seek war, but because the imperialist bourgeoisie keeps changing its methods. At first it fought us with military methods, then it entered into trade relations with us, but now it may again resort to implements of war. How the developments will unfold in Germany and France it is rather difficult to say. But that the bourgeoisie will not surrender suddenly is beyond any doubt. Nor is it subject to doubt that the revolution will one day conquer throughout Europe and throughout the world. The perspectives of the revolution are boundless, and the final phase of the struggle may endure for decades. But what does this signify? It signifies that precisely the young generation, you who are assembled here, have been summoned by history to bring our struggle to its conclusion. Some work will perhaps be left over even for your children. Let us not forget that the great French Revolution and all of its consequences last for several decades. Thus the tactical education of the communist youth is a question of first-rate importance. In our time the young generation is bound to mature very early, because the wear and tear of human material is proceeding at an extremely rapid rate. We observe this in Russia, it is also to be observed in Germany, and in the future this will manifest itself even more strikingly. For this reason it is of utmost importance for the Youth International to take, as is actually the case, an extremely serious attitude toward tactical questions. It is of utmost importance for the youth to review and criticize our tactics, and even, if need be, find them to be not leftist enough. It must not, however, view our tactics as a manifestation of some accidental moods within a single party or group, but must analyze them in context with the aggregate tasks of the revolutionary movement as a whole. Concerning our resolution on the organization question, someone might say, mind you, it is stated here that the number of subscribers to communist newspapers must be increased and that correspondents and collaborators for the communist press must be recruited in the workers' districts. It is said here that it is necessary to concentrate on the work of expanding our organizations and of consolidating communist nuclei in the trade unions. Aren't all these piddling activities which smack horribly of the social democratic parties prior to the war? Yes, that is so, provided one tears this question out of its historical context, provided one fails to understand that we are living in an epoch that is revolutionary in its objective content, and that we represent the working class which is every day becoming more and more convinced that it can secure the most elementary conditions of its existence only through revolution. But if one forgets all this along with the fact that we are engaged in a mortal combat with the social democratic and centrist parties and groups for the influence over the working class, then, of course, one will get an entirely distorted conception of the tendencies, tactics, and organizational principles of the Third Congress. Today we are mature enough not to bind ourselves in all our actions by our formal opposition to reformists and centrists. The revolutionary task confronts us today as a practical task. And we ask ourselves, how ought we arm ourselves? What front should we occupy? At what line ought we entrench ourselves for defense? At what moment should we pass over to the offensive? We are expanding our organizations. Whether this expansion takes place in the field of publishing newspapers, or even in the field of parliamentarianism, has meaning today only insofar as this creates the conditions for the victory of the revolutionary uprising. As a matter of fact, how could we possibly secure, in the stormy epoch of mass proletarian uprisings, the unity of ideas and slogans without an extensive network of correspondents, collaborators and readers of the revolutionary newspapers? And whereas newspaper subscribers and correspondents to its newspapers are important for a social democratic party as a precondition for its parliamentary successes, for us communists the selfsame type of organization is of importance as a practical premise for the victory of the revolution. From this criterion, comrades, the Third Congress is a gigantic step forward as compared to the First and Second Congresses. At that time, especially in the era of the First Congress, one could still hope that the bourgeois state apparatus had been so disorganized by the war as to enable us to overthrow the bourgeois domination through a single spontaneous revolutionary assault. Had this happened, we would, of course, have had occasion to congratulate ourselves. But this did not happen. The bourgeoisie managed to withstand the assault of the spontaneous revolutionary mass movement. The bourgeoisie succeeded in retaining its positions. It has restored its state apparatus, and has kept a firm hand on the army and the police. These are indisputable facts, and they confront us with the task of overturning this restored state apparatus by means of a thought-out and organized revolutionary offensive in the historical sense of the word, an offensive which includes temporary retreats as well as interludes for preparation. The task of the Communist Party consists of applying all the possible methods of struggle. Were there no need of this, were the proletariat able to overthrow the bourgeoisie by a single tempestuous assault, there would be no need at all for the Communist Party. Both the fact that on a world scale this task is now posed as a practical task and the fact that the Third Congress has, after prolonged and rather heated discussion, arrived at a unanimous formulation of this task, this, comrades, is the supreme fact of our epoch. The fact that an international Communist Workers' Party exists which is able to elaborate practically and adopt unanimously a strategic plan for the annihilation of bourgeois society. And if you are dissatisfied with some things, in my opinion unjustifiably so, you must in any case incorporate your dissatisfaction within the framework of this great fact, this great victory. If you do so, then criticism emanating from the Youth International will serve not as a break but as a progressive factor. It is possible that the greatest decisive battles may take place by next year. It is possible that the period of preparation in the key countries may endure until the next Congress. It is impossible to predict the date and duration of political events. The Third Congress was the highest school of strategic preparation. And it may be that the Fourth Congress will issue the signal for the world revolution. We can't tell as yet. But this we do know. We have taken a big step forward, and we shall all depart from this Congress more mature than when we came to it. This is amply clear, and not to me alone, I hope, but to all of us. And when the hour of great battles strikes, a very great role will be played in them by the youth. We need only recall the Red Army in which the youth played a decisive role not only politically but in a purely military sense. As a matter of fact, what is the Red Army, comrades? It is nothing but the armed and organized youth of Russia. What did we do when we had to launch an offensive? We appealed to the organizations of the youth, and these organizations would carry out a mobilization. Hundreds and thousands of young workers and peasants came to us, and we incorporated them as nuclei into our regiments. That is how the morale of the Red Army was built. And if we get the same type of youth in the Communist International, as we shall, if in the days of decisive battles the youth streams into our ranks and organized regiments, then you will be able to use for the benefit of the labor movement that which now separates you from the old International, not so much in spirit as in maturity of mind. Comrades, during the most perilous days of the Russian Revolution, when Yudenich stood beyond Petrograd, and during the hard days of Kronstadt, when this fortress almost became converted into a fortress of French imperialism against Petrograd, it was the Russian worker-peasant youth that saved the revolution. In the bourgeois newspapers you can read that we brought up Chinese, Kalmuk and other regiments against Yudenich and Kronstadt. This is, of course, a lie. We brought up our youth. The storming of Kronstadt was indeed symbolic. Kronstadt, as I said, was about to pass into the hands of French and English imperialism. 2 or 3 days more and the Baltic Sea would have been ice-free and the war vessels of the foreign imperialists could have entered the ports of Kronstadt and Petrograd. Had we then been compelled to surrender Petrograd, it would have opened the road to Moscow, for there are virtually no defensive points between Petrograd and Moscow. Such was the situation. To whom did we turn? Kronstadt is surrounded by sea on all sides, and the sea was blanketed with ice and snow. Nakedly exposed, one had to move on ice and snow against a fortress amply equipped with artillery and machine guns. We turned to our youth, to those workers and peasants who were receiving military education in our military schools. And to our call they staunchly answered, "Present!" And they marched in the open and without any protection against the artillery and machine guns of Kronstadt. And as before, beyond Petrograd, so now on the Baltic ice there were many corpses to be seen of young Russian workers and peasants. They fought for the revolution, they fought so that the present Congress might convene. And I am sure that the revolutionary youth of Europe and America, who are much more educated and developed than our youth, will in the hour of need display not less but far greater revolutionary energy, and in the name of the Russian Red Army, I say, long live the International Revolutionary Youth, the Red Army of the World Revolution. Note 1. The Communist Youth International held its first Congress illegally in Berlin in November 1919. 6. From the Third to the Fourth World Congress. Summary speech. Delivered following the report and discussion at the Second Congress of the Communist Youth International. The severest reproaches were leveled at the Third Congress by the Italian comrades. These reproaches were directed mainly against the Congress resolution on the Italian Socialist Party. Comrades Tranquilli and Polano proceed from the assumption that this resolution muddles up the situation in Italy, that it will introduce confusion into the minds of Italian workers, without yielding any practical results in the future. In the opinion of Comrade Tranquilli, one can expect nothing from the Italian Socialist Party since not only its leaders, who are pacifists and reformists, but also the masses who follow these leaders are not revolutionary. I think that this approach to the Italian Socialist Party is false to the core. This party, hitherto united, has split, as you know, into 3 wings: the reformists who number about 14,000, the Unity wing who number approximately 100,000, and the Communists, some 50,000. Comrade Tranquilli says that approximately 40,000 members dropped out of the Socialist Party and that it now counts in its ranks not more than 60,000 members, one half of whom are members of municipal councils. I don't know just how exact these figures are. The last figure seems to me a little dubious. I ask myself, why has this party sent its delegation to Moscow? Its leaders are opportunists, the masses who follow it, likewise. True, the party used to belong to the Communist International. But last September it took a reformist position. The ECCI has ruled that in Italy the Communist Party alone constitutes a section of the Third International. Thus the Socialist Party had itself expelled from the ranks of the Comintern. Serrati and his friends did not doubt that the Third Congress would uphold the decision of the ECCI, and yet they did send delegates to this Congress. To this it ought to be added that the reformists now play in the administration of the Socialist Party an even more important role than they did prior to the split. The reformist leaders, Turati and Treves, are acquiring a strong influence over the Socialist Party. They enter into negotiations with Giolitti. In this period the Socialist Party has undergone a clear evolution to the right. Its parliamentary fraction becomes even more reformist than it was prior to the last elections. Trotsky, the genuine leader and inspirer of the party, begins baiting the Communist International with jibes and calumny. How then to explain the fact that the representatives of this party appear in Moscow? The explanation offered by our young Italian comrades does not satisfy me. If the non-party masses regard the Communist International with such enthusiasm as to propel even socialists to Moscow, then why don't these masses join the Communist International? I can't understand such super-circuitous politics on the part of the Italian workers. I believe that you are mistaken. The Italian working class is revolutionary, but its non-party masses are not sufficiently clear in their thinking, and it is precisely for this reason that they do not join the Communist Party. For this self-same reason they do not exert sufficiently powerful pressure on the Socialist Party. The distance between Rome and Moscow is very great. And if the party leaders want to demonstrate that they are for Moscow, if they deem it necessary to lavish praise on Moscow, where, incidentally, they were not accorded a very warm reception, if they do all this, as you say, in order to deceive the masses, then it only goes to prove that the masses themselves have compelled these leaders to engage in such hypocrisy. Not the masses who are with the Communist Party, nor the non-party masses, but the rank-and-file members of the Socialist Party itself. You cite statistical data and you say that among 100,000 members of this party there are only 60,000 toilers, of whom some 30,000 are members of municipal councils or employees and so on. If this last figure is not exaggerated, one would have to admit that these employees who are shoving Lazari and Maffei to Moscow are not of the worst sort, and that we ought to try to attract them to us. An assertion has been frequently repeated here to the effect that the doors have been left open to the Italian Socialist Party. Obviously, the impression is that the doors are left wide open for anyone to enter. In reality, the situation is somewhat more complex. We have stipulated that for 2 or 3 months the doors remain closed, and then the Italian Socialist Party must convene a party congress and discuss a number of questions publicly. First of all, it must expel the reformists from its ranks. You may ask, which ones? This is self-evident. Those who do not avow themselves as communists, those who arrange the conference in Reggio Emilia. This condition is quite specific. You know better than I do how great the influence of Trotsky and Treves is in the Italian Socialist Party. If our resolution compels the centrist and pacifist elements in the party to dissociate themselves from Trotsky and Treves, it would mean the complete capitulation of the party as a whole. The centrist elements have demonstrated that they lack any kind of policy. They can only be led by the nose, either by the communists or by the reformists. Their most characteristic trait is their lack of character. And this is especially characteristic of Italy, where the revolutionary movement is very spontaneous in nature. When parties who have been expelled from the Third International come to us and say, "We wish to return to you," we reply, "If you are prepared to accept our platform and to drive political saboteurs out of your midst, we shall not refuse to admit you." Does this really frighten you, comrades? Cite an instance, tell me of a different method whereby we can attract workers who still follow these leaders. You say that we ought to wait until the next action when the Socialist Party will expose itself by its periodic treachery, and then the masses will come over to us. You presuppose, therefore, that the Italian party is incapable of drawing any lessons from experience. There is no need of waiting for the next treachery in order to get rid of these creatures. We created the International precisely in order to safeguard the Italian proletariat against a new September ordeal, against new disillusions and new sacrifices. This, comrades, is precisely the meaning of the resolution of the Third Congress of the Comintern. We must expand the basis of our actions, of our activities. Comrade Schuler said that we need only dynamic actions, that only through them will we conquer the masses. He said that the masses have created the apparatus of revolution. This is correct, but in Italy there have been plenty of actions. All the recent years in Italy have been filled with political strikes, with uprisings in cities, villages and in the army, etc. The entire country seethed with rebellion. But it is not enough to interminably repeat the words, dynamic action. It is necessary to utilize these actions in laying the foundation of the revolutionary organization, in selecting the most resolute elements. It is necessary to center all efforts on the work of preparation, which is precisely what was not done. There were actions, but there was no preparation for actions. This is what the comrades refused to understand. Comrade Polano said that it is necessary to break completely with reformist parties. But it was you, Comrade Polano, who told us that out of 100,000 members of the Socialist Party only 60,000 remained. Picture to yourself the fact that these 40,000, on dropping out of their party, did not join your party. The split that has occurred in the party has put them in a skeptical frame of mind. They are watching and waiting. And those who remained in the party have delegated Lazari, Maffei, and Riboldi to go to Moscow. If we were now to say to them, "We want no dealings with you," what impression, in your opinion, would this make upon the former party members, upon these 40,000 who have become skeptics? They inform us of their desire to join the International, but we tell them, "No, we want no dealings with you." Will this facilitate your task of conquering the working masses for the Communist International? In no case. This would only reinforce the conservatism of the working masses, and those selfsame members of municipal councils would form a bloc against you, against Moscow, because to refuse admittance into the International to those workers who wish to join is to deal them the cruelest insult. It is characteristic of a worker, in general, and of the Italian Socialist Party, in particular, that a worker always cherishes confidence in the organization which has awakened and educated him. This organizational conservatism has its positive as well as its negative side. If we repel a worker from us, we thereby strengthen the negative side of his organizational conservatism. No, by such a policy you will never gain the majority of the Italian proletariat. Never. Here you speak in the spirit of sectarianism and not in the spirit of revolution. The same Comrade Schuler also said, "Before us are theses on tactics. We accept them as disciplined soldiers of the proletarian army, but they were likewise accepted by Lazari and Serrati, and considerable satisfaction will be derived from them even by Levi." But comrades, what does this prove? We cannot reject these or other theses simply because they happen to please such and such an individual. If the theses are good, it remains for us only to congratulate ourselves that they were also adopted by Lazari. And if they are bad, then it is first of all necessary to bring proof of that. Comrade Schuler said that we need actions, but if you read the theses over, you will become convinced that they express this same idea with a clarity of thought nowise inferior to Comrade Schuler's, even though he has expressed himself admirably. But Comrade Schuler is wrong in one thing. What we lacked was not actions, but the preparation of action. I repeat, why are you so alarmed over the fact that Lazari and Smeril find our theses excellent? One of two things is possible: either Smeril has actually drawn closer to us, or he is a hypocrite. I don't believe in the latter supposition. I think that he is acting sincerely. But let us grant for a moment that he did approve our theses out of hypocrisy. If such were the case, why would he do it? Because he assumes that the masses who follow him are gravitating toward Moscow. As a matter of fact, let us suppose that Smeril is as much of a Machiavelli as Serrati. I can't say this of Lazari, but in Serrati, why, there is a real Machiavelli for you. And so let us suppose that these Machiavellis say, "Up to now we have reiterated that the Third International was making big mistakes, but now we must admit that it is acting correctly." What does this signify? This signifies that the masses who follow them are now for us. This signifies that they no longer have any arguments against us, that they can no longer hinder their masses from streaming into our ranks. You say that we have stripped them of all their weapons. Perhaps, but they themselves remain. Serrati remains. Smeril is coming to us. And don't we remain ourselves in the International, too? If Smeril demonstrates that he does not abide by the tactics of the Third International, we shall scarcely be scared of breaking with him after we have broken with the centrist and reformist parties. I cannot for the life of me understand what you are afraid of. Laporte, since Smeril agrees with the theses, it follows that the theses are no good. Trotsky, dear Comrade Laporte, this is precisely what you must first prove. You must prove that the tactics proposed by us are incorrect. Laporte, I would prove it if I were granted the time. Trotsky, I would gladly listen to you on this question. But if it is really true that we, i.e., the entire Communist Party, have advanced theses which are permeated with the spirit of opportunism, with the spirit of Smeril, then in that case it is impermissible to speak of our having left the doors open for Smeril and Saradi. After all, Smeril and Saradi will not be alone, they will be together with all of us. And if we are bad communists, it means that our whole communist family is bad and that there is no need of being afraid of these two. A voice from the floor, the theses are not clear enough. Trotsky, it would of course be much simpler to throw all the vacillating elements out of the window and say, we shall remain a little sect, but by way of compensation we shall be absolutely pure. On the one hand, you always insist on revolutionary actions, but on the other hand, you want the party to consist of chemically pure elements only. These demands are contradictory. Because revolutionary actions are impossible without masses, but the masses do not consist solely of absolutely pure elements. This is beyond dispute. The masses are yearning for revolutionary action, but they have not yet lost faith in Smeril. Whether they are right or wrong is something else again, but the fact is they still continue to trust Smeril. We are consequently faced with the following alternative, either to reject Smeril together with the masses, or to accept him together with the masses. And since Smeril accepts the theses of the Third Congress, I assume, Comrade Laporte, that the mistake in this dispute is being made not by Smeril but by you. You are not striving to expand your base. Tactics cannot be unilateral, they must allow for maneuver, in order to attract the masses. It is a very complex task. But you say, no, I shall remain with my own family, the masses are not pure enough for me. I shall wait until the masses dribble into our party in little homeopathic doses. Insofar as I am able to understand your tendency, you are yearning for a more dynamic policy. If we were living in an organic epoch of slow and gradual development, I might perhaps agree that your tactic corresponds to the character of the epoch. But in our time, when the greatest events are taking place, the masses become educated through these events. And we must adjust ourselves to the situation, because a moment may arrive in Italy, perhaps on the morrow, when the Communist Party will be bound to act as a mass party. Saradi and Lazari, who have broken with the reformists, will not have any personal or party influence, and they will enter the Communist Party together with the masses that have compelled them to come to us. And should they then display anti-communist tendencies, you would be able to throw them out of the party. It seems to me that this exhausts all the objections which have been made here by certain comrades. No, they have accepted our theses not only as disciplined soldiers of the proletarian army, they have also accepted them out of inner conviction. This applies especially to the Italian comrades. The latest events in Rome demonstrate that the Italian proletariat is not completely disillusioned, that it still has revolutionary elan. On such foundations one can permit himself a bolder tactic, a tactic which does not flinch from embracing ever greater masses of workers. Furthermore, you ought not to forget, comrades, that the Italian party is not isolated, that there exists the ECCI which takes into consideration the experiences of all parties. If some socialist group which has entered your party becomes a menace to you, even if you turn out to be in a minority, which incidentally is absolutely excluded, you could always appeal to the ECCI. As regards the developments in Italy in the immediate future, I think that while our tactics in respect to the Socialist Party will not bring it completely into our ranks, they will nevertheless not remain unfruitful but will provoke a split. One thing is certain, namely, within the Italian Socialist Party, the left wing will inescapably crystallize and demand the expulsion of the reformists. The right wing of the party will raise objections to this, and as a result there will be a split in the party. You may say that the elements which split from the Socialist Party will not be pure enough for us. But in that case we could once again take up in the ECCI the question of admitting them into the Third International. You insist that between you and them there is nothing in common. But we would never have been a communist party if we had counted only on those workers who individually wanted to follow us. No, by such methods you will never attract the majority of the working class in Italy. The ECCI will help you to conquer a large faction of the Italian Socialist Party. We thus shall perhaps have in our ranks also some members of municipal councils. But they will only prove useful to you since, upon conquering power, you will need them in organizing food supplies, and so on. I hope that a few months from now I shall be able to congratulate you for having acquired several tens of thousands of workers and several hundred good municipal councillors. Appendix: Towards the First World Congress. May Day and the International. The character of the entire workers' movement during the era of the Second International is reflected in the history and the fate of the May Day holiday. May 1st was established as a holiday by the Paris International Socialist Congress in 1889. The purpose of designating it thus was, by means of a simultaneous demonstration by workers of all countries on that day, to prepare the ground for drawing them together into a single international proletarian organization of revolutionary action having one world center and one world political orientation. The Paris Congress, which had taken the above decision, was treading the path of the International Communist League and of the First International. For the Second International to adopt the pattern of these two organizations was impossible from the start. In the course of the 14 years which had passed since the days of the First International, class organizations of the proletariat had grown up in every country which carried out their activity quite independently within their territory and were not adapted to international unification on the principles of democratic centralism. The celebration of May Day should have prepared them for such a unification, and therefore the demand for the 8-hour working day was introduced as its slogan, which was conditioned by the development of the productive forces and was popular among the broad working masses of all countries. The effective task which was assigned to the May Day holiday consisted of facilitating the process of transforming the working class as an economic category into the working class in the sociological sense of the word, into a class conscious of its interests in their totality, and striving to establish their dictatorship and the socialist revolution. From this point of view, demonstrations in support of the socialist revolution were most appropriate to May Day. And the revolutionary elements at the Congress achieved this. But at the stage of development through which the working class was then passing, the majority found that the demand for the 8-hour working day provided a better answer for carrying out the task in front of them. In any case, this was a slogan capable of uniting workers of all countries. Just such a role was also played by the slogan of universal peace, which was subsequently put forward. But the Congress proposed and the objective conditions of the development of the workers' movement disposed. The May holiday gradually turned from the means of struggle of the world proletariat into a means of struggle of the workers of each separate country for their local interests. And this was made more possible by putting forward the third slogan, universal suffrage. In the majority of states, May Day was celebrated either just in the evening after work was finished or else on the following Sunday. In those places where the workers celebrated it by a stoppage of work, as in Belgium and Austria, it served the cause of realizing local tasks, but not the cause of closing the ranks of workers of all countries into one world working class. Side by side with progressive consequences, as a result of bringing together the workers of a particular country, it had therefore a negative conservative side. It linked the workers too tightly with the fate of a particular state, and in this way prepared the ground for the development of social patriotism. The task which had been placed on the order of the day by the Paris Congress has not been realized. The formation of an international as the organization of international revolutionary proletarian action, with one center and with one international political orientation, had not been achieved. The Second International was merely a weak union of workers' parties which were independent of each other in their activity. May Day turned into its opposite, and with the war its existence came to an end. Such were the consequences of the inexorable logic of the dialectical process of development of the workers' movement. Wherein lies the cause of this phenomenon? What guarantee is there against its repetition? What is the lesson for the future from this? Of course, the basic cause of the failure of the May Day holiday lay in the character of the given period of capitalist development, in the process of its deepening in each separate country, and the struggle conditioned by this process for the democratization of the state system and for the adaptation of the latter to the needs of capitalist development. But even in the development of a capitalist or of any other type of system, there exist tendencies of two sorts: the conservative and the revolutionary. With the working class, which is the active participant in the historical process, its vanguard, the socialist parties, is destined to go ahead of this process and counterpose its revolutionary tendency to the conservative trend at every stage of the workers' movement, and to put forward and defend the overall interests of the whole proletariat in its totality independent of nationality. This is the very task which the socialist parties during the period of the Second International did not fulfill, and this had a direct influence on the fate of the May Day holiday. Under the influence of the party bosses made up of intellectuals and the labor bureaucracy, the socialist parties in the period described concentrated their attention on very useful parliamentary activity which was in its essence national and not international, or of a class character. The organizations of workers looked on their activity not as a means of class struggle but as an end in itself. It is sufficient to recall how the leaders of German social democracy argued for transferring May Day to the following Sunday. They said that one could not expose an exemplary party organization, parliamentary activity, and numerous rich trade unions to danger merely for the sake of a demonstration. The present epoch is directly contrary in character to the past epoch. Opened by the war, and in particular by the Russian October Revolution, it reveals itself as the epoch of the direct struggle of the proletariat for power on a world scale. Its character is favorable to May Day, fulfilling that role to which the revolutionary elements at the Paris Congress of 1889 attempted to assign it. It is presented with the task of facilitating the formation of a third revolutionary international, and of serving the cause of the mobilization of proletarian forces for the world socialist revolution. But to assist in the carrying out of this great role, the lessons of the past and the demands of the present epoch powerfully dictate to socialists from all countries a radical change in their policy, putting forward appropriate slogans for May Day. In the first instance, the following steps are necessary. Concentrate efforts on the formation of the Third Revolutionary International. Subordinate the interests of each country to the general interests of the international proletarian movement, and subordinate parliamentary activity to the interests of the struggle of the proletarian masses. The main slogans of May Day in the present epoch should be: the Third International, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the World Soviet Republic, the Socialist Revolution. Izvestia number 87, 351, May 1, 1918. Appendix: Towards the First World Congress. To the Spartacus League of Germany and the Communist Party of German Austria. Dear comrades, we are following your struggle and actions under the banner of revolutionary socialism with the greatest joy. It so happens that you are waging a struggle in unusually difficult conditions. The barbaric intervention of Anglo-French-American imperialism, which even dispatches colored armies against the blazing world revolution, the treacherous policy of the socialists in government who under the signboard of the Socialist Republic pursue a policy of safeguarding the capitalist order, and the inviolability of sacred private property. The rapid mobilization of counter-revolutionary forces leaning directly on official social democracy, the worth of the supposed left and independent groups who in effect hinder the releasing of the forces of the socialist revolution and who by their participation in the government give support to the criminals of yellow social democracy. All this creates an extremely arduous situation for our common cause. However, we do not only believe but we know that the German and Austrian proletariat must throw off those trammels in which their bourgeoisie through its social democratic agents holds them. The German and the Austrian proletariat will soon see that the much vaunted Democratic Republic and National Assembly are in fact nothing but a dam to hold back the wave of revolution. The German and Austrian proletariat will also have to understand that the only solution for them lies in their own power, which will mercilessly suppress any resistance by the bourgeoisie, a power which will not be based on words but on the deed of the mighty lever of the socialist reconstruction of society. The actual power both in Germany and in Austria lies now in the hands of the old functionaries of the monarchy. Messrs. Eberts and Renners, who throughout their lives have been fed with respectful awe towards the police as the representatives of the bourgeois state power, have left completely intact the entire old apparatus which over the ages had been assembled and built up as a weapon of struggle against the popular masses. The actual power of the bourgeoisie preserved with the blessing of the socialists, puppets must be replaced, as it will inevitably be replaced, by the actual power of the proletariat, by its steel-like revolutionary dictatorship notwithstanding and despite the social traitors who at the first Congress of the German Soviets handed power over to the bourgeoisie. The Russian working class having undergone the period of compromise with the bourgeoisie, the onslaught of the counter-revolution and partial defeats, have become convinced by experience that in our day of the greatest social battles that world history has at any time known, only one of two things is possible. Either the rabid and unbridled bloody barbarism of the dictatorship of the generals out to save the capitalist world, or else the dictatorship of the workers building the new world on the ruins of the lands devastated by the war. And the party of the proletariat, our party which at the start of the revolution was regarded as a gang of lunatics, and which has now held on to state power with a firm hand for more than a year, sees with particular joy that both in Germany and in Austria there are growing up fraternal parties which are moving towards our common goal, socialism, along our common path, through the dictatorship of the working class. The downfall of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the proletariat are alike inevitable. Your victory is inevitable, comrades. We believe and we know that we are fighting along with you in order that we shall build on the ruins of capitalist robbery a new world of real human brotherhood and the solidarity of all peoples. Long live the world revolution! Long live the dictatorship of the proletariat! Long live the International Socialist Republic! Long live communism! On the instructions of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Bolsheviks. N. Lenin L. Trotsky I. Sverdlov J. Stalin N. Bukharin. Pravda, No. 4, January 5, 1919. Appendix. Towards the First World Congress. Order out of chaos. German soldiers rush back to their homeland from those countries where the criminal will of the German aggressors hurled them. Newly fledged Polish troops attack them on the route, disarm, and then massacre them. The British, French, and Americans have seized Germany by the throat and, with an eye on the clock, take her feverish pulse. This does not stop them demanding from her government that the remains of the German forces go to war with Soviet Russia to prevent her from liberating the lands occupied by German imperialism. The Belgians, whose country was only yesterday crucified by German imperialism, today seizes the whole German Rhineland. The semi-mendicant Romanians drained dry by their ruling embezzlers, whose capital is alternately the prey of the Germans and the Anglo-French, themselves seize Bessarabia, Transylvania, and Bukovina. American naval forces are sitting on a bed of nails up in our cold and hungry north trying to puzzle out why they were brought there. On the streets of Berlin, which not long ago boasted its iron order, bloody waves of civil war are overflowing. French troops have landed at Odessa, while at the same time very large areas of France herself are occupied by American, British, Australian, and Canadian armies who treat the French like a colonial population. Poland, resurrecting herself after a century and a half's non-existence, with a delirious impatience engages in war with the Ukraine and Prussia and provokes Soviet Russia. The American President Wilson, who, like the fraud and hypocrite Tartuffe, roams across blood-drenched Europe as the highest representative of morality, the messiah of the American dollar, chastises, pardons, and settles the destinies of nations. Everyone asks him, invites him, and pleads with him, the King of Italy, the perfidious ruling Georgian Mensheviks, the humiliated and favor-begging Skydemen, the molting tiger of the French middle class, Clemenceau, the fireproof safes of the city of London, and even the midwives of Switzerland. Rolling up his trousers, Wilson steps over the puddles of European blood, and by the grace of the New York stock market, which did well to place its last stake on the European lottery, unites the Yugoslavs with the Serbs, asks the price of the Habsburg crown. Between two sniffs of tobacco rounds out Belgium at the expense of looted Germany, and weighs up whether it would not be possible to bring in orangutans and baboons to deliver Christian culture from Bolshevik barbarism. Europe resembles a madhouse, and it seems at first sight that even its inmates do not know for 1/2 hour at a time whom they are going to butcher and with whom they will fraternize. But the one lesson that stands out irrefutably from the cloudy waves of this chaos is that of the criminal responsibility of the bourgeois world. Everything which is now happening in Europe has been prepared by the past centuries, by the economic regime, by state relations, by organized militarism, by the morality and philosophy of the ruling classes, and by the religion of every priest. The monarchy, nobility, church hierarchy, bureaucracy, bourgeoisie, professional intelligentsia, owners of wealth and rulers of states have all been preparing and have prepared those incomprehensible events which make the old, cultured, Christian Europe so much like a madhouse. The European chaos is a chaos only in form. In essence, higher laws of history find their expression there, destroying the old in order to create the new in its place. With the aid of the same rifles, the population of Europe is now fighting in the name of different tasks and programs, answering different historical epochs. Basically, they amount to three: imperialism, nationalism, and communism. This war began as a scuffle between the great capitalist vultures for the seizure and division of the world, and in this consists imperialism. But in order to move the many million masses into battle, to incite them against each other, and to keep up a spirit of hate and frenzy amongst them, ideas, or moods, were necessary which were close to the masses, deceived and doomed to annihilation as they were. And as such a hypnotic agent, the idea of nationalism placed itself at the disposal of the imperialist bandits. The mutual link between people speaking one and the same language and belonging to one and the same nation has a great force. This link was not felt when people lived a patriarchal life within their villages or provincial districts. But the more bourgeois production developed, the more it united village with village and province with city, the more people drawn into its whirlpool learned to value a common language, this great intermediary in material and spiritual relations. Capitalism sought to assert itself above all on a national basis and gave birth to mighty national movements. In splintered Germany, dismembered Italy, torn up Poland, in Austria-Hungary, amongst the Balkan Slavs, in Armenia. By means of revolutions and wars, the European bourgeoisie had, in some places with rips and patches, solved a part of the national question. A united Italy was created, a united Germany, without German-speaking Austria, though with dozens of kings. The peoples of Russia were clamped together in the steel vice of Tsarism. In Austria and the Balkans, furious internecine strife continued between nations who were doomed to close cohabitation and were incapable of establishing peaceful forms of cooperation. At the same time, capitalism rapidly outgrew its national framework. The nation-state was merely a trampoline which was essential for making a leap. Capital soon became cosmopolitan. It found at its disposal worldwide means of communication, it had agents and servants speaking every tongue, and it strove to plunder the peoples of the earth irrespective of their language, the color of their skin, or the religion of their priests. While the middle and petty bourgeoisie and also broad circles of the working class still breathed an atmosphere of national ideology, capitalism had, in its striving for world dominion, developed into imperialism. The worldwide slaughter presented from the beginning a menacing picture of imperialism coupled with nationalism. The mighty clique of finance, capital, and heavy industry had succeeded in harnessing to its chariot all those feelings, passions, and moods instilled by the link of nationality, the unity of tongue, common historical memories, and above all common habitation within the nation-state. Setting out on the high road to plunder, seizure, and destruction, the imperialists of each of the warring camps learned how to instill the popular masses with the idea that it was a matter of a struggle for national independence and national culture. Just as the bankers and big manufacturers exploit the small shopkeepers and workers, so imperialism, without exception, takes under its command nationalist and chauvinist feelings and objectives, pretending that it is serving and safeguarding them. With this terrible psychological ammunition, the Great Massacre has fed and sustained itself over 4.5 years. But communism has appeared on the scene. In its time, it too had arisen on national soil with the awakening of the workers' movement at the first, though uncertain, blow of the capitalist machine. In communist teaching, the proletariat counterposed itself to the bourgeoisie. And if the latter became imperialist and world-plundering, then the advanced proletariat became internationalist and world-uniting. The imperialist bourgeoisie represents numerically a trifling minority of the peoples. It has held on, ruled and reigned until now, and with the aid of the ideas and moods of nationalism it has managed to hold the broad and petty bourgeois working masses in its bondage. The internationalist proletariat has been a minority at the opposite end of the scale. It rightly hoped to break the majority of the people from the spiritual servitude of imperialism. But right up till the last great massacre of the peoples, even the best and the most perceptive proletarian leaders had not suspected with what strength the prejudices of the bourgeois state system and the habits of national conservatism were still embedded in the consciousness of the popular masses. In July 1914 all this was revealed, and it was, without exaggeration, the blackest month in world history, not because the kings and stock merchants unleashed a war, but because they managed to dominate from inside hundreds of millions of masses of people, to deceive, enmesh, hypnotize and psychologically involve them in their marauding exploits. Internationalism, which through the decades had been the official banner of the powerful organization of the working class, seemed to have disappeared at once in the fire and smoke of the international carnage. Then it reappeared sporadically like a dim, flickering light from separate groups in different countries. The learned and unlearned high priests of the bourgeoisie attempted to depict these groups as dying remains of a utopian sect. But the name of Zimmerwald had already rolled with an alarming echo throughout the bourgeois press. The revolutionary internationalists went their own way. As a first task, they provided themselves with a clear appraisal of what had happened. A long epoch of peaceful bourgeois development with its everyday trade union struggles, reformist hair-splitting and petty parliamentary juggling had created a many-million organization topped out with opportunists, which placed mighty fetters on the proletariat's revolutionary energies. By the force of historical events, official social democracy, which had been built under the sign of social revolution, had turned into the most counter-revolutionary force in Europe and the whole world. It had knitted itself so closely into the national state, its parliament, ministers and commissions, and had become so familiar with its erstwhile foes, the parliamentary knaves of the bourgeoisie and middle class, that at the start of the bloody catastrophe of the capitalist system it could see nothing beyond the danger to national unity. Instead of calling the proletarian masses on to the offensive against capitalism, it called them to the defense of the national state. The social democracy of the Plekhanovs, the Tseretellis, Scheidmans, Kautskys, Renaudels, and the Longwets mobilized in the service of imperialism every national prejudice, every servile instinct, every bit of chauvinist scum, everything dark and purulent that had accumulated in the souls of the oppressed toiling masses during centuries of slavery. It was clear to the party of revolutionary communism that this gigantic historical swindle would only be ended with the frightful crash of the reigning clique and their underlings. In order to summon the masses to a military upsurge, readiness to self-sacrifice, and in short to spend years in filthy, foul-smelling pits of trenches, it was necessary to give birth to great hopes and monstrous illusions in their consciousness. The disillusionment and bitterness of the masses inevitably had to assume forms proportionate to the scale of the deception. The revolutionary internationalists, they were not yet then called communists, foresaw this and built their revolutionary tactic on this prediction. They set course for the socialist revolution. Two conscious minorities, the imperialists and the internationalists, declared a mortal struggle upon each other, and before their struggle moved to the city streets in the form of an open civil war, it had deepened in the consciousness of millions upon millions of toiling people. This no longer consisted of parliamentary conflicts, which even in the best moments of parliamentarism had revealed an extremely limited power of instructive action. Here the whole people, right to its dark and sluggish roots, was seized in the steel claws of militarism and was violently dragged right into the maelstrom of events. Communism opposed imperialism and said, "Now you are in practice demonstrating to the masses what you are like and what you are capable of, but my turn is coming next." The great match between imperialism and communism is not decided by paragraphs of reforms, parliamentary votes, or strike decisions of trade unions. Events are written with iron and each step of the struggle is stamped in blood. This alone had already decided that the outcome of the struggle between imperialism and communism would not be reached along the road of formal democracy. Deciding fundamental questions of social development by means of universal suffrage must have meant in present conditions, when the questions were posed at point-blank range, cutting short the fight between mortal class enemies and an appeal to a third party in the form of those intermediate, and mainly petty bourgeois masses who were, as yet, not involved in the struggle, or who took part in it semi-consciously. But it was just these masses, fooled by the great lie of nationalism, and experiencing the most diverse and contradictory moods, who could not present themselves to imperialism nor less to communism nor even to themselves as an authoritative third party. Await and postpone a solution to the quarrel until such time as these confused intermediate masses recover their senses and could draw all the conclusions from the lessons of the war? How? In what way? Artificial pauses are possible only in skirmishes between athletes in the circus arena or on the tribune of Parliament, but not in a civil war. The greater the degree of tension in relationships and every disaster reached as a result of the imperialist war, the less objective possibility remains of bringing the struggle within the bounds of formal democracy or of a simultaneous universal count of hands. In this war you imperialism have shown what you are capable of, but now my turn has come. I will take power in my hands and I will show those masses who are still wavering and still confused what I'm capable of, where I will lead them and what I will or can give them. Such was the slogan of the October uprising of communism, and such is the meaning of that terrible war that the Spartacists have declared on the bourgeois world on the streets of Berlin. The imperialist massacre was solved by the Civil War. The more the capitalist war has taught the workers to handle the rifle, the more decisively they began to use the rifle for their own ends. However, the old bloodbath, which is not yet finally liquidated, here and there still sparks off new bloody clashes along national and state lines and threatens to burst forth into a new conflagration at the very moment when communism is already toasting its first victories and has every right not to fear any defeats. From under the volcanic soil there still leaps forth the yellow tongues of flames of nationalism. Poland, which was yesterday asphyxiated, dismembered, mutilated, and bled white, today in a last and overdue drunken orgy of nationalism attempts to plunder Prussia, Galicia, Lithuania, and Belarusia. And yet the Polish proletariat is already building its Soviets. Serbian nationalism seeks a plunderous satisfaction for ancient humiliations and wounds on territory populated by Bulgarians. Italy snatches Serbian provinces for itself. The Czechs, who have scarcely broken free from the German Habsburg heel, intoxicated by the fleeting independence which the mighty cheaters of imperialism left them, violate the cities of German Bohemia and menace the Russians in Siberia. The Czech communists sound the alarm. Events crowd in on events. The map of Europe is continuously changing, but the deepest changes occur in the consciousness of the masses. That rifle which yesterday served nationalist imperialism today in the same hands serves the cause of the social revolution. The American stock market, which for a long time skillfully kindled the European blaze to give its bankers and industrialists the possibility of warming their hands in its flames, dispatches its chief salesman and its supreme broker, the honey-worded rogue, Wilson, to examine more closely whether the matter hasn't gone too far. Not so long ago the American millionaires were laughing into their shaven chins, rubbing their hands together. Europe has become a madhouse, Europe is exhausted, ruined, Europe is turning into a cemetery of the old culture. We shall pay a visit to its ruins, we shall buy up its best monuments, we shall invite the most august scions of all the European dynasties to tea. Europe's competition is disappearing, industrial life will come decisively over to us, and the profits of the whole world will begin to flow into our American pockets. But now the malicious cackling is starting to stick in the throats of the stock market Yankees. Out of the European chaos more and more imperiously and powerfully the idea of order, of a new, communist order raises its head. Amidst the turmoil and commotion of bloody clashes, whether imperialist, national, or class in content, those peoples most backward in the revolutionary sense are slowly but unwaveringly drawing level with those who already have their first victories behind them. Out of that prison of the peoples which was Tsarist Russia, a free federation of Soviet republics grows up before our eyes in our own time with the liberation of Riga, Vilnius, and Kharkov. There is no other way out, no other road for the peoples of former Austria-Hungary and of the Balkan Peninsula. Soviet Germany will join this family, which within a month or two will embrace Soviet Italy and Soviet France. To turn Europe into a federation of Soviet republics is the only conceivable solution to the needs of the national development of large and small peoples without prejudicing the centralist requirements of economic union, first of Europe, then of the whole world. The bourgeois democrats have in their time dreamed of a United States of Europe. These dreams found a hypocritical delayed response in the speeches of the French Social Democrats in the early stages of the last war. The bourgeoisie could not unite Europe as they counterposed to the unifying tendencies of economic development the divisive aims of national imperialism. In order to unite the peoples, it is necessary to liberate the economy from the fetters of private property. Only the dictatorship of the proletariat is capable of implementing the requirements of national development within its natural and legitimate frontiers and of coordinating nations in a unity of working cooperation. Precisely such will be a federation of Soviet republics of Europe founded on the free self-determination of the nations populating it. There is no other solution. This union will be directed against Britain if she lags behind the continent in her revolutionary development. Together with the Soviet Britain, the European Federation will aim its blows against the imperialist dictatorship of America as long as the transatlantic republic remains the republic of the dollar, until the triumphant shrieks of the New York Stock Exchange turn into its death rattle. Bloody chaos still stands over Europe. The old is coupled to the new. Events jostle events and blood congeals on blood. But from this chaos more and more firmly and bravely steps forward the idea of a communist order from which the bourgeoisie cannot be delivered either by its Versailles plots, its mercenary bands, its voluntary lackeys of conciliation and social patriotism, or the great transatlantic patron of all capitalist butchers. Now it is not a specter of communism which is haunting Europe as it was 72 years ago, when the Communist Manifesto was written. The ideas and hopes of the bourgeoisie have become specters while communism marches through Europe in flesh and blood. January 13, 1919, Balashov. Supplement to Pravda, January 26, 1919. Appendix: The First World Congress. Invitation to the First World Congress. The undersigned parties and organizations consider it urgently necessary to convene the first Congress of a new revolutionary international. During the war and the revolution, it became conclusively clear not only that the old socialist and social democratic parties, and with them the Second International, had become completely bankrupt, not only that the halfway elements of the old social democracy, the so-called center, are incapable of positive revolutionary action, but that the outlines of a really revolutionary international are already clearly defined. The gigantic pace of the world revolution, constantly presenting new problems, the danger that this revolution may be throttled by the alliance of capitalist states, which are grouping together against the revolution under the hypocritical banner of the League of Nations, the attempts of the parties of the social traders to get together and, having amnestied each other, to assist their governments and their bourgeoisie to deceive the working class yet again. Finally, the extraordinarily rich revolutionary experience already gained and the internationalization of the entire revolutionary movement compel us to take the initiative in placing upon the order of the day the convening of an international congress of revolutionary proletarian parties. 1. Objects and tactics. In our opinion, the new international should be based upon the recognition of the following propositions, put forward here as a platform and worked out on the basis of the program of the Spartacus League of Germany and of the Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in Russia. 1. The present era is the era of the disintegration and collapse of the entire world capitalist system, which will drag the whole of European civilization down with it if capitalism with its insoluble contradictions is not destroyed. 2. The task of the proletariat now is to seize state power immediately. The seizure of state power means the destruction of the state apparatus of the bourgeoisie and the organization of a new proletarian apparatus of power. 3. This new apparatus of power should embody the dictatorship of the proletariat, and in some places also of the rural semi-proletariat, the village poor, that is, it should be the instrument for the systematic suppression of the exploiting classes and their expropriation. Not false bourgeois democracy, that hypocritical form of the rule of the financial oligarchy, with its completely formal equality, but proletarian democracy which gives the working masses the opportunity to make a reality of their freedom, not parliamentarism, but self-government of these masses by their elected organs, not capitalist bureaucracy but organs of administration formed by the masses themselves, with the masses really participating in the government of the country and in socialist construction. This should be the model of the proletarian state. Its concrete form is provided in the system of the Soviets, or of similar organs. 4. The dictatorship of the proletariat must be the lever for the immediate expropriation of capital and for the abolition of private property in the means of production and their transformation into national property. The nationalization of large-scale industry, nationalization being understood as the abolition of private ownership and its transfer to the ownership of the proletarian state and to come under the socialist management of the working class, and of its organizing centers, the banks, confiscation of the estates of the large landowners and nationalization of capitalist agricultural production, monopoly of wholesale trade, nationalization of large houses in towns and on large estates, introduction of workers' management, and the centralization of economic functions in the hands of agencies of the proletarian dictatorship. Such are the vital problems of the day. 5. In order to safeguard the socialist revolution, to defend it against internal and external enemies, to assist other national sections of the fighting proletariat, and so on, it is essential to disarm the bourgeoisie and their agents completely, and to arm the proletariat. 6. The world situation today demands the closest possible contact between the different sections of the revolutionary proletariat and complete union of the countries where the socialist revolution has already been victorious. 7. The fundamental methods of struggle are mass actions of the proletariat leading to open armed conflict with the political rule of capital. 2. Attitude to socialist parties. 8. The old, international, has disintegrated into three main groups: the open social chauvinists, who throughout the imperialist war of 1914 to 1918 supported their own bourgeoisie and turned the working class into the executioners of the international revolution; the center, whose theoretical leader was Trotsky, consisting of those elements who are always vacillating, incapable of a decisive line of action, and who are at times totally treacherous. Finally, there is the revolutionary left wing. 9. Towards the social chauvinists, who everywhere at critical moments come out in arms against the proletarian revolution, no other attitude but a ceaseless struggle is possible. As to the center, the tactics of splitting away the revolutionary elements and ruthlessly criticizing and exposing the leaders. Organizational separation is absolutely necessary at a certain point in development. 10. On the other hand, it is necessary to form a bloc with those elements in the revolutionary workers' movement who, although they did not previously belong to socialist parties, now stand in general for the proletarian dictatorship in the form of Soviet power. Chief among these are the syndicalist elements in the workers' movement. 11. Finally, it is necessary to attract all those proletarian groups and organizations which, although they have not openly adhered to the revolutionary left tendency, appear nevertheless to be moving in this direction. 12. In concrete terms, we propose that representatives of the following parties, groups, and tendencies shall take part in the confess. Full membership of the Third International shall be open to those parties which stand wholly on its platform. 1. The Spartacus League, Communist Party of Germany. 2. The Communist Party, Bolsheviks of Russia. 3. The Communist Party of German Austria. 4. The Communist Party of Hungary. 5. The Communist Party of Poland. 6. The Communist Party of Finland. 7. The Communist Party of Estonia. 8. The Communist Party of Latvia. 9. The Communist Party of Lithuania. 10. The Communist Party of White Russia. 11. The Communist Party of the Ukraine. 12. The revolutionary elements in the Czech Social Democratic Party. 13. The narrow Bulgarian Social Democratic Party, Tesniaci. 14. The Romanian Social Democratic Party. 15. The left wing of the Serbian Social Democratic Party. 16. The Left Social Democratic Party of Sweden. 17. The Norwegian Social Democratic Party. 18. The Klassenkampen group in Denmark. 19. The Communist Party of Holland. 20. The revolutionary elements in the Belgian Labour Party. 21. And 22. The groups and organizations within the French socialist and syndicalist movement which by and large support Laureate. 23. The Left Social Democrats of Switzerland. 24. The Italian Socialist Party. 25. The left elements in the Spanish Socialist Party. 26. The left elements in the Portuguese Socialist Party. 27. The left elements in the British Socialist Party, in particular the group represented by Maclean. 28. The Socialist Labour Party England. 29. The IWW England. 30. The IW of Great Britain. 31. The revolutionary elements among the shop stewards, Great Britain. 32. The revolutionary elements in the Irish workers' organizations. 33. The Socialist Workers' Party of America. 34. The left elements in the American Socialist Party, in particular the group represented by Debs and the League for Socialist Propaganda. 35. The IWW America. 36. The IWW Australia. 37. The Workers' International Industrial Union America. 38. Socialist groups in Tokyo and Yokohama, represented by Comrade Katayama. 39. The Socialist Youth International, represented by Comrade Munzenberg. 3. The question of organization and name of the party. 13. The basis of the Third International is already provided by the existence, in various parts of Europe, of groups and organizations of like-minded comrades which have a common platform and in general use the same tactical methods. Chief among these are the Spartacists in Germany and the Communist parties in many other countries. 14. The Congress must establish a common fighting organ for the purpose of maintaining permanent coordination and systematic leadership of the movement, a center of the Communist International, subordinating the interests of the movement in each country to the common interest of the international revolution. The actual form to be taken by the organization, representation on it, and so on, will be worked out by the Congress. 15. The Congress must assume the name of the First Congress of the Communist International, and the individual parties shall become its sections. Marx and Engels had already found the name Social Democrat theoretically incorrect. The shameful collapse of the Social Democratic International also makes a break on this point necessary. Finally, the kernel of the great movement is already formed by a number of parties which have taken this name. In view of the above, we propose to all fraternal parties and organizations that they discuss the question of the convening of the International Communist Congress. With fraternal greetings. The Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, Lenin, Trotsky. The Foreign Bureau of the Communist Workers' Party of Poland, Karski. The Foreign Bureau of the Communist Party of Hungary, Rudniansky. The Foreign Bureau of the Communist Party of German Austria, Duda. The Russian Bureau of the Central Committee of the Latvian Communist Party, Razin. The Central Committee of the Communist Party of Finland, Sirola. The Executive Committee of the Balkan Revolutionary Social Democratic Federation, Rakovsky. For the Socialist Workers' Party of America, RINSDIN. January 24, 1919. Appendix. From the First to the Second World Congress. A letter to our French comrades. To Comrades Laureate, Rosmer, Manat, and Paracat. Dear friends, I am writing to each of you individually as I am linked with each of you by a personal bond of friendship, and I am writing to you all together as we are united with all of you by a common idea and a common banner. Despite the blockade by means of which Messrs. Clemenceau, Lloyd George, and others are attempting to thrust Europe back to the barbarity of the Middle Ages, we are from here attentively following your work and the growth of the ideas of revolutionary communism in France. And each time I personally note with joy that you, dear friends, are standing in the first rank of the movement which is to give Europe and the whole of mankind its second birth. At present the Soviet Republic is undergoing the moment of the maximum straining of its forces in order to finally liquidate the military assault on the proletarian revolution. Over the last 2 months we have had considerable setbacks on our southern front, especially in the Ukraine. But let me tell you, dear friends, that at the present time the Soviet Republic is stronger than at any time before. We have destroyed Kolchak. The Russian and foreign bourgeoisie, including the French, had been hoping to crown Kolchak in the Kremlin with the crown of the autocrats. Kolchak's forces had been drawing close to the Volga. Now Kolchak's army is broken and scattered. From the beginning of March up till today, September 1st, the Red forces fighting on the Eastern Front have advanced over a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. We have brought the Urals with their industry and their proletarian population back to the Soviet Revolution. We have thereby created second base for the cause of the Communist Revolution. The rout of Kolchak's armies has given us the opportunity to concentrate our forces and our reserves against General Denikin on the Southern Front. In the course of the last few days we have gone over to the offensive along the whole southern front. This offensive has already yielded results. In some extremely important sectors the enemy has been thrown back 100 kilometers or more. Our forces and our armor are completely adequate to carry through the victory over Denikin to the end, that is until the total eradication of the southern counter-revolution. There remains the Western Front, which on the map of our revolutionary strategy at present has only a tertiary significance. The Polish gentry can have here only temporary marauding successes. We look upon the temporary advance by the weak Polish forces with no great alarm. When we have settled Denikin, and that day is near, we shall pour our heavy reserves on to the Western Front. According to the newspaper reports, Churchill boasts that 14 states have been mobilized by him against Russia. But these are 14 geographical titles and not 14 armies. Denikin and Kolchak would prefer instead of 14 allies 14 good detachments. But fortunately neither Clemenceau nor Lloyd George have any longer the power to form these. And herein lies your undoubted service. I recall the first period of the war when Messrs. Renaudel, Joux and company predicted that the victory of Britain and France would be a victory for Western democracy, the triumph of the nation, etc., etc. Together we swept aside with contempt these petty bourgeois illusions tipped with imperialist fraudulence. Jean Longwit's group considered that it was possible to correct the course of world history by carrying out Renaudel's policy with the addition of footnotes, reservations, and ambiguities. The obnoxious fraud of the social patriotism of Renaudel and others stands exposed to the core. Imperialist France represents the fulcrum of the world counter-revolution. The traditions of the Great French Revolution, fragments of democratic ideology, and republican phraseology, all these combined with the intoxication of victory are made use of in order to uphold and reinforce the positions of capital against the turbulent waves of the social revolution. If France has become the bulwark of the capitalist counter-revolution, then Renaudel's tendency now represents a more reactionary force in France than French clericalism. Yet Renaudel is inconceivable without Longwit. Renaudel is too blatant, too angular, and too cynical in taking up his reactionary social position. Jean Longuet, who on every basic question upholds the inviolability of the capitalist order, uses up most of his energy and resources to cover up his task with the ritual and liturgy of the cult of socialism and even internationalism. Merriam's defection to the side of our enemies did not appear unexpected to me. Already in the first period of the war, Merriam was not marching with us but toddling behind. We are living in a period when it is better to have open enemies than dubious friends. With us, people of this type always at the decisive moment have ended up on the other side of the barricade. They conceal their treachery to the cause of the working class with phrases about democracy. We have made clear to ourselves and to others that in the era of the social revolution the forms and trappings of bourgeois democracy are just as much a fraud as international law in the era of the imperialist war. Where the two irreconcilable classes join the final battle with each other, there is no third party which can settle their case. Having rejected the conventional fake of democratic parliamentarism, we have created a genuine democracy of the working class in the form of the Soviets. Soviet Russia has involved millions of workers and peasants in the building of a new life. Amidst unprecedented difficulties, the laboring masses of Russia have built their Red Army. The Petrograd and Moscow proletariat are its leaders on every battlefield. The peasants of the Urals, Siberia, the Don, and the Ukraine come to meet this army as a deliverer. The commissars of our battalions are at the same time carriers of communist culture and the builders of the new life in the liberated areas. The economic crisis in food supply has not been overcome by us only because of the principal forces and resources of the country are being swallowed up by a war which British and French capital has savagely unleashed on us. We are hoping in the coming months to finish off our enemies. Then all the forces and all the resources of the country and all the enthusiasm and fire of the advanced proletariat will be directed along the path of new economic construction. We will overcome the economic collapse and the shortcomings of food supply in the same way as we overcame Kolchak and as we are overcoming Denikin in the steppes of Siberia and on the roads to Turkestan. Our victorious battalions are kindling an explosion of revolutionary enthusiasm amongst the oppressed people of Asia, and at the same time we do not for a moment doubt that the hour of decisive aid from the West is near and that the hour of the social revolution in all the countries of Europe is near. The deeper the triumph of militarism, vandalism, and social treachery in bourgeois France, the more severe will be the proletarian uprising, the more decisive its tactics, and the more complete its victory. In our temporary setbacks and in our decisive victories we shall not for a moment forget you, dear friends. We know that the cause of communism in France is in honorable and firm hands. Long live revolutionary proletarian France! Long live the World Social Revolution! Communist International, No. 5, September 1919. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. A letter to a French syndicalist about the Communist Party. Dear friend, you have serious doubts about the Third International in view of its political and party character. You are afraid that the French syndicalist movement will fall in behind a political party. Permit me to express my observations on this matter. First of all, I must say that the French syndicalist movement, for whose independence you are concerned, is already completely in the tow of a political party. Of course, neither Joan nor his closest aides, Dumoulin, Merriam, and others, have ever, for a moment, been deputies, nor do they formally belong to any one of the parliamentary parties. But this is merely a simple division of labor. The fact of the matter is that in the sphere of the syndicalist movement Joe conducts the same policy of compromise with the bourgeoisie as French socialism of the Renaud Longuet variety does in the parliamentary sphere. If you were to demand that the leadership of today's Socialist Party provide a program for the General Confederation of Labor and pick its leading personnel, there is no doubt that the party would approve the present program of Joe Dumoulin Merriam, and would leave these gentlemen at their present posts. If you were to send Joe and company to sit in Parliament, while putting Renaud and Longuet at the head of the General Confederation of Labor, then through this transposition absolutely nothing would have changed, either in the internal life of France or in the fate of the French working class. You yourself, of course, will not begin to deny this. But it is just these circumstances which point to that it is not a question of parliamentarism or anti-parliamentarism nor of formal membership of a party. The old labels have no grounds for rejecting the word syndicate. But you agree that the kernel of the question lies not in terminology but content. By the name of Communist Party we understand the unification of the proletarian vanguard in the name of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the communist revolution. There is often concealed behind the arguments directed against politics and the party the anarchist misunderstanding of the role of the state in the class struggle. Proudhon said that the workshop, l'atelier, would force the state to disappear. This is true only in the sense that the society of the future will be one enormous workshop free from the control of the state, because the state signifies a mandatory organization of class rule, while under communism there will be no classes. But the whole question is, along which road will we reach the communist society? Proudhon thought that the workshop would gradually by means of associations supplant capitalism and the state. This proved to be the purest utopia. The mighty factory ousted the workshop, while over it arose the monopoly trust. The French syndicalists thought, and some of them do still, that the trade unions as such would destroy capitalist property and smash the bourgeois state. But this is untrue. The trade unions are a powerful apparatus for the general strike because the ways and methods of the general strike coincide with the ways and methods of trade union organization. But for the strike to become truly general, initiating minority is essential which from day to day and from hour to hour will carry out revolutionary educational work among the masses. It is clear that this minority must be grouped not by shop or industry but on the basis of a definite program of proletarian revolutionary action. And this too is, as we have said, the Communist Party. But the general strike which can be best of all carried out through the apparatus of the trade unions is inadequate for the overthrow of the rule of the bourgeoisie. The general strike is a means of defense and not of attack. For we have to topple the bourgeoisie and tear the state apparatus from its hands. The bourgeoisie in the form of its state rests on the army. Only an open insurrection where the proletariat collides face to face with the army, inflicting cruel blows on its counter-revolutionary elements, and winning over its better part, only such an open insurrection of the proletariat is capable of making it master of the situation in the country. But for the insurrection energetic and concentrated preparatory work is essential, agitational, organizational and technical. It is necessary, day in and day out, to expose the crimes and the villainy of the bourgeoisie in every area of social life, international politics, colonial atrocities, the domestic despotism of the capitalist oligarchy, the rascality of the bourgeois press. All this must form the material for a really revolutionary exposure, together with all the consequent revolutionary conclusions. These topics are too broad for a trade union organization and its tasks. Besides this, it is necessary to create an organizational fulcrum for the insurrection of the proletariat. There has to be in every local trade union branch, every factory and every workshop a group of workers closely linked by a unity of ideas, capable of winning the mass at the decisive minute by their unanimous action, indicating the correct road to them, safeguarding them from mistakes and guaranteeing victory. They have to penetrate the army. In every regiment there must be a tightly knit group of revolutionary soldiers ready and able, at the moment of conflict with the people, to go over themselves and call on the whole regiment to go over to the workers' side. These groups of revolutionary proletarians, ideologically serried and organizationally linked together, can operate with complete success only as cells of a single centralized communist party. If we could manage to have in different government institutions, including the military ones, our true friends who would either openly or secretly be at the heart of everything, of all the schemes and machinations of the ruling cliques, and would keep us opportunely informed on everything, then this would of course be of nothing but benefit to us. Moreover, we could be only the stronger if we managed to send into the bourgeoisie's parliament even a handful of workers loyal and dedicated to the cause of the communist revolution, closely linked to the legal and illegal organizations of our party, unconditionally subject to party discipline and playing the part of scouts of the revolutionary proletariat in parliament, one of the political headquarters of the bourgeoisie, and ready at any moment to abandon the tribune of Parliament for the barricade. Of course, dear friend, this is not Renaudel, nor Sembat, nor Varenne. But we do know of Karl Liebknecht. He was also a member of Parliament. The capitalist and social patriotic scum drowned his voice. But the few words of indictment and of appeal that he did manage to hurl over the heads of the German tyrants awoke the consciousness and conscience of hundreds of thousands of German workers. From Parliament, Karl Liebknecht went out on to the Potsdam Square, summoning the proletarian masses to open struggle. From the square he fell into the hard labor camp, and from prison on to the barricades of the revolution. He, the ardent defender of the Soviets and the dictatorship of the proletariat, then considered it necessary to take part in the elections to the German Constituent Assembly, while at the same time he was organizing soldier communists. He fell at his revolutionary post. What was Karl Liebknecht? A trade unionist? A parliamentarian? A journalist? No, he was a communist revolutionary who found his path to the masses over every obstacle. He addressed the trade unions and exposed the German Juos and Mariams. He directed the work of the party in the forces, preparing the insurrection. He published revolutionary newspapers and appeals, legal and illegal. He penetrated Parliament so as to serve the same cause there that, at other hours of the day, he was serving in the underground. Until such time as the flower of the French proletariat creates for itself a centralized communist party, it will not take over the state power, destroy the bourgeois police, the bourgeois military machine, or the private ownership of the means of production. And without this, the workshop will not destroy the state. Whoever cannot understand this after the experience of the Russian Revolution is completely beyond hope. But after the victorious uprising of the proletariat has put the state power in its hands, it will in no way be able to liquidate the state once it has given effective power to the trade unions. The trade unions organize the leadership of the workers according to trade and sector of production. Power, though, must be an expression of the interests and needs of the working class as a whole. That is why the organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat is formed not by the trade unions but by the Soviets, which are chosen by all the working people, including millions of those workers who have never belonged to the trade unions, and who have been aroused for the first time by the revolution. But creating Soviets is only the beginning. It is necessary for the Soviets to carry out a definite revolutionary policy. It is necessary for them to firmly distinguish their enemies from their friends. It is necessary for them to be capable of decisive, and if the circumstances require, ruthless actions. The bourgeoisie, as is shown by the experience of the Russian Revolution and also the Hungarian and the Bavarian ones, does not by any means lay down its arms after its first defeat. On the contrary, as soon as it has become convinced of how much it has lost, its despair doubles and it trebles its energy. The regime of the Soviets signifies the regime of a severe struggle against counter-revolution at home and abroad. But who will give the Soviets, which are elected by workers of differing levels of consciousness, a clear and intelligible program of action? Who will help them to comprehend the confused international situation and find the correct path? It is self-evident, only the most conscious and most tested advanced proletarians, tightly linked by a unity of program. And this is the Communist Party. Some fools, and knaves perhaps, point in alarm to the fact that here in Russia the party commands the Soviets and the trade unions. Other syndicalists say, the French trade unions demand their independence, and will not put up with a party commanding them. But once again I repeat, how is it then, my dear friend, that the French trade unions put up with the fact that Joe, that is, the direct agent of French and American capital, commands them? The formal independence of the French trade unions is not a safeguard from the bourgeoisie commanding them. Such an independence was rejected by the Russian trade unions. They have overthrown the bourgeoisie. They have achieved this because they had driven out of their ranks Messrs. Jouots, Mariams, Dumoulins, and had put in true, experienced steeled fighters, i.e., communists. In this way they assured themselves not only of their independence from the bourgeoisie but their victory over it too. It is quite true that our party guides the trade unions and the Soviets. Has this always been so? No, the party has won its leading position in a perpetual struggle against the petty bourgeois parties, the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries, and against the non-party men, i.e. the backward or unprincipled elements. To be sure, the Mensheviks whom we had routed say that we made sure of our majority over them by means of violence. But how do the toiling masses who overthrew the power of the Tsar and then the power of the bourgeoisie and the compromisers, in spite of the fact that the apparatus of state violence was in the hands of the latter, now not only tolerate the violent power of the Communist Party which leads the Soviet but also join our ranks in greater and greater numbers? This can be explained only by the fact that over recent years the Russian working class has undergone an enormous experience and has had the opportunity of checking in practice the policies of different parties, groups, and cliques, of measuring their words with their deeds, and thus coming, in the final analysis, to the conclusion that the only party which turned out to be true to it at every moment of the revolution, at times of setback and at times of triumph, was, and remains, the Communist Party. It is absolutely natural, then, if each election meeting of working men and women, each trade union conference elects communists to the most important posts. It is this which determines the leading role of the Communist Party. At present, the revolutionary syndicalists, or rather communists like Manat, Rosmer, and others, constitute a minority within the framework of the trade union organizations. There they find themselves in opposition, criticizing and exposing the machinations of the ruling majority which follows reformist, i.e. purely bourgeois policies. In just such a position, the French communists find themselves within the framework of the Socialist Party which follows the ideas of petty bourgeois reformism. Surely Manat and Jouot do not share a common trade union policy? No, they are enemies. The one serves the proletariat, the other, in a disguised form, pursues a bourgeois tendency. Surely Laureat and Renaud Longuet do not have a common policy. No, the one is leading the proletariat towards the revolutionary dictatorship, the other subordinates the toiling masses to national bourgeois democracy. But what distinguishes Manat's policy from Laureat's? Only that Manat operates primarily on trade union soil and Laureat in political organizations. But this is simply a division of labor. The truly revolutionary syndicalist, as also the truly revolutionary socialist, must be united in the Communist Party. They must cease being the opposition in alien organizations. It is their duty to stand as an independent organization standing under the banner of the Third International and face to face with the broad masses, to give clear and lucid answers to all their queries and to lead them in struggle, directing them along the road of the communist revolution. Trade union, cooperative, and political organizations, the press, illegal circles in the army, the tribune of parliament, the city councils, etc., are all merely different organizational forms, practical methods, and different points of support. The struggle will remain a single one no matter what field it extends into. The working class forms the vehicle of this struggle. Its leading vanguard is the Communist Party, in which the revolutionary syndicalists must take their rightful place. Yours L. Trotsky. August 1920. Trotsky's footnotes. 1 star. It is, however, necessary to say that history has known of general strikes carried out with the virtual absence of trade unions, October 1905. On the other hand, the attempts of the French trade unions to call a general strike have up till now always ended in failure, precisely because of the absence of a leading revolutionary organization, a Communist Party, in France which can, day in and day out, prepare systematically for the uprising of the proletariat, and which does not simply from time to time attempt to improvise spectacular mass actions. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. Vergit, Lepetit, and Lefebvre. In September last year, 3 revolutionaries, 3 young Frenchmen, were drowned in the cold waters of the North en route from Russia to Norway. The Civil War embraces the whole world, and its tragic episodes unfold not only on dry land but on water too. Over these years, every one of us has lost many friends in battle. In all countries, the number of such losses is huge, and it continues to grow each day. And yet the death of Lefebvre, Lepetit and Vergit stands out from the background of even our time by the exceptional nature of its setting and by its, if one is permitted to say it, tragic romanticism. Of the three deceased comrades, so different one from the other, and yet so fundamentally kindred, I knew Vergit least. I had seen him only in Moscow, and fleetingly at that, and only once did I speak to him at great length. The charm of simplicity and honesty radiated from him. He had come to see with his own eyes, to find out and to fight. As far as appearances went, Vergit was not the enthusiast type. Despite his youth, there could be sensed in him a calm confidence which looks about itself alertly, distinguishes the trivial from the important and the superficial from the fundamental, and has no need of fervency in order to display a lofty courage at the decisive moment. The French proletariat needs such people. I knew Lepetit back in my Paris days. A short, stocky figure, an intelligent and distinctive face, and an alert and suspicious expression marked him out at once. A metallic voice forced you to listen to him. This navvy had been made out of fine, fighting material. Lepetit, a vivid personality, at the same time embodied in himself the principal traits of the French and particularly the Paris proletariat. In him there lay the inborn revolutionary leader who awaited his hour to step forward. In France there have been and are a lot of talented workers who, having raised themselves up on the backs of the proletariat, became the upstarts of bourgeois parliamentarism or of lapdog syndicalism, and hand in hand with the lawyers and journalists betrayed the working class. Lepetit concentrated in himself the indignation of the deceived masses not only against the capitalist class but also against their numerous agents in the proletariat itself. Lepetit did not wish to take anything on trust. Though doubtless of an ardent inner nature, he was reserved and distrustful. Too many times those whom he had represented had been deceived. He had arrived in the Soviet Republic with his stock of distrust, his sullen glance and a thirst to find out in order to act. He looked everything over 2 or 3 times, checked, once again asked a question and once again checked. Lepetit regarded himself as an anarchist. His anarchism had nothing in common with that drawing-room, priestly intellectual, individualist claptrap which is so widespread in France. His anarchism was the expression, though theoretically incorrect, of a profound, genuinely proletarian indignation at the villainy of the capitalist world and at the baseness of those socialists and syndicalists who crawled on their knees before this world. But precisely because at the root of this anarchism there lay an indissoluble link with the masses and a readiness to fight to the end, Lepetit would have in the course of things, the course of the struggle, and the course of his own thought, inevitably arrived at the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the Communist International had not the waves of the Northern Ocean swallowed him up on the way. Lefebvre was an intellectual, and unless I am mistaken, came from a completely bourgeois family. He was the pure form of the revolutionary enthusiast. With him too I only became acquainted in Moscow during the Second Congress. But I observed him at close quarters as I was to work with him in the Commission on Parliamentary Activity. I recall incidentally how, at one of the Commission's sessions, in a discussion with the Italian Communist Bordiga, Lefebvre, after recognizing that in our era parliamentarism could not have a decisive significance, added, softly as always, and looking through his large horn-rimmed spectacles, "But all the same you can't deny the benefit and pleasure derived from the opportunity of saying to Milleran in Parliament, at only a meter's distance from his face, 'You are a scoundrel.'" Lefebvre always got agitated and worried during the Congress that he would miss someone or something, would not manage to hear something or not say something necessary to someone. And he strove equally to absorb everything the Congress could give him and at the same time to speak out his thoughts, hopes and expectations. Already on the 2nd or 3rd day of the Congress I noticed Lefebvre in a Russian-style blouse. He strove by his external image to carry the stamp of his trust in Soviet Russia and his link with it. He did not seek verification like Lepetit. In the past he had belonged not to the class which was deceived but to that class which deceived. But he had broken from that class to the end. And he stood alongside Lepetit. True, Lepetit looked upon him a little suspiciously. But they would have come together a month sooner or later. They would have come together at the combat posts of the proletarian dictatorship had not the treacherous sea swallowed up the bark on which this threesome, Lefebvre, Lepetit, and Vergit attempted to cross the line of the imperialist blockade. So different in origin and in personality, these three fighters will be forever united together in the memory of the French and the international proletariat. In the end they took one and the same path to one and the same goal and perished at one and the same stage. We shall not forget them. February 26, 1921. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. The March Movement in Germany. The center of the revolutionary movement in Germany was formed by Westphalia and within it, Mansfeld, a mining region. The miners of Westphalia recall in many respects our workers of the Urals. They are far more backward, they are attached to the soil, they have their cottages and a small number of domestic cattle, and in general their whole regime has the character of an industrial feudalism. Only after the revolution began the conversion of the Westphalian and particularly the Mansfeld workers into temperamentally the most revolutionary section of the German working class. Exactly as in the Urals, we can observe here in this region acts of terrorism as the product of the reaction of the working masses who have for long been under severe material and spiritual oppression by their lords. The workers in this region, after having joined social democracy, left its ranks together with the Independent Social Democratic Party. And then when the left wing of the Independents went over to the Communists, all the miners in this region ended up in the ranks of the Communist Party. At the present time Freiheit scoffs at the ignorance and superstition of these workers, their leaders and so on, not understanding that just as the advanced layer of the working class is very much tied up with its old habits and fettered by the old professional party bureaucracy, so the driving forces, especially in the first stage of the revolution, and very possibly right up to the conquest of state power by the proletariat, are those layers of the working class which in the preceding period were more backward and even burdened with Christian and monarchist prejudices. The first to be aroused by the revolution, once having shaken off the old reactionary prejudices, they feel themselves equally free from the dictatorship of the party, the trade unions and its bureaucracy, and thus find themselves the motive force of the most positive revolutionary actions. Moreover, the enthusiasm of a young force is natural to them, and though they have no experience of struggle, these qualities can be quickly acquired, so that despite the sacrifices, the March events will doubtless in the final count provide a severe school of revolutionary discipline for the workers of Westphalia. April 18, 1921. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. The March Revolutionary Movement in Germany. Personal Notes. 1. As distinct from the other capitalist countries, in Germany there has not occurred either a sharp or even fairly considerable deterioration of the economic situation over the last few months. 2. Nor in internal politics have major changes occurred. The bloc of bourgeois parties in the central government are in practice supported by the Social Democrats who are entering the governments of the individual German states. 3. On the international scene, the major events are the breakdown of the London negotiations and the Upper Silesian plebiscite. Taken by itself, however, the occupation of several new points by fascist forces could not in the present situation of Germany provide a decisive impetus to the working class. The question of Upper Silesia remains as before in mid-air. 4. As at this stage there is no question of a direct offensive by the imperialist forces against the Soviet Republic, news from Russia must have a breaking rather than a stimulating effect on the working masses in Germany. 5. In the country a certain relative equilibrium seems to have been established. The apparatus of the bourgeois state has acquired a certain self-confidence. 6. Since the bloody battles of 1919, the working class has gone through a molecular process of internal regrouping whereby its whole accumulated experience has found its most finished external expression in the creation of the Communist Party with a membership of almost 500,000. 7. Side by side with the bourgeois state apparatus, the apparatus of social democracy and the trade unions have regained a relative stability, and have once again become the principal factor of passivity and conservatism in the working masses. 8. The Communist Party approached the existing situation on the basis that the period in progress must be used as much for strengthening its organizations as for systematically agitating the working masses with the object of upsetting the existing unstable equilibrium. Such, evidently, is the point of the open letter, calling the working masses to united revolutionary actions around partial demands. 9. Moreover, the tactical task consisted in establishing the masses' capability and power of resistance to the enemy by means of separate mass actions of a local, trade, or political nature. Then, by gradually broadening the base of the action and by sharpening the methods, finding, perhaps in the very near future, a favorable moment for the transition to the decisive offensive along the whole front. 10. Such a tactical reckoning could, and in one sense must, collide with the contrary tactical reckoning by the enemy, not to give the Communist Party the opportunity to systematically develop mass actions but to provoke it into premature moves, isolate it from the masses and suppress it. 11. However, such an act on the part of counter-revolution could have directly opposite results: the closing of ranks by the working class as a whole under the banner of the Communist Party. This result would be the more unavoidable the more open and provocative the action of the counter-revolution. 12. Horsing's police offensive in Prussian Saxony was by all accounts not understood by the masses as the beginning of a campaign by the counter-revolution against the proletariat as a whole, quite irrespective of what concrete objective significance Horsing's actions possessed. And the analysis of Horsing's action made by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, irrespective of whether this analysis was at the given moment correct, was not able to be assimilated by the masses as the decisive motivation for action, as a consequence of the absence of solid facts, as also as a consequence of the extreme brevity of preparatory agitation. 13. In view of the conditions indicated above, the call for decisive actions, a general strike and armed actions psychologically and politically lacked motivation in the broad masses of the working class. 14. The greatest readiness for positive and revolutionary action was displayed by two groups of the proletariat. Firstly, the Westphalian miners who, for long in the rearguard of the working class, having been awakened by the revolution, then became one of its most militant detachments, and secondly, the unemployed who by the very essence of their position had not been found a place in the unstable equilibrium of the Republic of Ebert and Company. In these conditions, the fairly numerous acts of terrorism only increased in the eyes of the broad masses of the working class the purposelessness of the revolutionary actions, and assisted the Social Democrats and the Independents in their counter-revolutionary work. 15. If tactically the Central Committee of the Communist Party committed a series of errors, an unfavorable moment for action, insufficient clarity in formulating the aims of the movement, insufficient quantitative and qualitative agitational preparation of the movement, and so on, then the political conclusion that the working masses of Germany must draw from the March events lies in the latest and most blatant treachery of the Social Democrats and the Independents. 16. Under these circumstances, the public statements of Levi and others repeating essentially the arguments of the Social Democrats and Independents and branding the tactical omissions by their own party as Bakuninite putschism distort its whole political perspective and introduce elements of demoralization into the Communist Party just at the moment when it needs more than ever unity and the strengthening of confidence in itself and its forces. If after some unsuccessful economic strike in which the state with its police, press and yellow trade unions assisted the capitalists against the workers, if after such an unsuccessful strike one of the trade union leaders launched a campaign against that trade union accusing it of every deadly sin instead of condemning the yellow leaders, the police, the bourgeoisie and so on, the behavior of such a trade union leader would be equivalent to the behavior of Comrade Levi. 17. The January and March battles of 1919 were defensive battles against the counter-revolution moving in to regain its positions. These defensive battles ended in defeat, after which there was gradually established that unstable equilibrium which formed the point of departure for the March events of this year. The present action immediately acquired the character of an offensive. It too ended in defeat. The degree to which the counter-revolution will succeed in broadening and strengthening its position will depend on many factors, and in the first place on the revolutionary resilience of that proletarian majority which did not happen to be involved in the March battles. 18. Without doubt, the March action signifies a turning point in the communist struggle in Germany. Up till the Congress of the Independents in Halle and until the unifying Congress of the Communist Party, the energy of communists, which was too weak for the direct leadership of revolutionary mass actions, was directed mainly towards propaganda, aimed above all at influencing workers in the Independent Party. The left wing of the Independents was absorbed in the inter-party struggle. After the unification of the Communist Party, attention was for the initial period directed towards an organizational self-determination. Thus, the building of the Communist Party coincides with the period of relative political equilibrium in Germany and the relative passivity of the working masses. The March action was the first independent step in revolutionary political action by the Communist Party. The significance of this step will figure larger the more decisively the internal life of Germany is dislodged from its state of equilibrium. 19. It is of course self-evident that the defeat of the Communist Party can in no way prove final. Like any heroic act in the working-class struggle, the March events will enter the consciousness of the toiling masses, including those who during March stood aside from and even adopted a semi-hostile attitude to these events. With the very first revolutionary situation that involves broader masses in struggle, they will all recall that only the Communist Party has in the past led an open revolutionary struggle. Its failures and sacrifices will be repaid 100-fold in the coming upsurge of the revolution. No date. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. May Day Manifesto of the ECCI. To working men and women of all countries. Another year has passed, and in not a single country in the whole world apart from Russia can the working class boast of victory. The capitalists of every country are rejoicing. They feel more sure of themselves than they did last year and behave as though convinced of their final triumph. Yet another year has passed by and we have still not shaken off our yoke, say the workers. A year has passed during which the helm still remains in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Over this period the bourgeoisie could have shown what it was capable of creating. The world more than at any other time previously resembles a smoking ruin. In the defeated capitalist countries, in Germany, Austria and Hungary, famine has appeared. These countries are increasingly becoming the victims of the international predators who buy up the last meager belongings of the defeated with weak currencies. The local exploiters thereby do some good business while the want of the working masses grows daily. High prices have long since exceeded wages, and despite the shops being crammed with goods, millions of people do not know how to feed their children or to cover their nakedness. What then is the situation in the victor countries? 4 million out of work in America, and 2 million in Britain. In France, economic chaos is growing. In Britain, one strike wave follows close on another. Lloyd George is forced to gather together an entire horde which will have lead and iron at the ready for the striking coal miners should the latter bring out the railwaymen and transport workers on strike. The mobs of tyrants of the Paris, London and New York stock exchanges thought that they would be able to turn the population of half the world into beggars and continue calmly to hold sway. They have made a mistake. Beggars cannot spend money, but then neither can Armstrong, Vickers, Schneider Kruzat nor the Bethlehem Steel Corporation grow fat on the products of their industry. More than 2.5 years have passed and world capital has proved incapable of organizing the world economy. On the contrary, the only thing it has known how to do is to add new contradictions to the old ones. Foch crosses the Rhine in order to grab the German bourgeoisie by the scruff of the neck and fleece its pockets under the guise of compensation for crimes during the war for which Entente capital feels itself as innocent as a newborn babe. The consequences of the World War are not yet liquidated, and yet a new war is being prepared. With growing disquiet and distrust, the British bourgeoisie follows the naval armament program of the United States of America. Against whom are they arming themselves? Against Britain or against Japan? Britain and Japan, for their part, are getting ready too. The wild beast of world war is preparing for a new leap. It is baring its claws and stretching out its paws towards fresh proletarian prey. If the world proletariat does not brace itself, if it does not seize capitalism by the throat, then it will not only go to meet its ruin and enslavement, but it will also have to be convinced that it will once again be dragged to the battlefield and forced to shed blood in the interests of world capital. The traitors to the working class, the Skydmans, Renaudals, and the Hendersons again make the discovery that it is a question of the defense of the fatherland and democracy. Only recently Vandervelde, the leader of the Second International and a minister of the Crown of Belgium, cynically and openly gave his consent for France to dispatch Senegalese troops across the Rhine against the blood-drenched German people. Meanwhile, the heroes of the 2.5 International are again finding opportunities to discuss what special conditions of each country make the betrayal of the proletariat explicable, and how and why the proletariat must save its gunpowder for better times rather than hurl a bomb at the heart of dying capitalism. But the question is not posed in the way that capitalists and social democrats think. The world proletariat is not defeated, the world revolution goes forward. Its advance, consisting if only in the fact that capitalism shows itself increasingly incapable of assuring the proletariat even an orderly life of slavery, also consists in the fact that yet broader, stronger and more conscious masses are gathering under the banner of the Third International. Precisely because the bourgeoisie proves in practice its incapacity to order the world, yet more new masses press forward along the road of revolution and more firmly close their ranks. Soviet Russia, the haven of revolution, does not let world reaction conquer it. Britain, the stronghold of counter-revolution, has been obliged to conclude a trade agreement with the Moscow robbers and plunderers. And those 7 years of war have seriously weakened Russia, though the want of the proletarian masses is great in Russia too. Their vanguard stands loyally under the banner of the Soviet government, and from the wavering and weary masses it is able to mobilize new fighters. This vanguard is doing everything that its heroic organization is capable of to destroy the new weapon of the counter-revolution, the weariness of the Russian people. The white terror reigning in Spain and Serbia proves how unsure of themselves the local masters feel. In Italy, the bourgeoisie, by unleashing fascist bands, is sowing a storm. The German Orgesch serves as a perpetual reminder to the German workers: arm yourselves! Don't lose heart from your defeat. Strike if you don't wish to be struck. In Poland, 7,000 communists are sitting behind bars, but strike follows strike. This shows that there will be no calm until a bridge is thrown across from revolutionary Russia to revolutionary Germany. In France, the land drunk with victory, the land of nationalist inebriation, hundreds of thousands of workers have become familiar with communism. No amount of persecution will stop the triumphal march of communist ideas in the country where the idea was not only born but has been sanctified with the blood of the victims of July and the martyrs of the Paris Commune. The Communist International is preparing for its third Congress. This Congress will not be concerned with the melancholic contemplation of the successes of world reaction as the leaders of the 2.5 International, the Adlers, the Bauers, the Longwets, the Dittmans, the Hilferdings and the Wallheads were in Vienna, but will be devoted to the stealing of the weapon and to the destruction of all those elements who are seeking to blunt that weapon. No softening of our attacks, but an offensive by broad columns along a still broader front. That is the slogan with which we appealed to you on May Day. It is vital everywhere to place ourselves at the head of the masses outside the party in their struggle to better their condition. In the course of this struggle, the working masses will come to see how the reformists and centrists are daily deceiving them. They will see that the Skydmans and the Hilferdings, the Turatis and the Daragonas, the Renaudals and the Longwets, the Hendersons and the MacDonalds do not wish to, and are incapable of fighting either for the dictatorship of the proletariat or even for a crumb of stale bread for the workers. The workers will recognize that the communists are not splitting the proletariat but represent its unifiers in the fight for a better future. They will recognize that the capitalists cannot, nor wish to, allow the workers even what the peasant allows his horse: sufficient rest and an adequate amount of bread, the necessary to recover strength for more work. In this way, the desire of workers to overthrow capitalism and to smash its power will grow every day. Any day there can come a moment when workers will no longer be willing to put up with the suffering and torment that moribund capitalism dooms them to. Any day there can come a moment when the brave assault movement of the communist vanguard will carry with it the broad masses of the working class, and when the struggle for the conquest of power will become the task of the hour. The Communist International calls on you for the maximum concentration of forces, and for the greatest unity and readiness for battle. We are moving not towards a period of slow agitational and propaganda work, but a period of ever-sharpening mass revolutionary battles. The increase in unemployment, the growing brazenness of counter-revolution, and the danger of new wars will not permit the revolutionary stirrings of the toiling masses to cease. The task of communists in every country is to be their strike battalion, to be that cadre which unites them in struggle. The function of our blood-soaked banner consists not in being the symbol of a future struggle standing ahead of us in the distance, but in going forward to great revolutionary conflicts today and tomorrow. On May Day we wish to show our readiness to do battle with the world bourgeoisie. On May Day we shall hoist our red banner on the factories and works. We shall carry it forward in mass demonstrations so that its inscription will radiate far and wide, proclaiming to the oppressed proletarian masses: close your ranks, all oppressed and tormented, all those exploited and under attack. Down with the open and the secret servants of the bourgeoisie. Long live the Communist International, the Red Army of the World Revolution. Down with the capitalist state, down with the bourgeoisie. Long live Soviet Russia, the stronghold of the World Revolution. Long live the World Revolution and the International Union of Proletarian Soviet Republics. The Executive Committee of the Communist International. Pravda, No. 86, April 21, 1921. Appendix, from the Second to the Third World Congress. The unemployed and the trade unions. In every country the bourgeoisie is now turning the unemployed against workers organized in trade unions with the object of undermining the discipline of those organizations, reducing wages and introducing demoralization amongst the proletariat. Our task, the task of the Communist International and the Revolutionary International Union of Trade Unions, consists in mobilizing unemployment and the unemployed for the struggle against capitalist society. But the first immediate barricade, or the most advanced trench of the capitalist state, is that of the apparatus and the leading organs of the major trade unions in nearly all the leading capitalist countries. To take this first trench is the immediate and fundamental task of the revolutionary proletariat. It is impossible to topple a bourgeois government while you have trade unions led by agents of that same bourgeoisie. The mighty force which holds up the old organizations of the trade unions is the organizational automatism and conservatism, that inner equilibrium and self-confidence which evolved as the result of years and decades of the trade unions' gradual growth and consolidation and of their leaders' acquisition of corresponding habits. But now all the conditions, the whole situation, and above all the entire economic state of civilized mankind remove any stability from under the trade unions. The growing number of unemployed and the increase in unemployment represent powerful factors which undermine the stability of the whole of bourgeois society, including above all the conservative trade unions. The task of communists consists in fighting, by skillfully leading the unemployed as a section of the proletariat, to smash the rule of those conservative cliques who hold the power of the trade unions in their hands. It is precisely for this reason that the question of unemployment must be placed at the center of the attention of the communist parties. Agitation around the unemployment question must acquire a concentrated character. The Communist Party, its press, the Communist fraction in Parliament, and the Communist cells in the trade unions must play one and the same note: awaken the attention of the working masses to the fact of unemployment, put forward the same demands, and demand day in and day out that the trade unions wage a clear-cut campaign against bourgeois society on behalf of the interests of the unemployed and at the same time of the working class as a whole. Such a concentrated struggle on an international scale with common leading slogans will without doubt rally the masses.